And BotRix and BotRix has successfully joined the channel.
Hey, Muffin, what's going on? Going on, bud. How's life going? I'm quite early, but I just got on. I don't think early would be the right word, but if you want to call it that, fine. Neutral, huh? Well, it's not technically good, but not technically bad. I guess it's better than bad, I guess. But it's not as good as, good. I'm glad that you're here today. How's your day going, though? I hope it's going. I know he says neutral, but I hope it's at least going somewhat positive. That's one way to look at it. That's one way of looking at it. So yeah. All right. You're totally right. How does it do that? So annoying. But yeah, that's good. Thinking positive is better than thinking negative. It's going all right. I wish it can go a little better. I just did a test for my job, so hopefully I passed it. But I don't know if I did or not. I had to take an assessment test. I wanted to do a reaction today, but I want to get this done. So hopefully we will. I hope so. Thank you, though. I hope so. I hope so. I got promoted for my job, so I was like, cool. But I had to take an assessment test. So I'm hoping that I passed it. If I do, I get to go and work on the project that we have to work on. And they'll pay me $20 an hour. And that becomes a success, they promote me even more money. Hopefully from $20 an hour to $25 or $35 an hour. Let's go up the ranks. Ah. What was it that you had to What was it that you had to do? Yeah, but what was it for? Is it just training in general, or just said you said my test requirement? Yeah, for the test, what is it for specifically? Are you training for? Hmm. Oh, so what, is it for a job or? Oh, okay, okay, I got you now. Oh, you want to go in the Marines, huh? Or you're right in? I'm pretty sure you're. So why? Why the Marines? Is there a reason? Just want to protect your country? Is there something more? I've been in the course for a while. I wanted to improve my life during COVID. I only answered 20% of my I only answered 20% of my questions. I did 4 years active. I'm doing a few years in reserves. I see. Okay. Do you think that was the best decision in your life? I'm hoping. I don't sound like you regret your decision. sound happy with your position. That's a good thing. I see. Oh, okay. Well, going through all that stuff you've gone through, does it help? Did it help? Like currently right now, if you say you're in a limbo state, I guess that's not the best pleasant feeling, but does it help? Did it help for you to, like, I want to say the word cope? Is the right word? Cope with whatever you're going through right now? I see. I see. Is there anything in mind that you have that might be that thing you want to do, or something that can leave said mark, or are you still figuring that out? Okay. Didn't expect that to be the answer, but okay. Okay. Well, you do have something in mind, and it's something that's attainable, I believe. So that's a good thing. What do you think is holding you back if there's a possibility that's happening? Is it just lack of motivation only, or is there something more? Is it the fear of failing? Or staying consistent? As a U.S. Marine, that shouldn't be. I don't think consistency should be your weakness, given Marines are pretty consistent people. Oh, okay. 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 Fair. I guess. Fair. Okay. Well, not alone, because I have that feeling all the time when I'm doing artwork or when I'm working on something, I lack, I wouldn't say motivation, but I lack not even consistency. I think I lack the idea of believing that I can get it done, or at least not getting it done, but it falling in the standards I want it to be. I tend to disappoint myself a lot when it comes to my work, because I think I can draw it better than I am currently. Maybe I don't think I'm being detail oriented enough, or um, I'm not putting as much effort as I should, or I feel like I'm lacking somewhere. One thing about being human, doubt is always the biggest factor of most things. It's always fear and doubt. Okay, I see what you said. I'm sorry. I see. So, why don't you do, instead of trying to make a drawing into like a whole thing, just focus on sketching alone. You can just focus only on sketches and make that your thing. You'd be surprised how much you can build an audience just on sketches alone. You don't have to do line art, you don't have to do any coloring. Like, don't make the load any more, harder than it should. You know what I'm saying? I think that makes sense. Unless you don't have to. Yeah, because a lot of people do that. They do this thing where I know I used to do it myself. Like, I thought I have to learn line art. I have to learn these things, all these different things. Like, no, you don't. When I first started, I was not doing any line art like that. I just made sketches, little doodles, right? And the doodles became a thing for others to feel inspired by. I just I naturally started getting better at it because I wanted to improve, because I didn't think the sketches was going to be anything. And then when they became somewhat something, it gave you a bit more motivation, small little bits of motivation. I think that makes sense to have a big gust of it, because like a big gust of it can lead to a burnout that you don't see. You can't see because you're first excited, right? It's like It's like if you got $1 million, right? You feel like you can do anything, right? It's kind of like that. Once you get praise for your work, especially you was not expecting it, it gives you that sense of like wanting to do more. But that can lead to a situation where it can probably give you a false sense of like a false fallacy of like that you're more than you is. I think it's good to revel in the success, but don't get overtaken with the whole hype, because hype can really make you think you can do anything, and it can lead to a situation where you can get burned out much faster than you was at the pace that you was. So I would always recommend, if you're starting off doing something, stick to the strengths that you have for now and then gradually build on those strengths with other new things. Don't try to take on everything at once. And that's where I think a lot of, I wouldn't say beginners, but like a lot of people who wants to improve in anything tends to do that. They try to take on everything at once, or it's not going as fast as they think they should because they put themselves in like a main character like role where they like I think this is I think part of this actually falls into the idea of the entertainment we watch, because we're so used to watching like form of entertainment of people being like the main character of something, that like what we see that happens, or a time skip that happens in 3 months, is only 2 minutes for us, and for the main character that's two years, 2 months, two whatever. So we have this sense of distortion that happens. So when we have to do something similar, or something that's hardworking, or something that is tough, or like that gives a sense of like uh something that might take time or a little bit of more effort than usual. If it's not working on the first rip, a lot of people give up, or they say it's not worth it. This is why a lot of people who start like the new year, they want a new year, new me nonsense, and then once the first 2 weeks passes, they don't really put as much effort, because they think the effort was they tried and that was good enough, and they'll try next year type stuff, and nothing really changes or nothing gets better until something drastically insane happens to them, if it's enough to give them that epiphany. So I think what anyone should do is gradually work up the ways up. So like this is why I would tell students, don't try to draw the whole body. Draw one piece of the body for a while and then go to the next one and to the next one and this one. So it's a slow, gradual pace. It's not this breakneck crash course response to things, and then you're supposed to get it instantly. I think a lot of people tend to equate, because someone's a lot better than you and they're teaching you, you're going to get there super fast. You might get there as normally faster than if you did on your own, but you're not going to be like Picasso the next day. You're still going to struggle somewhere down the line, right? So I would always recommend, if you're starting off doing like sketches, stick with only sketches for a while. Do it for like 30 days. Do it for, I don't know, 10 days, or whatever case may be. I made the video on it already, so like you can go check that out if you want. But like, um, it's usually the same response. Just stick on to something for a while. Don't overhype yourself on something, and just stick to it for a while. And then once you have a second nature towards it, then you can just move on to the next thing, because that first thing that was such an issue is such a non-issue now. It's like part of breathing. So going to the next thing will be something new, and not like you have to balance them between them or juggle between them or anything like that. So yeah, I think that makes more sense, right? So I would just do sketches for a while and see where that takes you. You'd be surprised how many people will just adore you for just drawing, sketch wise, and just sticking to it. And only just sketches. A lot of people just like sketches alone. Sometimes they don't want line art. Sometimes they don't even want color. They want black and white and all that shit. They just love the idea of sketch art and concept art. That was part of what got me into part of drawing, other than my father, and then like um, anime and all these other stuff. It was just the idea of concept art, and how something starts off and how it looks at the beginning, and then the final, result of what that became. Just like I used to fall in love with Kingdom Hearts concept art and Final Fantasy concept art, because like with Kingdom Hearts specifically, Sora, the main character, he was not supposed to even look like he did. He was supposed to be like a lion king, a kid with a lion like um, uh, paws, and Not furry, but like he's still humanoid. It's just like he has like these like he has like a paws for hands and a tail, but he still looks like Sora, but his hair is a little different. You know what I'm saying? So, you never really know what something's gonna be till you put a lot of work into it. So, if I was you, I would just focus on sketching, and that's it. You know. So yeah, focus on what you're good at. It can bring you fortune. Oh, no problem. I try my best. Hmm. I'm glad that I hope my advice helped you a little bit. I don't think it's all that great advice. I think it's pretty basic to me, but I hope it helps, or at least motivates you to get that manga you want, or that webtoons, or that video game idea. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a big advocate for the whole like AI thing with the entertainment space, but if it makes it anything easier for you, you can probably dabble a little bit of AI when it comes to like making your game. It might help you get the ball rolling a little bit. You don't have to do everything AI. Maybe some parts can be AI and some parts doesn't have to be. Where you can like craft it with your own hands and your own ideas. Now, like I said, I don't really push the whole idea of AI should be a thing, but given it in the gaming space, that's a little different because, well, I'm not talking about the artistic side of it. I'm talking about like just the technical side, like helps you with any form of coding. You can use Claude, I think. I think Claude will help you, I think, with the coding part. And I guess ChatGPT, what I'm saying? Like it can help speed up the process without you looking at 1,010 tutorials on how to do one specific, thing. So make that as like a tool, but not like an end all be all and like the only thing you rely on. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, like again, I don't really push the whole AI thing if it's on the artistic side, but when it comes to the technicalities of like coding and stuff, I don't see the big deal, especially if it makes the whole transitioning of makes the whole thing smooth as possible for you to get your game up and running as fast as possible and smoothly in the way you want. I don't see nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? That's a tool at that point. Um, so I suggest just do your best, do what you can. Don't overthink it, don't overdo it. Don't push yourself more than you have to and just, do your best. You only got one life. It doesn't make sense to stress over something that may be a non-issue. Oh, thank you, Mighty. Oh, thank you. Oh, I was expecting that. Thank you. Oh, you didn't have to send that. Oh, that made me cry. I was not expecting that in the slightest. But thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Thank you. Aw, I really do hope you get out of I want to say rut, but at least get out of the the doubtful funk of like, you know, lacking whatever's cause you to feel less motivated. But I hope that at least gets you going. So, but thank you again. I appreciate it very much. So, I don't deserve it, but I thank you. I don't deserve that at all. I really don't. Let's see here. Oh, actually, you did drop $10. You could be rewarded a drawing if you like. Maybe I could check. So, I think it'll be a chibi. I think chibi sketch. I think a chibi sketch is $10 if I remember right. So if you want a chibi sketch, just let me know. I'll draw any character you want me to draw, yourself or your OC or your favorite character. That's up to you. Almost there. I think it's a little good, but it could be better. So yeah, oh, you only have 20. Yeah, well, technically you got 24 hours because what happens is the reason I put a date on it is a time limit on it because people do this thing where they'll like try to buy a bunch of stuff and try to like um, they'll try to overstack a bunch of like donations, and I can't keep up with all that. That'll be just insane. So I give them like a 24-hour time period. So like if it's like past uh, like 48 dollars, it'll be 48 hours. Um, but if it's under $48, it will be 24 hours. It's only to keep things consistent, so at least they don't try, because someone did that once. They tried to buy a bunch of stuff. They did a bunch of donations, and then they asked for a bunch of things. And I had to calculate all that. And the sad thing is, when I calculated all of it, it was not to the snuff that they wanted, and it caused a lot of issues. So I put a time limit, so it gets them at least motivated enough to pick something, or at least try something, or at least pick the character they want, or OC that they want me to sketch. It just makes it easier that way, so I don't get overwhelmed. I don't know if there was trolling. I don't think there was trolling. I think there was actually genuinely want to work from me, but like they wanted to overrun it. So yeah, I got you. I got you. I got you. Hey, come on. There we go. There we go. Almost there. We're almost there. As soon as this video's over, we're gonna do reactions in a bit. Um, today, I want to make sure I get everything done today. That is my goal. So I'm not getting off to at least get 2 or 3 characters done. We only have 3 or 2 characters left, so I'm kind of happy about that part. We're at the end of this, well, sketch-wise. I'm still don't know if I'm going to color everything. I should, but I'm not totally sure yet. Um, if I do, then I'll have to do it on a different day. I'm not going to do that today because I need to get to my commission that someone wanted me to do for them, and they've been waiting patiently. They just checked in on the other yesterday with me if I'm still open of doing their commission. So I'm going to get this done sketch-wise as best as I can, and then if I have time, I'll color everything. If I have time. Um, and then if we can color everything, I'm gonna put them in base colors. I'm not gonna do a bunch of shading and stuff. No problem. Hey, no problem. No problem. Anytime. Anytime. I just appreciate that you're here, and then you're just saying hi. Because like I think lately, the more I've been doing stuff lately, it's not stuff, but like the more I've been trying to experiment and do new things, it's kind of like made my content suffer because I'm not just drawing anime chicks all the time. So it's very telling that most of the people who don't watch me no more is because they was only there for that specific thing, which technically isn't a bad thing in my opinion because that's what they came for in the first place and that's what they liked. But I'm just trying new things just to see, to bring well, I would say better audience, but a much more loyal audience, just for one specific thing. Um, but we'll see. I still want to do more reactions because I think you guys enjoy those, giving my opinion and then reacting to like the videos that we react to. So I'm just looking forward to like seeing what more we can get out of the reactions. I think we can really build a real community around that. I think you guys like my reactions. I'm not totally sure, but I'm hoping. Um, I think I react pretty well. Not over the top too much, but there are moments where I kind of do, but like not on purpose. It's just like it depends on what the topic is, um, or what's being said. But I try to keep it as natural as possible, not try to synthetically, be something I'm not, because that gets boring. I learned that a long time ago, back when I used to do gaming content back in the day, before I started Artextric. That next. Yeah, I try to be as neutral as possible in what I say because I know what I say has weight sometimes, and some people are walking in and they don't know what's going on, so it'll lead to that situation where people think I'm being, I guess, a bit judgmental. But I don't think you can never be truly never judgmental, but you have to be as, I wouldn't say neutral, but be as honest as possible without being too harsh because no one's perfect. But then again, I think the best thing to do is to be as perfect as possible, even though we can't be, because that's where I think we tend to do better as a whole. You know what I'm saying? Because even though we can't be perfect, being as perfect as possible is better than not trying to be perfect. You know what I'm saying? Because at least when you try and fail to be perfect, at least you know you put your best foot forward. But like when you don't put the effort to at least do your best or at least do your perfect as possible, that's where you leave doubt in the mind of yourself and others. So you know. So that's why I pick the videos that interest me the most. I don't like picking any video because I think that gets overwhelming and I'm not gonna watch every little thing because I'm not gonna watch everything that seems to be like trending because I think that gets a little bit synthetic after a while because I wouldn't watch something that I know I wouldn't watch normally if I wasn't watching on my own just because it was popular. I think it should only fall into the category that I find interesting or that falls into the category that I'm doing like art or anime or video games or something like that. I'm not gonna do a whole like reaction on something that doesn't really pertain to me in sense of like interest or like uh, occupation or a case may be. So like I'm just not gonna do it because I'm not gonna fake it. It's just not gonna doesn't really make sense to me. I think it's synthetic after a while. And I like doing artwork when I like watch reactions with you guys because it feels like you like when you hang out with your friends and you're just watching something and you're probably doing something parallel to that. So it's like you're hanging out with your friends and you're just like giving your opinions. Whether you guys agree on something or not, it's fun. You know what I'm saying? Because I know not everything you guys hear what I say is either agreeable or you may not like what I say or um, agree with what I say, but you know, I understand. I understand. Not everything that you're gonna say is gonna be like always perfect or always good, or it may not line up with what your audience may like, or the case may be. And that happens, um, and that's just part of life. You're not gonna agree on everything, and that's okay. I'm pretty sure even my mods don't. Oh no, there are times when my mods don't agree with what I say, but we respect each other enough to say, "Hey, look, listen, bro. I don't really appreciate that particular type of thinking, but hey, I understand the way you explained it. It makes sense, but still, I wouldn't really, But I understand. I respect it, but it's just that's just not me. That's fine. That's okay. Like I don't think you're a hateful person just because you made one bad take. I think that's normal. We're all gonna make a bad take somewhere down the line, or a bad joke, or just a bad take in general. Um, we're never always going to get it right, but it's always best to self-reflect and say, you know what, I went down a path, or I thought a way that may not be quite, I won't say reasonable, but may not fit in a particular way that may not feel all that pleasant, but I'm human. You know what I'm saying? So it's best to be as, like I said, be as perfect as possible as you can. But you'll never ever be perfect. But as be godly as possible, I guess. You know, and say you made a mistake, or I'm not always right, but that's just how I feel. What doesn't make it right? Maybe not. You know, that's just how I feel at the time being. Oh, very much so. Correct. See, that's the thing. I always learned that. Like, if you can't question your leader, or not saying I'm a leader to y'all or anything. I'm just saying if you can't question someone that you're in, like that's in charge of you, or someone that's in like in power, or case may be, and they want to use force to make you stop talking or make you stop getting the truth, then that's not something you want to follow. Um, and then I think the best person to follow is the person who says I don't know, because a person who says I don't know can admit that they're wrong, or at least admit that they don't always have the answers. But hey, I may not have all the answers, but I'm gonna do my best to get the best answer possible so we can move forward towards whatever goal we're trying to reach. Um, we can look at other resources and how we can get said answer, but to expect me to have every answer and not getting it right all the time is kind of insane. So it's best to like always ask for other people's opinions. Sometimes asking for feedback, or asking for your friend's opinion, or your viewer's opinion, or whoever's in the vicinity of your life. Nothing's wrong for asking a little help, or nothing's wrong for trying to be open-minded to the idea that you're not always going to get it on the first try. You're not always going to get it on the first some situation. So it's always good to ask. There's nothing wrong with that. It doesn't make you weak of a person or less smarter. If anything, it makes you smarter to ask for help. You know what I'm saying? I think it makes you wise to at least say I can't get everything right, but I'm gonna try my best. Be the best version that I can be. Makes sense. This type of music either wants to make you want to cry, makes you want to go to sleep, or just makes you self-reflect, or probably all three. Maybe all three. Or it makes me feel like I'm playing VR chat for some odd reason. It's alright. I picked it because I thought it'd be like I felt like today was gonna be a slow day, given that it wasn't on yesterday. I didn't mean not to get on yesterday. I just wasn't feeling so well, so I said, nah, I'm just gonna sleep the day away today. I'm off from work. I just didn't feel like getting up. It was just one of those days where you just like, you know what? I'm gonna take care of me today. I just couldn't get out of bed. I was just so tired. I was just so exhausted. And I was like it's not like the game. It's not like the stream's gonna disappear tomorrow, right? Well, most likely not. So I was like, I'm gonna take this time to sleep, and I'm gonna sleep the day away. I'm gonna enjoy me getting some rest, and then I'll be all ready for the next day. And that's what I did. I feel bad for missing a day. Don't get me wrong, but I have to take care of myself. I couldn't do it no more. I had to take a nap and just sleep the day away. Just wasn't feeling all that great. Hey, Mikey. I was supposed to text you earlier. I was supposed to text you either today or tomorrow. I was gonna do a wellness check up on you myself. I wanted to know how he was doing because you haven't been around for a good while. I know you've been like jumping around with work and stuff. I wanted to make sure you was okay. Yeah, I tend to forget that sometimes. Mikey, Mike. Okay. I hope you're doing well, my dude. Hope you're doing okay. I was meaning to check up on you for a while now because I even talked to Bean if she talked to you in a bit. I think she said no. She hasn't talked to you in a good time. It's like she's been just busy doing her own thing. I need to check up on Bri as well. I always try to make sure to do a wellness check on you guys. I think it's the least I can do for all the work you guys do and help me with. Just to make sure you guys are okay. Given that work has been I got promoted to a new job. So I was like, yay. No, it's alright, bud. Listen, you are a valued member of the Artextric team. Whatever you have to say or you have to do, or whatever you need to say, is valued. It is never going to be disvalued in the group chat. I value you just as much as anyone else. And since you guys help me so much, like I don't know, I don't know how to say it. Like you guys help me out with a lot of things as much as you can, and sometimes yeah, I can be stubborn as hell. Stubborn old mule. Given the experiences based on uh, let's go. Let's go, my dude. Let's go. Look at you, Mikey. Sound like Hercules, my dude. Out here bench pressing and shit. So I'm pretty sure from your journey, it must look different. Yes, he is. He's always been strong. He's a strong dude. Strong-willed, strong in mind. Mikey's pretty stoic, if you ask me. Mikey's awesome. I love having him around. He's just amazing to have around. I'm proud of him. I'm extremely proud of him. He's very consistent. He does his best to work and help others. I appreciate him. He's a valued member of the Artextric team. He integrated with the team very well. Aw, we always miss you, bud. I got you, my dude. We always miss you, my dude. Yeah, he's awesome. I wouldn't trade up Mikey for anybody. That's why I still miss him when we play Repo. He's always been with me ever since we were playing Repo. So it feels weird without him. It feels very strange without Mikey. That's why I'm avoiding playing Repo, because it's gonna make me miss him. So I'm just waiting till he gets his computer fixed. And even if he doesn't get his computer fixed, I'll find a way to get him back on somehow. Figure out something. I help him get a computer. Yeah, he is. He definitely is a day one. He's the best. He makes things fun and entertaining in his own Mikey type way. Yeah, 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 yeah. It all started at Lethal Company. You're right. It did start at Lethal Company, and you did awesome on your first day. He was funny, even though you didn't know what to do at first. It was funny. You enjoy it. Like I still watch that video with you in it from the montage that we did. I knew for a fact as soon as I knew how he integrated with the team, he was a day one from that point. I knew he'll be perfect for the team. I look for something specific in my teammates, so like it's good that my judgment is very well, that they all get along perfectly. I love it. I know he was a good person and a team player. I'm very proud of him. He has gone a long way since then. Very friendly individual. He does his best. Very friendly. And tries to take others in consideration. He works hard. All right. I hope you get once you go to the gym. I hope you get there safe, my dude. I'm glad that you're still staying consistent with your workouts. That is good. That's very good. Consistency is key. I know, I know. I food cooking myself. I remember you said that. I remember you said that. It was funny. Oh man, yeah, food cooking myself when I'm doing fasting. Yeah. Oh, that's funny. That's funny when he said that. Oh man, I think soon, as I jump onto this new project for my job, as soon as I know what they're gonna be paying, well, I know what they're paying me, but as soon as I get accepted to the project that we're supposed to do, I think I'm going to end up hiring an editor, a video editor. I think I will have to, so I can get these videos out of the way and faster, a lot faster than the pace I'm doing. Yeah, yeah. You do the same thing. You watch video game videos. Aw, I'm sorry, bud. I gotta help you get a computer. I'm gonna try to help you get one. Get a new one. I'm sorry about your computer, though. I'm gonna help you get one. I'll figure it out and then might even send you the money to help you get the computer that you need. I'll figure it out so I know what my job, and then I can help you. So I'm pretty sure you're probably like dying to play game again, or at least for your downtime when you can. Okay, like that. Go. Okay, is this okay? I gotta get this right. That's where the problem's coming in because it feels like it's stretching, and you don't want that to happen. Go. There we go. Let's go. Okay. Here we go. Yep. Working on pit. Trying to get a skirt right. Hell's tunic. I say skirt, but gotta get the tunic done. Right? At least trying to make it as decent as possible. Oh, it should be that sharp. Looks kind of odd being that sharp. Okay, almost there. That, and then we'll have this a little bit more out like that. There we go. Okay, almost there. Okay. The face is gonna probably be the easiest thing to draw compared to everything else. Everything else is based on the clothing. Okay, so okay. All right, so we're going to make this line up. Okay. There we go. Okay, this shouldn't be that thick. Shit, okay, that. Well, kind of at first, but when I was like, well, I got this extra time, might as well use this time to improve myself. I don't see much changes in appearance depending on lighting, but strength went up. That's good. At least you got strength going up. But you know, that's the beauty and curse when it comes to improvement. You never really see it till after a while. You know what I'm saying? But like, say if someone haven't seen you in a while, they'll see it. But you always constantly doing the workout, you're not gonna see much. The gradualness will never really show till it's a lot longer than it's supposed to. Just like how drawing is like, you don't really see any improvement till like you actually look at your work and see such a significant difference between. Yeah, post it online. You can see like what you look like on day one, or like the day. Like this is what I do. Like from the artwork, like you see what you look like from day one when you first started to like the day you are, and you're like, oh my god, that's a significant difference. Or even if it's not significant, you can see at least a change somewhere. A change shows some form of progress somewhere down the line. Sorry, hold on. Aw, you'll get it back. You'll get it back. Oh, well, I've been alright. Well, just recently I just got promoted from my job. They went from $15 an hour to $20 an hour. So I'm actually happy about that. The company that I work for, and I just did my assessment test for my company, see if I'm gonna be part of the project. Um, so I'm kind of happy about that. I don't know if I passed. I'm hoping that I passed. I just took it today, this morning, so I'm hoping that I passed. If I pass, then I'll be part of the project, and then they'll pay me $20 an hour for work. And then if that goes well, the money goes up even higher from that point, from $20 an hour to probably 25 or 30. Actually, I don't know how it's gonna like turn out, but I'm just hoping that it comes. I'll get the opportunity to work on whatever projects they want me to work on with them. I'm hoping. But everything's going okay. I just been doing overtime on Artextric. I'm just kind of happy since I got this job. Is like now I have more of a reason to work on Artextric. I think having a job makes it much easier. Well, I still work from home, but like a job that I have now is like different from what I used to do. Um, Doing either graphic design or doing video editing, but yeah, it's different from what I used to do. It was rewarding because now I don't have to worry about if I'm not gonna get work. I'm always getting work most cases, and then when the project's over, I get a good set of work the following week or 2 weeks from now. This phone is gonna be four weeks long. This project's gonna be 4 weeks long, so hopefully I get the job, or at least get signed to this project. So I'm hoping. Ah, but everything's good though. I think next time I gotta do a wellness check with you later. And I forgot that you don't have, and I also forgot that you don't have like games to play. You can't play VR chat, so I can't just go on VR chat with you like that. Maybe I think you can on the phone, but I think it's horrendous. I think given what I think Ari did, I think she said it's pretty horrendous to go on the phone. Makes it difficult, I think. Yeah, I'm kind of happy about that. Thank you, though. Hopefully, if this goes well, this can let me have more time to focus on that thing that Ari brought up to me. Party pop. But yeah, like I'm just hoping, like if things go well for my job and I get more pay, I can focus on what Ari brought to me. She said she wanted to still do that whole what do you call it, that trip thing. I wasn't against it. I was really for it. At first, I was in doubt for it, but I think that might change soon. Then we get everybody to go on the trip. That'd be fun. Get Bean, Ari, you, Bry, Yogo, get Mora, Mew. I'll go to the on that big trip she wanted to do. I think it was a trip to Japan. I think she showed. That would be funny to move there. I don't think I'm moving, but more like just the visit, just for like. I think a good month is a good. Is that too long? I don't think that's too long. A month of being in Japan, or maybe 2 to 3 weeks. Maybe 2 weeks. 2 weeks at minimum. A month at max. That'd be fun. Hope your folks won't mind you being gone for a month. Or at least 2 weeks at minimum. And if for whatever reason we don't go to Japan, we can always just stay in the States and pick somewhere to go. I think that'll at least be the fall insurance amount. Oh no, it's fine. It's like so like I, in a way, given if things go well, probably convince everybody we can go on that trip. Don't get to end it. Like go on that trip and then maybe go for like 2 weeks at max a month. I don't know if your folks will be okay with you being gone for a month or maybe 2 weeks. And for whatever reason, if we can't go to Japan for whatever reason, maybe for travel issues, maybe it's too expensive, or case maybe we can always substitute that with going somewhere that's in the States that doesn't cost everyone so much money. Can go somewhere fun for like 2 weeks at minimum. One of those vacation places that TikTok likes to get people hyped for. Oops. That was always my goal from the beginning, like trying to get us all together to go on a one big trip. But never really played in the cards right because always something was popping off, causing that to go even more delayed or wasn't possible in the beginning. I still think about getting arc readers, but I don't know if it's worth getting it. I think of it now. I don't know if I should or shouldn't. I'll give us 30 more minutes. Once it hits the 2 hour mark, then I'll play other things. I'll play we'll do reactions. It's at 1:29, so we got 30 minutes left till we do reactions as I work. Is that a thing? A little American town? Get to Japan? I don't think they will. A little Mexican. I don't put it past them if they did. That'd be kind of funny if they did have their own little America, little Japan. I mean, little Mexico areas. Just like how we have like little Japan, China. That'd be funny if they did do that. I'm pretty sure they do. Ooh, you know what's best? If we go to Japan, we go to Universal Studios in Japan. That'd be fun. Go to the Mario Land. Ooh, that'd be cool. Go to Mario Land. I think it's Mario Land. Super Mario Land. Right? It better. Can't be out here saying that you're this thing and you taste like dog water. Like you can't be doing that. That'd be crazy. Then again, when Japan or at least in Asian countries, they tend to make their food that's like very American inspired, very it looks pretty commercial looking. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna say the word authentic, but I'll say very commercial looking. They look too perfect, almost to the point that it may look good in distance, but it looks probably tastes horrendous at the same time. If you get what I'm trying to say, like that. Okay, now what we need. Okay, the head is a little too big, so what we're gonna do is grab the head, like that, and then make it. Oop, and then make it smaller, just a bit more, just a bit smaller. Doesn't have to be super small, but it has to be just small enough. Like that. Actually, no, make it a little bit bigger. It's supposed to be like cheapified, not too real. A normal size. There we go. I think that's fine. And then we're gonna turn this down, and then I will draw what we need. I got 30 minutes left. Okay. Like that. There you go. Clean it up a little bit more. There we go. Okay. Yo, don't do that. Yo, no, I hate when that. No, save. No, we're not gonna. No, that would be a lot of work that was taken from me. I hate when that. Caught you. I am so glad I saved. I'm so glad I saved. Oh my god, that's not funny. I hate when that happens. There's a memory thing. I may have to fix that. I should go back doing animation. I really should. It will kill a lot of birds and stones there. I think I should go back doing animation. I do have that one animation. I think I'm gonna buy that. I don't know what it's called. I think it's called the Tour Box. I may have to buy that. Yep. I hate when that happens. When that happens, the whole thing is gone. I don't know why that happened. I think it's a memory thing. I think it's because I may have to make more room in my computer. I'll have to, because I have a bunch of videos I have to get rid of anyway. Yeah, I may have to do that. And I didn't know that Clip Studio Paint had a perpetual license. I thought they got rid of that. I was actually quite surprised by that they have a perpetual license. It's kind of crazy. I thought they went with just a subscription model only. It used to be perpetual license back in the day. And then I first had it was perpetual license. Still have the perpetual license now because I was godfathered in, but like, it's kind of crazy to me. There we go. There we go. Now his eyes. Oh. Eyes too stretched up. Hold on, guys. Sorry, I'm just trying to. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now the eyes is a little still too stretched, but we'll make it look better. So we're gonna thin this out more, push it in more, like that, and then we're going to put a little bit more emphasis here around the eyes, like that. Let's go. Okay, and then round this one a bit more, round it off. Don't have this stretch out too much. Okay, and then there we go. Now I'm going to grab this eye, I'm going to put it about here, and I'm going to make it look a little mad. Yeah, no problem, bud. Do what you need to do. No problem, dude. Do what you need to do, my dude. You're all good. I think today's going to be a slow day, or at least a quiet one, so I don't think any crazy hecklers are going to be here. So if you need to get stuff done, go do what you need to do. I think I'll be okay here, bud. Yeah, bud. Later, bud, dude. Okay, let's see here. Okay. All right. Now what we're going to do, we're going to flip this around. All right, bud, do your thing. Thank you for coming in, my dude. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. He's having a derp face. He's derping. Okay, now I gotta make some adjustments. Clean up some parts. Okay, that go. Okay, there we go. All right, near to the. All right. All right, let's go. Let's go. Okay. Give him his nose. That right, and then we're going to try to make his face. It's a little too big and rounded, like a big baby. It looks weird, but we'll fix it up. We will make it look as nice as possible. I'm just gonna make it just a little decent, and then we'll make sense of it. Just gotta get this head in. About this big. So I think about right about here. That'll be the head, like that. Then okay, and then okay. Now the head looks a little too chubby and too like weird, so we're gonna. I think first I'm gonna get rid of some parts here, so I'm gonna make the nose bigger. Okay. And then I think make the face a bit more narrow. Like that. Okay. Now the head still is too big and strange, so we're going to adjust the head still and then make sure it doesn't look like a baby, because it kind of looks like a baby, so I'm going to draw this a lot more narrower, because he has a more teen looking face. Like that. And then put the head Okay. Keep pushing and pulling throughout what I need to get to. Okay, it's looking a little better. It doesn't look like a baby as much as it was before because we got them pushing and pulling and sharpening his head. Now it's looking like an anime character, not a baby. I'll probably have to bring down the head a little bit more. Ow, my head. Okay. Now, I think the head is just a little bit too big than it should. So we're going to pull it down and adjust it down. Don't have to draw it down, just have to adjust the head. I think it's a little too big for its comfort, so I'm going to try to turn it like this. So make sure that this particular part, I think this part is a little bit too high up, so I'm going to, actually no, the head is like that, and then this part is a little bit more like here. There we go. Okay. Now all I have to do is turn this down. Yep, we gotta turn it down a little bit. So I'm going to take away this. I'm going to over sketch this. Sure, there's a point here. Make sure everything is coming from that point. It makes it a lot easier. Actually, better yet, put it about here. Like that, and then that, and then. Oops. I'll say that. Oh. Need to overlap that better. So what I'm going to do that is I'm going to erase this. I'm going to do the outline first. Like that. Okay. Drawing Pit is no more closer than like drawing Sora to a degree. Because Sora, I think, has this hairstyle now than he did before. I think that'll be in KH4. I think it'll be in Kingdom Hearts 4 pretty much. Ah. Oops. Okay. Ten minutes left. Then we do reactions. And then erase this part. Oh, and then erase this part. Oh, the hair is a little bit more. Like here too. Okay. Cool. Then the hair is gonna point out like this. Ugh, that doesn't look that. There we go. Erase this. The inside should be thin, the outside should be thickened. Unless there is some form of overlap here and here. Okay. Okay, there shouldn't be that thickened there. And curve it like that. this. Okay, connect this. Oops. Three minutes left. About 3 minutes left. The final countdown. Alright, we're near there. Final countdown. It's gotta pass pretty fast in a second. Okay, like that. Alright. Okay, I think it's looking more like pit as we go, which is good. Tweaking these shadows here to give it more of the depth that we need. There we go. Okay. Okay, and then grab this part. Okay, now I have to draw the crown. It's supposed to be there. So I'm gonna have to paint it like this. To agree. Oh. What the? Oh god, did I put on the same layer? Oh, I hate when that happens. Yep, I did. I think I caught that because that would have been really bad if I didn't. Okay. Yep, 3 minutes. Okay. Okay, now all I have to do is turn this down, since it's supposed to be behind his head. Good. And now this one here and here. That way. Oh, passed. All right, we gotta stop from there. Okay, let's see what we have to today. I didn't even notice. Okay. So this is a video called "The Most Hated Animator." The Most Hated Animator. So this is from Jello Apocalypse. Not from, but it's about Jello Apocalypse. I think some of us may know who that is from way back when. If you are familiar with the Epithet series on YouTube. He did the yeah, he did the Epithet theory series and something else. I forgot what it was. He did like a Tumblr, like analyzation Tumblr and Twitter at the time, and that was back in like what 2013, 2015 time. So this was a good while back. He did animated videos. I don't think anyone actually remembers him too much because he's been out of the spotlight for a very long time. I guess he got run off the internet. I'm not sure, but we'll see. So let's see what's about.
Kind of person who watches cartoon shows with the emotional intensity of a war journalist investigating government corruption. The kind of reviewer who mistakes cynicism for intelligence and thinks calling everything bad writing automatically makes them the smartest person in the room. The internet would in the early 2000s. Creators like there has always been a very special type of internet critic, the kind of person who watches cartoon shows with the emotional intensity of a war journalist investigating government corruption. The kind of reviewer who mistakes cynicism for intelligence and thinks calling everything bad writing automatically makes them the smartest person in the room. The internet was full of these people in the early 2000s. Creators like Ben T. Looney and Andrew Dobson built entire online identities around being miserable about popular media. Every show was overrated. Every fandom was annoying. Every emotional moment was cringe. And if millions of people liked something, well, clearly the audience was just too stupid to understand why it secretly sucked. And unfortunately, the internet rewarded this behavior. Because negativity is easy content, anybody can scream about plot holes for 40 minutes while pretending they've discovered the collapse of Western civilization because a cartoon character made a joke that didn't land. Being angry online is profitable. Acting smarter than everybody else is profitable. And for a long time, audiences confused bitterness with intelligence. Which brings us to Brendan Blaber, better known online as Jello Apocalypse. Now, to be fair, Jello wasn't just another random rant YouTuber screaming into a webcam with a deviant art avatar and unresolved emotional issues. He stood out because he was actually funny sometimes.
Let's begin. There are two major factions.
There it is.
The first one, people that draw art so well that they make you feel like shit. And the second one, people that make you feel like shit because you are a member of their species. You, as a deviant, can submit any sort of artwork that you like in any medium. Just remember that no matter what you post and how good your artwork is, there will always be a piece of My Little Pony Friendship is Magic crossover artwork or something about Homestuck with 200 times as many favorites as you and twice that many views.
And even if he wasn't, his memes were definitely funny. Anyways, his fast-paced editing style, exaggerated delivery, and parody videos helped him become one of the biggest animation commentary creators on YouTube during the 2000s and 10s. But underneath all the irony and jokes, there was always this weird sense of superiority hanging over his content. A tone that said, not only is this show bad, but you're kind of stupid for liking it.
So, how should we resolve Finn losing his arm? You know, I've been thinking, maybe we shouldn't resolve it. It's not an arc. It's part of him now. It's something he has to deal with. something that Finn's lost and he's never getting back. It's something that'll always remind him of his father who left him and took that part of him away. Finn can't change that. Nothing can change that. He just has to live with it. He has to grow and move on. Maybe we all do.
Wait, I've got it. He meets a bee who wants to bang his arm, and then he honey ejaculates a new one. That's it. Thank you. Mathy, math.
Oh no. What the fuck? Math.
So yeah, over the years, Jello developed a reputation for having aggressively dismissive takes on basically every popular animated show imaginable. Adventure Time, Gravity Falls, anime fandoms, cartoon fandoms, gaming fandoms. If people enjoyed something loudly enough, there was a decent chance Jello would eventually explain why it was actually terrible. And of course, he always did it with the confidence of a man who had personally descended from Mount Sinai carrying the sacred tablet of screenplay structure. But the real issue wasn't even the criticism itself. It was how unbelievably defensive he became whenever people criticized him. For somebody whose entire career revolved around mocking media, creators, and fandoms, Jello seemed completely incapable of handling even mild pushback. Twitter arguments, online meltdowns, passive-aggressive posts, blocking fans, angry replies. Over time, he developed a reputation for reacting to criticism as if somebody had just insulted his bloodline. And nowhere was this more obvious than with RWBY.
Ruby is a smash hit internet show about
Ruby.
anime girls smacking each other that somehow got popular despite its initial budget of $7.
Now, criticizing RWBY is not exactly a rare activity on the internet. At this point, it's practically a competitive sport, but even among the endless crowd of YouTubers farming RWBY, outrage for views, Jello somehow managed to stand out. His criticism often crossed the line from "this writing is flawed" to what
Even
felt
after
like
Ruby.
genuine contempt for both the show and the people watching it. And then things somehow got even worse. Jello ended up leaking information related to upcoming RWBY content, apparently out of sheer spite, which is an incredible decision if your goal is to convince people you're a mature professional and not a Twitter user slowly being consumed by their own ego. By this point, the image people had of Jellopocalypse was starting to change. He was no longer just a green blob making parody videos. He was becoming known as bitter, arrogant, weirdly hostile. There is actually a creator on YouTube by the name of Noah the Otter who dedicated hour-long videos to all of Jello's weird takes. And honestly, it's bizarre.
Anime or manga, you know that there's a massive group of people out there that dedicate their entire life to trying to ruin things and twist it to fit their own corrupt ideology. These people, corrupt ideology.
I thought we was.
Let's hear just how corrupt this ideology is. Already destroyed comic books, movies, and video games, and anime and manga is their next target. So if you even oh no, leftists are coming for anime and manga, the woke mob. Just like he said about Leon Kennedy, with the woke mob coming for Leon Kennedy. That still makes me laugh so hard.
So yeah, this is Jello in a nutshell. The kind of creator who spent years criticizing everybody else but immediately collapsed into defensive outrage whenever the internet aimed that same energy back at him. And eventually, all of that behavior would culminate in the single biggest controversy of his career, the lovely complex dub drama. A situation so messy that it dragged him out of normal YouTube discourse and into larger conversations about localization, professionalism, bad faith criticism, and the massive ego problem that infects internet media reviewers. But before we get to that disaster, we need to understand how Jellopocalypse became this version of himself in the first place. Now, if you guys don't know who this guy is, and you clicked on this video wondering what exactly he did to rub so many people the wrong way, then congratulations, you've landed in the right place. Because today, we're going to break down each of Jellopocalypse's controversies as accurately as possible. And trust us, that is not an easy task, because Brendan Blaber's entire online presence has basically been one long list of fuck-ups. Every few years, it somehow escalates even further. Like watching somebody repeatedly step on rakes, but with increasingly larger consequences each time. So yeah, sit tight. Let's start with who Brendan actually is.
Is it that bad?
Better known online as Jellopocalypse or just Jello, is a 31-year-old Irish-American YouTuber, animator, writer, and creator of the Welcome To and So This Is Basically series on YouTube. He's also the creator of
Epithet Race,
yes. He runs the YouTube channel Jellopocalypse, which currently has over 1.8 the Welcome To and So This Is Basically series on YouTube. He's also the creator of Epithet Erased. He runs the YouTube channel Jellopocalypse, which currently has over 1.8 million subscribers. He created the channel back in September 2000 2009, although he didn't actually start uploading videos until around 2012. And honestly, his first major upload immediately stood out. We're talking about the Welcome to DeviantArt video.
Yes,
now,
that one. I remember
back
seeing
at it
that.
today feels like opening a digital time capsule buried underneath 10 layers of 2012 internet culture. But for the time, the quality was genuinely shocking. The animation was smooth, the pacing was fast, the voice acting was energetic, and unlike most commentary creators back then, Jello actually animated his own content instead of staring at a microphone for 20 minutes while gameplay footage looped in the background.
Hello there, new deviants. Welcome to DeviantArt. DeviantArt is a wonderful world full of beauty, creativity, but most
Thank you for the hearts, guys. I
millions
see
of
that.
millions
Just
of
let you
pieces
know,
of
I
artwork
do
made
see
by
the
DeviantArt
hearts. Thank you.
and dozens of pieces of artwork made by the DeviantArt community that are actually good. Being new, DeviantArt must seem like a vast, frightening place full of strangers and foreign concepts that are too complex for your simple mind to comprehend. But don't worry, with the help of this video, you too can become a master of DeviantArt. Here you can find everything. Fanfiction, poetry, original screenplays, fanfiction, comedic writing, nonfiction, fanfiction, and erotic fanfiction. And it doesn't matter if your writing isn't very good and you're sorry you don't have time to correct the misspells, because someone in the DeviantArt community will always be amazed that you were able to put words in a box. What's that you say? You're not good at writing or art? Don't fret, you can also make stamps. Yes, stamps. Just grab your nearest Photoshop, MS Paint, or Kids Pix and type a couple of words in a box that you feel passionate about. And whammo! Your very own stamp showing off all the Sonic pairings that you support and/or make up. Finally, the world can see your personal opinions on which Professor Layton characters will make the best couples.
So yeah, that became his entire formula. Welcome to Tumblr, welcome to YouTube, welcome to Twitter. Basically, a long-running series dedicated to making fun of social media platforms and internet culture. And to be fair, people loved these videos at the time. They were fast, sarcastic, chaotic, and perfectly designed for the early internet audience that was slowly becoming addicted to irony poisoning. The production quality also helped him stand out massively. These videos took time to make because he was handling the animation and voice work himself, which is why uploads were relatively infrequent compared to most YouTubers.
And I am Jello. I am the head animator, if you want to call it that.
There's only one.
There's only one. That doesn't make it any less head than a regular animator.
He's really important.
Yes, they're all. Everyone else is just like a stump on their neck, nothing else, and like a bone sticking out of it. I am also mostly like the head writer for stuff and the editor for everything on our channel.
We mean, it's pretty clear he thought very highly of himself and did things in his own way, which is why he had a big problem when he was required to do something that didn't fit his opinion during the whole Lovely Complex debacle. But at the time, when his new video finally dropped, people watched it immediately. And honestly, this is probably the most likable Jello ever was. Back then, his content felt more observational than outright hostile. The jokes were aimed at internet behavior in general, not specific creators or fandoms. It was snarky, sure, but it still came across like somebody poking fun at online culture rather than somebody genuinely angry at it. Unfortunately, that tone would not last forever, because as Jello's audience grew, so did his ego. And over time, his content slowly evolved from making jokes about fandom into acting like the self-appointed final authority on what good writing actually is. And once that happened, the controversies were basically inevitable. However, one of his Welcome To videos also ended up receiving a massive amount of backlash. And honestly, it was deserved. In January of 2014, Jello uploaded a video called Welcome to Tumblr. And let's just say parts of that video aged like unrefrigerated.
Ego is the killer Tumblr. I knew this was going to be the one that's going to be the most biggest one.
Milk left on a car dashboard in the middle of July.
Hello, and welcome to Tumblr. I'm here to teach you the ins and outs of the world's most amazing interactive content sharing website. At first, Tumblr's non-stop stream of endless content might seem overwhelming, but after using this guide, you'll be tumbling like a pro. Instead of the everyday social media fare of favorites and plussies, or whatever Google Plus
is. Oh, Jesus, Google Plus. Oh my God, this is old. Oh my God. Google Plus? Holy moly, talk about a time capsule. Oh my God, remember Google Plus? That shit was old. Shit was horrible. Oh my God. Oh my God, Google Plus.
Tumblr uses reblogs. Using reblogs, you can share something somebody else has made so everyone can see it. Reblogs allow you to create a stream of seamless content for your followers' viewing pleasure. The number of reblogs shows how important you are. So, you want to be
my upchat is so...
Just remember this. It's like a firework. It's quick, flashy, random, wordless, and it's over almost immediately. And it was probably set off by your neighbor. You'll be lucky if even 2 or 3 wayward sparks hit any of your other posts. There are many ways to attract attention to your blog, and you can upload tons of content. Art, writing, videos, sound clips, cosplay, blood art, photography, gifs, and more. All media is equally good here because Tumblr is a place of equality. Whoa, wait a minute. Are you a white, straight, middle-class male with a penis who is totally comfortable having said penis? Get out.
Get out.
Now, to be fair, early 2010s internet humor in general was already a complete disaster. Everybody was trying to out-ironic
It was.
edgy jokes were everywhere, and half of YouTube thought saying offensive things loudly automatically counted as comedy. But even by those standards, some of the jokes in this video rubbed people the wrong way, especially one particular joke, the infamous vagin-enabled line.
You're not a hermaphrodite, you're vagin-enabled. If you want to be really popular on Tumblr, then you need to be a social outcast. What's that you say? You're straight, well off, and don't have enough shoe polish to change your race? Fear not. All you need is a good self-diagnosed mental illness. Do you worry about tests sometimes?
He's not actually wrong now. He's actually not wrong about that. He's not actually wrong, though. That is more prevalent now than ever was before back then.
Anxiety disorder.
Yeah, people were not happy about that. A lot of the backlash came from LGBTQ communities.
There it is.
Who felt the joke was openly transphobic.
There it is.
Playing into the kind of edgy.
And that term was not really a thing till like 2015 or 2016. This was in 2012. He was a part of the curve. Bro. Yeah, he was 3 years before the curve went out the window. He's not wrong though. That's the irony of this. Bro was the first to be attacked with the transphobe response faster than probably J.K. Rowling.
Trans people weird humor that was extremely common online at the time. And considering Tumblr in 2014 was basically the internet equivalent of a nuclear reactor running at critical levels 24/7, the outrage spread fast. And in addition to the offensive comments about trans people, the video also heavily downplayed a lot of things, like mental health issues.
Alright, I'll look into it.
Jello received a pretty significant amount of hate for the video. He also talked about it in his YumaCon 2015 panel interview, which he hosted with his sister, also known as Plaster.
I got online, and it's unusual for me to be off Skype for 2 days straight. And there had been there was that big reaction to it, and I got online. And some of my friends were like, "Oh, you're alive! Like, what happened?" It's like, "Oh, what do you mean? What happened?" And then we looked at all the feedback.
I think we got it.
I did get some death threats. That was a fun time. That's something everyone should have on their bucket list, is getting death threat. It means you stood for something, even if it's mocking a social media website. It's really important. It's a very big deal.
And this is where we get our first glimpse into one of Brendan's favorite hobbies, writing absolutely gigantic essays. So yeah, Jello responded with a massive explanation in the comment section of the same Tumblr video, talking about LGBTQ rights, his intentions, what he actually meant, why people misunderstood the joke, and basically every possible detail surrounding the situation. And no, we are not going to read this whole thing out, but if you look at that early apology closely, if you can even call it an apology, you start noticing a pattern that is going to appear constantly throughout.
Oh, he's not going to take accountability?
Hits him, Brendan almost never gives short responses. He writes novels. And trust us, as we move further into the story, you are going to see this happen a lot. Still, despite the backlash, Jello continued making Welcome To videos throughout the early 2000s. And overall, they performed pretty well, depending on who you ask. Some people saw them as clever internet satire, while others thought they were overly cynical and smug even back then. But around 2016,
I think that was fine.
Jello started moving into a completely different type of content, something that would become even bigger than the Welcome To series. The So This is basically videos, and this is where his reputation as the internet's aggressively opinionated cartoon critic really started taking shape. The format was simple. Jello would act like a sleep-deprived lunatic running entirely on caffeine and unresolved fandom trauma, and attempt to explain the plot of different cartoons, anime, games, and franchises in the most chaotic way possible.
Steven Universe is a show about the Crystal Gems. Garnet, Armrest, and Squidward. They babysit Steven Universe and go on adventures. Garnet is the best one. She's cool and lets Steven have fun. Squidward has a crush on Steven's dead mom, Mrs. Marshmallow. She's crazy. Armrest is purple. Together, they save Beach City and the rest of the Earth from evil monsters. At some point, it's revealed that all the gems are secretly evil or something, but that's only after 100 episodes of filler. You can just skip to the big twist where Garnet fights Hulk Hogan, and it turns out she's actually two lesbians in an overcoat trying to sneak into an R-rated movie. Follow Steven as he discovers his powers, such as spitting on people, featuring Beach City's rich cast of characters, including Curly Fries Man, who attempts to murder a character on screen, and everyone just seems to be cool with it. Also, this watermelon. All character development is done through singing and or crying. Steven Universe keeps its mysteries as mysteries by having Steven ask no questions that any other human would ask, such as, where did this lion come from?
Who is the evil space giraffe? Why is Armrest such a terrible person? Remember that time Armrest traumatized Steven by turning into his dead mom to taunt his emotionally broken father, and then made up for it by cleaning their garage? Yeah. That makes up for that.
Yeah.
Steven Universe teaches us that even if we come to understand someone, we can still hate them.
Armrest. Armrest purple Squidward. Oh my god, that was funny. But a lot of people didn't like that. And at the time, Steven Universe was extremely popular at that time. Jesus Christ, that man probably got a lot of death threats on that one. Oh my god. I can just imagine. Holy shit. Yeah, it was dark. That what makes it funny. When you're a kid, you didn't think much of it. It just kind of happened. But now, as an adult, you look at it now, it's like, oh shit, that's kind of sad.
Entire gimmick was that he would get some parts completely right while also intentionally butchering other parts for comedic effect, like somebody trying to explain a 200-hour JRPG after being awake for 3 straight days. And unlike the Welcome to videos, these took significantly less time to produce since they relied less on heavy animation, which was probably good news for Jello, considering he openly admitted he didn't exactly love making the old series anymore. So this is basically quickly became the main attraction of his channel. And honestly, from a YouTube perspective, it was a genius formula. Fast pacing, loud humor, meme editing, extremely quotable lines, and most importantly, it targeted fandoms that were already huge online, which meant the video spread everywhere
Almost instantly.
Over
Yes.
the years, Jello covered basically every major nerd property imaginable. Steven Universe, Gravity Falls,
Yep.
Overwatch,
Yep.
Pokemon,
Yep.
JoJo's Bizarre
Yep.
Adventure,
Yep.
RWB,
Yep.
Sonic.
He picked all the ones that at the time before MHA was the mentally ill shows. Well, not mentally ill. Those shows aren't mentally ill, but the people who are very fan fiction heavy / fan erotic focused / individuals who can't separate reality from themselves. So yeah. Yeah, he really put himself in the crossfire on that one. I would never have done that. Oof. Yeah, oof.
Like the Hedgehog and a ton of others, and these videos absolutely exploded in popularity. But this is also where something else started happening, because while the series was technically parody content, Jello's real opinion started bleeding through the jokes more and more over time. The sarcastic summaries slowly became less haha, funny exaggeration, and more Brendan explaining why your favorite show is poorly written for 8 minutes straight. And again, criticism itself was never really the issue. The problem was the tone. A lot of viewers started feeling like Jello approached media criticism with this incredibly smug energy. Like he wasn't just making fun of stories, but actively talking down to the people who enjoyed them, especially when it came to fandom-heavy series like Steven Universe or RWBY, where his videos often felt less like affectionate parody and more like somebody settling. Now, before we start breaking down some of Jello's more infamous videos in detail, we should also mention that he wasn't just making parody content during this period, because despite spending half his career acting like the final boss of cinema sins, Brendan was also experimenting with a bunch of genuinely ambitious creative projects on the side. And honestly, this is part of what made his online reputation so weird, because one minute he'd be making fun of a cartoon fandom for having bad writing, and the next minute he'd suddenly lock in and produce something surprisingly creative himself. For example, back in 2016, Jello started writing a fantasy webcomic called Cornucopia. The story followed a thief named Hiccup.
Oh yeah, he had a video of that. I saw that in his playlist way back when, but I never bothered to watch it because I didn't care for the whole sitting down watching through the still images.
And attempted to infiltrate a castle to steal an artifact, only for his plans to completely fall apart after being paired with somebody determined to catch him. Which already sounds like the kind of sentence somebody writes after consuming dangerous amounts of anime and ADHD medication simultaneously.
Whoa, go back. What?
Fantasy webcomic called Cornucopia. The story followed a thief named Hiccup who had paint powers and attempted to infiltrate a castle to steal an artifact, only for his plans to completely fall apart after being paired with somebody determined to catch him. Which already sounds like the kind of sentence somebody writes after consuming dangerous amounts of anime and ADHD medication simultaneously. Still, the comic was actually pretty well received. It gained a dedicated fan base relatively quickly, and a lot of people genuinely liked the world building, character designs, and humor, which is important to mention because despite all the criticism surrounding Brendan, the guy clearly did have creative talent beyond just complaining about cartoons online. Unfortunately, though, in classic internet creator fashion, the comic eventually disappeared into hiatus limbo. In May 2019, Cornucopia went on hiatus, and it has basically remained trapped there ever since. At this point, nobody really knows whether it's ever going to be finished or if it's just sitting in the same graveyard as every abandoned webcomic from the 2010s. But that wasn't the only thing he was experimenting with. On December 16, 2016, Jello uploaded a video called Every Disney Movie Reviewed in 10 Words or Less. And somehow, this stupidly simple concept turned into another massively popular series. The format was exactly what it sounded like. Jello would rapidly review every movie from a studio or franchise using only 10 words or fewer, which sounds easy until you realize he was trying to summarize decades of animated films while operating at the speed of an auctioneer having a panic attack.
Are you serious? Oh my god, did I see this? I feel like I did see this, but I'm passing.
Every Disney film reviewed in 10 words or less. Villain is killed by random lightning bolt. Good job, protagonists.
Where's my dad?
Why, he's in the whale, of course.
Wooden narrator spoils every animated segment before it happens. Oh, what a cute elephant.
Let's get him drunk.
Yeah, he did.
We see the deer in its natural habitat. It's dead. Pretty cool documentary guest starring.
He did. That's why I remember him. I remember his video.
The cowboy. Donald Duck flirting with live-action women is weird, sorry. Fantasia with lyrics! The child acting is more offensive than the racism. 1940s Jeff Dunham talks about bear sex. Your sins are not forgiven.
Excuse me?
Fantasia with lyrics! The child acting is more offensive than the racism. 1940s Jeff Dunham talks about bear sex. Your sins are not forgiven, little toot. If kids love anything, it's legal proceedings in British courtrooms.
The series eventually expanded into Pixar, DreamWorks Animation, Studio Ghibli, Disney sequels, Scooby-Doo movies, and even the Pokemon movies. And the Pokemon one was especially chaotic because Brendan decided, for reasons known only to him and possibly several sleep demons, to sing every review to the tune of the Pokemon theme songs with the help of Caleb Hiles.
Cool.
Ashes that scene was really bad, although it made you cry.
This naturally led to copyright problems because apparently giant media corporations become slightly irritated when you upload 20 minutes of legally questionable musical parody directly onto YouTube. The video eventually got claimed and copyright struck, although Brendan managed to bring it back through a loophole clever enough to briefly awaken the dormant YouTube lawyer hidden inside every content creator.
The usual reviews in 10 words or less, we'll be doing these reviews to the theme of various Pokemon theme songs.
Ah.
Well, to help me out, I brought in my buddy and professional sing man, Caleb Hiles.
Hey everyone, happy to be here and privileged to be lending my voice to these reviews.
We're going to review these movies to a variety of different Pokemon openings, starting with the original and then switching it up every few films. Okay, so it turns out the people who own Pokemon really hate it when you do that, because they hate fun, and this video got taken down with a copyright strike almost immediately. I have been trying to re-upload this for about 6 months in one form or another on YouTube, Dailymotion, Vimeo, and nothing works. So here is a little loophole I came up with. The singing reviews are no longer in this video, because that would be illegal, so it's muted now. But there just so happens to be a link in the description and the comment section that leads to the accompanying audio. Now, if you were to click that link and press play right in time with the start of the reviews, then the audio would just happen to sync up. Nothing illegal about that, it's just coincidence. So I'll just give you a second to scroll on down and open that up in a second tab.
Still, after the Pokemon video underperformed and caused copyright headaches, the series eventually died off completely. But even that still wasn't everything he was doing. During the Welcome To era and before So This Is Basically fully took over his channel, Jello also made comic dub videos with friends. They would take random comics or webcomics and dub them over with exaggerated voices and chaotic humor. Some of these included If Uno Was an Anime, Sailor Moon...
Oh yes, I remember that! If Uno Was an Anime, I remember that! What the fuck? Oh my god! Wait, I gotta look that up. It was like an anime. It's not a series, it's like a one-off thing. But it's like, it felt like you was watching an anime about Uno. If Uno was an anime, yeah, if, like, it's like, what is it called? It's like a fucking, let me see here. It's like if you saw like Duel Masters or like Yu-Gi-Oh type shit. It's kind of like that. and the main character is called Uno, but they play Uno. You know what I'm saying? Is a play on words. So like, oh my god, this is old as shit. This was 10 years ago. This was in 2016. This is fucking 10 years ago. It says, holy shit. Oh my god.
Looks like you won't be losing any more cards soon with this.
A card.
It's a draw two card. Once that card is placed down, it forces the next player to draw two more cards in their hand, gaining more cards and putting them at a disadvantage.
That kid, he knew what to do and found the perfect opportunity to strike. Shit. Now this match is starting to get real interesting.
Just 2 cards left. If all goes well in the next few turns, then my victory is assured. All I need from him now is a card that matches its color or its number.
I'm not letting you go that easily, foolish boy. I want to see your cute face break into tears.
What?
Behold your demise! You lose a turn with this skip card. This is bad. Oh, but that's not all, my boy. Once Yanagi finishes her turn, I'll surprise him with this. Go wild, draw 4. 6 cards in his hand, and mine with only 1. He wouldn't stand a chance. I can't wait to wipe that irritating grin off his face once and for all.
Right? Dude was the dude was fucking. He was fucking. He was talented. He. I don't know if he drew this, but like, I tell you. Damn, that was it. That was it. This video got 10 million views. This was 10 years ago, so I got a million views per year. Holy shit. Yep, he did the voice acting. It was insane. Man, it's kind of sad. It's like, you know, that's the one thing about YouTubers. When they're talented, they tend to suffer from something eventually, sadly enough. That's so sad. That's so sad. A little bit. I ain't gonna lie to you, because if you're talented, if you can back it up, I can't. Like, if you're arrogant but you're good at what you do, I can't be mad at you. I really can't. Like, it is what it is. Let me go back to the video that the guy was talking about. Hold on, let me get back. Shit. Where is it? There it is.
And even several dubbed chapters of the webcomic Cucumber Quest. But probably the most important side project Brendan ever created was something called Anime Campaign, and this is where things start becoming genuinely important to his overall story. Back in 2016, Jello began running a tabletop RPG series inspired by anime tropes. Basically, a Dungeons and Dragons style role-playing campaign where every arc parodied a different anime genre. One arc was Western themed, one was sports anime themed, one was magical girl themed, and apparently the very first arc, a tournament arc, was never recorded and has been lost forever, which Brendan himself later admitted was a terrible way to start a campaign, which is honestly one of the rare moments where his criticism of writing actually looped back around into self-awareness. But the important thing here is that Anime Campaign proved something. Brendan didn't just want to criticize stories anymore, he wanted to create them, and eventually the characters, settings, and ideas from Anime Campaign would be rewritten, redesigned, and
I'm not gonna lie, Epithet Erase is pretty good. I'm not gonna lie to you. I remember my sister got me watching it, and it's genuinely entertaining, and it has funny moments. There is a one disgusting moment that does happen. I'm going to warn y'all. I might even play it on stream. I might do it. You know what? I might even do it on official stream just to show it off. I might do that, but official reaction thing. But there is a point in an episode, I don't know which episode it was, that gets extremely disgusting, and you're going to have a near-jerk reaction towards it. I'm just letting you know. I'm not gonna tell how it happened, but you ain't gonna see it coming. It's disgusting as fuck. I'm telling you now. But if you decide to go watch on your own, prepare yourself. It's that horrendous. It's horrendous. I can't tell you. You won't see it coming, and you won't expect it at all when it comes. I know. It's insane.
Into a new project. Epithet erased in 2019. So now that we've talked about Jello's content, the side
I
project,
can't. I'm sorry. That's how horrendous it is. I can't.
Turned him from that funny parody animation
I can't. I'm sorry.
Because alongside the popularity of
Because like
basically
as disgusting as it is as funny as it is disgusting. So it's like it's not just disgusting; it is funny disgusting. You have to like let it happen for it to really hit its joke. Because he's funny, he knows how to write shit. So like if you, I can't. I wish I could tell you that's how horrendous it was. It caught. I screamed so hard. Bro, I screamed so hard when it happened. I was like, no, I like, no, why did that happen? Like, disgusting. I couldn't, like, who wrote this? I was like, no. But I did laugh my ass off. It just, oh my God. I just, like, you know how you had a visceral reaction or something? It was like that. Oh man, it was horrendous. I can't tell you, but it's funny though.
Also, a growing amount of backlash, and honestly, a lot of it came from the absolutely unbelievable levels of media analysis brain rot that started leaking into these videos over time.
Come on. Long chapter count. For the biggest serialized adventure manga in history, only to find that the adventure stories aren't as good as the thriller and espionage. Wait, what? Come on, man. Those are both good. Wow. Again, I know very little about One Piece,
off
but
of
even
that.
I
I
know
prefer some of my innocent attacks.
You got two different kinds of stories there, my guy.
When So This is basically first launched, it marked a clear shift in Jello Apocalypse's content style. Unlike the earlier Welcome to videos, which focused on internet culture and websites, this new series moved its attention toward cartoons, anime, and video games, essentially shifting from internet satire to media commentary. The format was initially very short. Early episodes were only around 1 to 3 minutes long, later expanding into roughly 4 to 6 minute videos as the series evolved. Each episode followed a consistent structure, a fast, condensed overview of a specific piece of media covering basic plot points, characters, and major story beats in an intentionally chaotic, comedic way. However, Jello also has a long history of making extremely strong opinions sound like objective facts, even when those opinions are built on the most surface level interpretation imaginable. Take this tweet he made about JoJo's bizarre adventure, for example. He said, "Please stop making JoJo video essays. I'm so tired of seeing the psychology of ex-villain and Araki's secret reasoning recommended in my sidebar. JoJo is an oil slick. It's volatile and fun to look at, but if you assume it has depth and dive into it, you'll hurt your head." So yeah, he basically demanded that people stop looking below the surface level, which is honestly infuriating to a lot of people who saw JoJo as more than just a silly meme. However, while he was getting a lot of hate, he also crossed 1 million subscribers around that time. But public opinion about Jello was in the gutter. For example, when discussing shows like Miraculous Ladybug, he would point out rushed writing decisions and production constraints, joking that 26 episodes written in 3 months and it shows.
Look out, VeggieTales. 26 episodes written in only 3 months. And it shows. Miraculous Ladybug teaches us that the amount of exposition and plot you need for a successful television show is 0. Hey guys, let's skip the exposition and put the beginning at the end. Wow, cool idea. What do we put in the middle?
While this is framed humorously, critics argue that the series often relies heavily on surface-level interpretation, focusing on pacing issues or isolated writing decisions without fully engaging with broader narrative context. This becomes a recurring criticism of So This Is Basically as a whole, that it often prioritizes punchlines over depth, and in doing so, reduces complex storytelling choices into simplified or exaggerated flaws. But the bigger issue, according to critics, isn't just simplification, it's presentation. Over time, audiences began noticing that the sarcasm in these videos wasn't always clearly separated from Jello's actual opinion. In many cases, the tone of humor and the tone of critique blended together, making it difficult to tell where parody ended and genuine criticism began. And for many viewers, the end result was that the sarcastic framing was taken as legitimate analysis. That distinction became especially important as the series grew in influence, because Jello wasn't just making jokes anymore, he was shaping how large audiences interpreted media. This is where more serious criticism of his approach begins to appear. Some viewers and commentators argue that his videos often lean toward what they describe as bad faith critique, focusing on nitpicks, exaggerated interpretations, or selectively framed moments rather than engaging with the full intent of the work. This is particularly visible in his coverage of shows like Adventure Time and Gravity Falls. In the Adventure Time video, for example, he critiques aspects like invented terminology and gross out humor, framing them as weaknesses in writing or creative decision making.
Oh, they're wacky adventures filled with the kind of randomness you thought was funny back when you still used the XD emoticon, featuring radical lingo, schmoz out, algebraic, slam a cow, that dude looks rough. Wow, that sounds really hip and not at all awkward and stupid. Hey there, network executive. You worried that sick lingo isn't enough to attract the kids and the stoners? Fret not, because Adventure Time's got you covered with gross out humor, featuring plenty of farts and sometimes vomit, animated, on screen, just visible, coming out of a mouth vomit. Not funny, never funny, always gross. Stop it. Watch as the show goes from a series of episodes with no conclusions to a series of character arcs with no conclusions.
Critics of his analysis argue that this ignores the purpose of world-building language and stylistic humor within the show's tone. Similarly, character interpretations, especially around Jake and Finn, are presented in a way that some viewers felt stripped away, nuance in favor of comedic criticism. The Gravity Falls video also drew attention for its portrayal of characters like Mabel, where some argue the criticism leans heavily into highlighting her flaws without fully acknowledging her age, emotional state, or narrative context within the story.
Marvel as the writers take the best character and gradually make her the worst character by having her learn no lessons for 40 episodes. Then watch as Marbles makes Dipstick give up everything so she can have summer free time and boys over and over again. And she's just totally selfish all the time. And they bring it up in universe and it just never gets resolved. Like literally the devil calls her out on it. And Gravity Falls is the best Western cartoon to come out this decade, featuring wonderful writing, morals, visuals, and a story and cast.
Yeah, she is literally, 12? So, yeah, this pattern of focusing on flaws in isolation rather than on a holistic interpretation became one of the central points of disagreement around the series. But perhaps the most important part of this controversy is how confidently these opinions are delivered, because Jello's style doesn't present itself as, this is my interpretation. It often comes across as a definitive judgment. The tone is assertive, fast, and comedic, but also authoritative enough that audiences may interpret it as an objective truth. And that is where influence becomes a double-edged sword. Over time, viewers began repeating these takes outside of the videos themselves, sometimes treating them as settled analysis rather than one creator's perspective delivered through humor. That's what made So This Is Basically so controversial in hindsight. Not just what it said about
then what I'm hearing is it's not that he's being overcritical, it's just that the tone is more bothersome than the actual what's being said. I think that's a problem.
Media it covered, but how it shaped the way audiences were taught to see that media in the first place. However, one controversy we definitely need to talk about is the RWBY video, because this was one of the first times backlash toward Jello started becoming genuinely intense outside of normal fandom.
Oh God.
Unlike the Adventure Time situation, people weren't just upset about the criticism itself, they were upset because Jello seemingly spoiled a major plot point from the show before it happened. So, for those of you who haven't watched RWBY, there's a character named Penny who dies earlier in the series and is later brought back in Volume 7. Around the time before that reveal officially happened, Jello uploaded his So This Is Basically...
Yeah, he didn't say anything bad. That's why I don't see the issue here. The issue is that they're saying his tone on how he says it is problematic, not what he says. That seems like a common problem in this. Now, I understand sometimes the tone can be a little annoying, but if you listen to the overall message, the tone tends to get drowned out almost instantly. Like I learned that a long time ago. Sometimes the tone sometimes the tone has no real merit. It's what's the message that is being stated is more important, because that's what gets you to point A and point B, not the tone itself. And I think that's why a lot of people who focus on tone than the message itself. But this was telling because this was in 2012 and 2016, between 2012 and 2016. So this makes a lot of sense, where a lot of people was getting canceled almost instantly for virtually everything and anything. Yeah. So I see where there's not a problem and there is at the same time. Right?
Basically RWBY video, and viewers quickly noticed something suspicious. At one point in the video, a card appears that heavily hints at Penny returning, and naturally, people immediately started asking, wait, how the hell did he know that? Now this is...
Wait, back up. What happened?
The criticism itself, they were upset because Jello seemingly spoiled a major plot point from the show before it happened. So, for those of you who haven't watched RWBY, there's a character named Penny who dies earlier in the series and is later brought back in Volume 7. Around the time before that reveal officially happened, Jello uploaded his "So This Is Basically RWBY" video, and viewers quickly noticed something suspicious. At one point in the video, a card appears that heavily hints at Penny returning, and naturally, people immediately started asking, wait, how the hell did he know that? Now, this is where things get messy. Jello later claimed that the image was randomly selected by one of the artists or editors working on the video, and that he simply thought it would age well as a joke. According to him, it wasn't some intentional malicious leak, which, okay, maybe. But then people found a comment under the video where somebody directly asked Jello how he knew about Penny's return, and Jello responded by implying that he knew because he had auditioned for the show and had information about future volumes. He said,
"Oh, bro,
it's because I live in Texas and I auditioned for the show. Some of the auditions..."
Wait. You auditioned something you're criticizing? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait, why would they give you that? Wait, whoa. Okay, now there's a big red flag here. Why? If you're auditioning for something, why the fuck are they telling you anything that's crucial to the show's plot points? Especially like something like a that's weird. Legal contract, by the way. Oh my god. But how would... Okay, he broke the legal contract. I get that point. But like, why would they tell him that? Huh. Why would you tell him that? Like, that's weird.
Packets have mild spoilers in them, which immediately made the entire situation look way worse, because now people have started wondering, so was the spoiler actually accidental, or did he knowingly hint at confidential information? And to make things even more confusing, Jello later tried clarifying the timeline, saying the audition happened later, except people checked the dates and realized the comment was made roughly a year after the original video, not several years later, as some had assumed. So at this point, nobody really knows what the full truth is. Did Jello intentionally leak Penny's return out of spite because of his relationship with the fandom? Maybe. Did the editor genuinely pick the image randomly and everything else was just Brendan talking too much online afterward? Also possible, but regardless of intent, the end result was the same. A major spoiler was publicly hinted at before the show revealed it, and people were furious. And honestly, the reason so many people were willing to believe the "he did it out of spite" theory says a lot about Jello's online reputation at that point. By then, he had already built an image of being overly defensive, petty, and weirdly hostile during internet arguments. So audiences naturally assumed the worst. There were massive discussions about the situation online, especially on Twitter and Reddit, with people debating whether he broke NDA, whether it counted as a leak, and whether he acted professionally at all. But somehow, that still wasn't the end of his terrible online takes, because then we get to Infinity Train. Now, for context...
Oh shit, he touched on that? Oh my god. Oh my god, he touched on Infinity Train. This man's on a fucking rampage. What the fuck? How did you touch that? Oh god, dude. Oh my god, you really touched on that. You're brave. You're braver than me. I would never have touched this. I know for a fact if you did, you would get fucked. Because, like, oh god.
Train was a beloved animated series that got absolutely demolished by corporate decision. In 2021, reruns started disappearing in favor of endless blocks of Teen Titans Go, and during the 2022 HBO Max content purge, the show was removed entirely from streaming along with several other animated projects. Fans were devastated, not only because the show got cancelled prematurely, but because it became genuinely difficult to even watch legally afterward. A huge amount of animation history was basically wiped off streaming platforms overnight, and somehow, during all of this, Jello decided this was the perfect time to publicly dunk on the show. He made a tweet criticizing...
Bro's like the Onision of animated shows to dunk on. This man's like Onision. He just takes it in time to just... As soon as the iron's hot, he takes it. He don't give a fuck. Yo. Yes. Now I'm starting to see it too. I'm starting to see it too. This shit wild. This man's crazy. Like, at first I was like, I think you guys are a little over the top with it. I think let the man have his opinion type shit. I was on that shit. I was like, okay, I get it. You guys don't like his opinions or how he says things, whatever. I guess that's still not really to get rid of him. He hasn't said anything technically wrong in my opinion. But now But now I'm understanding why this man's a demon. That's a demon.
Literally, while fans were mourning the series getting erased from existence by Warner Brothers, which, even if you dislike the show, is just incredible levels of tone-deaf behavior. Like, read the room, man. Nobody was asking him to suddenly pretend he loved the series, but going. I think the saddest thing I have to say about Infinity Train is that I understand why Cartoon Network canceled it, and I think I would have done the same. There are some incredible stories in there, but I'm not sure that this team knows how to tell them. We mean, wow, this is low. However, he later deleted this tweet because, well, people were furious. And then there's Ratatouille. Remember when we talked about his review content in 10 words or fewer? Well, on Patreon, Jello also made extended reviews in many words style discussions, and during one of these, he went on a rant about Ratatouille that perfectly summarizes the problem people have with his mindset. We came across this tweet online where someone describes how Jello has been nothing but a disappointment. Jello Apocalypse was a huge inspiration to me. One time he said something like, I wish people would wake up and realize Ratatouille is mediocre. And I thought, wow, what a miserable mindset. From now on, I am going to heavily encourage my fans to form their own media opinions. This is a true story, by the way. He said it in an extended Patreon review of every Pixar movie, and it completely shifted my mindset on how to present my opinions. It also shifted my mindset on giving him money. So yeah, throughout his entire online presence, Jello constantly presents subjective opinions with this bizarre sense of objective authority. And over time, that attitude became exhausting even for former fans. But honestly, all of this was still just the tip of the iceberg. Because if you really want to understand how unbelievably defensive Jello can become whenever people criticize him, then we need to talk about one of the most embarrassing moments of his online career. The Twitter meltdown from April 26, 2019. And the funniest part, it started because somebody answered a harmless Twitter question asking, which Twitter did you use to like but now hate? And one person simply replied, Jello. That's it. That was all it took. And somehow this sent Brendan into an absolutely legendary defensive spiral where he started making posts after.
I like how he's describing this. Sometimes describing someone's meltdown on Twitter is funnier than the actual meltdown itself. I find that funny. Because, like, most people call everything a meltdown these days. Like, if you have somewhat of an opinion or you want to explain yourself, they call it a fucking mass crash out or whatever the case may be these days. So you can never take whatever people say serious, but it's kind of funny when it's in a YouTube format. It's kind of funny to me. I don't know why I find it funny. It's like he's having a meltdown and he starts screaming. Blah, blah, blah. But I think that shit's funny.
Post after post, defending himself, arguing with random people, explaining why the criticism was unfair.
Again, I say this many times. Sometimes people don't like my opinions. Sometimes when I like say on like an Instagram post or something, and that's fine. But I never like trying to like justify myself to people sometimes because it makes no sense because they're gonna have an opinion on you. And even if you explain yourself on whatever you said or whatever you meant, they're just gonna have a solid foundation of hatred towards you. So it doesn't really make any sense to like try to change the mind of people on the internet. So like if someone sent me send me a comment or I made a drawing or something and they didn't like the drawing or they're trying to be disparaging or whatever the case may be, I just don't respond to it. Because no matter what I say, is like it's not going to change your mind. You're going to want to stay right majority of the time. Some people will be like, you know what, you're right. I can't see it that way. I understand there's people like that, but majority of people do not exist like that. Not anymore as we live. Some people just want to stay in the ignorance of what they want to believe, and that's fine, whatever. So that's why I don't bother. So if you say something positive, I'll respond. If you say something negative, I don't respond. Unless it seems like, unless it's like something super small, I might respond to. But like, I'm not gonna respond in whole conversation because I learned you can never truly change the mind of someone on the internet. 9 times out of 10, especially if they're coming at you already with hatred, they're just gonna stick to whatever they know. So it is what it is.
Generally,
they're gonna stay with their bias.
Just received psychic damage from a single tweet. Now we are not going to sit here and read every single tweet written by the mighty philosopher King Brendan Blabber, because honestly, digging through his Twitter history already feels like irreversible psychic damage, and we would rather not drag all of you down with us. So let's summarize this disaster instead. After seeing that one person said they used to like him but don't anymore, Jello launched into an absolutely massive defensive thread.
Why?
And when we say massive, we mean massive. We are talking nearly 20 separate tweets of this man passionately passionately defending both himself. So this is basically like he was in court fighting for custody of the series. The main point he kept repeating was basically, yeah, STIB kind of sucks now, but and then came the essays. He argued that he had actually been working on other creative projects, but YouTube simply wasn't recommending them to people. According to him, audiences only paid attention to so this is basically
invite him to a boxing match.
Kept getting ignored by the algorithm, which honestly, fair enough. That part is probably true to some extent. Once creators get boxed into a certain type of content, audiences often refuse to watch anything else. But then the thread just kept going and going and going.
Yeah, I learned that too. That's why we don't have a lot of people in the stream no more. I learned that when you once you get boxed in a certain specific way, it's kind of hard to break from it. That's why we don't get a lot of new people these days anymore, because I'm not drawing a bunch of anime chicks anymore as much as I used to. I'm usually doing other things, and when you try to do other things, oh god, it's an uphill battle. It's like you start from scratch from day one with influence. It's weird. It's a weird thing. So if you ever think of doing that, keep in mind what you really want to do, because that might fuck you over.
At one point, he explained that he started making more STIB videos again because one of his friends needed money, so he paid them for editing work through those videos, which somehow transformed the entire conversation from people don't like your criticism style anymore into actually, I'm basically just a nice person. Then he started talking about how he doesn't even make those videos primarily for views anymore, how most of his income comes from Patreon, how people misunderstand his intentions, how audiences only focus on negativity, how he's evolved creatively, how the internet reduces him to one series and just endless paragraph after paragraph after paragraph of self-defense. And honestly, this became one of the biggest recurring problems with Jello Online. The man physically cannot stop explaining himself. Now, while we are talking about Jello's many internet disasters, it would honestly be criminal not to mention the infamous vote video. A video so awkward, so painfully self-important that even Jello himself eventually deleted it. Of course, because the internet never forgets anything, re-uploads still exist everywhere. Now, we know that June the King video on Jello Apocalypse was also widely criticized for not really covering the situation as thoroughly or as carefully as the topic probably deserved. A lot of viewers felt that important context was either rushed over or left out entirely, which made the overall breakdown feel incomplete. That said, one part of the video that was handled more clearly was the vote video situation. So here's what happened. Back in November 2018, right before the US midterm elections, Jello suddenly tweeted saying, I might be uploading a special video tomorrow. It's not like my usual content, but I think it's important. And oh boy, he was not kidding about it being different. The video starts off normal enough. At first, it's just Jello encouraging Americans to vote.
This is a message for my American viewers. Vote. Vote, vote, vote. Vote on Tuesday, November the 6th. Vote now if you can. Get your friends to vote. Get your family to vote. Get everyone you know to vote. Vote even if they shut down your usual.
I think this is not a good look. I honestly don't think it makes sense for creators to do this, or even celebrities to do this. I think this is something that should naturally happen through the channels that focus on this particular thing, not your animation channel that you come out saying vote, 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 vote. Like, no. I don't like this. You've seen this? I have never seen this. This is new to me. I have never seen this video. But then again, he said he deleted it, so I never came across this. Yeah, I think if you're like a video game, say you're a video game channel, right? And you just do video games, and you do a specific video game, right? Really? Okay, so it is funny. Okay, so say you're a video game channel, right? And you talk about only video games. Only video games. That's all you talk about, that's all you focus on. Then all of a sudden you come out of nowhere and start talking about vote for this person, vote, or just vote in general. You didn't even say who is for. I don't think that's a good look. It feels very manipulative to a degree. Like, I understand you're probably into politics and stuff, but keep that personal to you, because that's not what I came here for, right? I didn't come here to get lectured to, like, for that very reason, right? That's where I don't like that. You will never catch me doing something like that. I'm not going to tell you guys to go vote for anyone, whether I feel strongly about a certain candidate or whatever the case may be, or I think they should win or they deserve to lose or whatever the case may be. I'm not going to tell you guys jack shit, because that's not what you guys came here for. That's like when people ask me, are you going to show us your face? When you going to show us your face? I'm like, not going to do that. And they're like, why? Because, well, obviously, because you didn't come here for my face. You didn't come here for my face. You came here for my art, or for what I have to give to entertain you. You didn't come here for my face. If that was the case, it would be about my face. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that makes sense. You came here for what you came here for. You didn't come here for anything else. Why would I give you something that you didn't come here for? You didn't go Burger King to get tacos, right? I'm not gonna do that. Fuck. Why would I do that? It's kind of dumb. No.
Polling place. Vote even if your polling place was moved unreasonably far away. Vote even if they make it hard. Vote even if you need to skip work. Those few hours of wages aren't worth your country being an unsafe place for you and your family.
Basic civic engagement stuff, nothing unusual, but then halfway through, the tone shifts hard. Instead of simply encouraging participation in elections, the video suddenly turns into this dramatic, emotionally charged lecture directly criticizing the Trump administration and warning viewers about rising extremism in America.
If you voted for the current administration because you genuinely thought they would really help America, that's fine. That's what you should always do. Your vote and your voice matter. But don't be afraid to look at our country now and reconsider. There's nothing wrong with having backed the wrong horse. There is something wrong with seeing that horse running towards a cliff and refusing to get off just because it's your horse.
And look, creators are allowed to talk politics. That's not the issue here. The reason this video became
It's manipulative
was because of how unbelievably melodramatic it was. Joe
Yeah.
starts making statements comparing the political climate to horrifying real-world tragedies, saying things like, vote like a black man was lynched for protesting police violence, and vote like Jewish people are being gunned down in a synagogue like it's 1939.
Vote like a black man was hanged from a tree for protesting police violence and police killing black men just for being black. Vote like your president is a nationalist, because he is. Vote like the term alt-right is now a household term for fascism and hate, because it is.
Not
Vote
liking
like
this.
Jewish people are being gunned down in a synagogue like it's 1939, because they are.
This
Not liking
immediately
this.
caused backlash because people felt he was drawing incredibly reckless comparisons and implying direct political responsibility for tragedies that were far more complicated than the video presented them to be. And this is where Jello's biggest weakness as an online commentator appears again: absolute certainty. Because instead of presenting nuanced political concerns, the video delivers everything with this overwhelming, I'm morally correct, and if you disagree, you are part of the problem energy.
Type shit.
Combined with the dramatic music and intense delivery, the whole thing honestly felt less like a thoughtful political statement and more like somebody trying to speedrun an Oscar speech after reading Twitter for 6 hours straight. Naturally, the internet clowned on it immediately. Multiple creators mocked the video, including Turkey Tom, while people on Twitter turned certain clips into memes almost overnight. Even viewers who agreed politically with the
Remember, this was back then, so it was 2015, 2016. He said 2017. It was 2018, sorry. 2018, so this type of tone was very... what I was dealing with back in 2018, this was pretty on the nose. It was pretty normal. So that's why some people thought it was funny, X, Y, and Z. That was... I already knew that what his political status at that point was if I saw this video. I already knew where that was going, so...
Still thought the execution was painfully heavy-handed. And honestly, the funniest part is that Jello later admitted the video was rushed and clunky because it was made in under 48 hours before the election. Yeah, we noticed. He also defended parts of the rhetoric afterward, arguing that he believed there was a connection between extremist political rhetoric and growing fear among minority groups in America. Which, fair enough, that's his opinion. Now, at this point in the internet rabbit hole, things start shifting from documented controversies into the much messier territory of online speculation. The kind of claims that exist more in fandom rumor circles than in anything properly confirmed. One of the more frequently brought up examples involves an alleged alternate account that some users online have linked to Jello Apocalypse, supposedly under the name Pepper Spot Sunshine, which is, well, a fart fetish account. Now, to be very clear, there's no solid...
Oh my god. Oh my god. I thought it couldn't get any more worse, but it absolutely got worse. It absolutely went out the window. What the fuck? Okay, how do you fuck that up? If you have an alt account, how do you get people to figure out that you have an alt account? What are you doing? Ain't the point of the alt account not to do the same thing as the other? There's apparently we're not totally sure. I don't think he said alleged. He said allegedly. There's an alt account that belongs to him. Yeah, the fuck? Okay. So, oh my god, now seeing it is horrendous now. I can now see it. Like, he has the alt account as we believe. Yeah, that was a major 180. Didn't see that comment at all. So like, fuck, this dude has a alt account, which I don't know how you fuck that up. How do you fuck that up? How do you get people to figure out that you have an alt account? What are you doing on the alt account to make it seem like people think you have an alt account? Jesus, he has a fart fetish. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Account that some users online have linked to Jello Apocalypse, supposedly under the name Pepper Spot Sunshine, which is, well, a fart fetish account. Now, to be very clear, there is no solid verified evidence that this account actually belongs to him. What exists instead is a mix of screenshots, old comments, and internet threads where users try to connect dots that were never officially confirmed in the first place. At most, what we're left with is a collection of circumstantial claims and online assumptions, amplified by creators and commentary videos that revisit the topic through an investigative lens. However, we can tell you that the creator called Toastify
wait, go back.
supposedly under the name Pepper Spot Sunshine, which is, well, a fart fetish account. Now, to be very clear, there is no solid verified evidence that this account actually belongs to him. What exists instead is a mix of screenshots, old comments, and internet threads where users try to connect dots that were never officially confirmed in the first place. At most, what we're left with is a collection of circumstantial claims and online assumptions, amplified by creators and commentary videos that revisit the topic through an investigative lens. However, we can tell you that the creator called Toastify made a video investigating the situation, and according to this video and tweet we found online, it all goes back to a comment that Jello made on a video of a girl where someone was asking about He-Girl's name, and Jello replied with the name. We mean the comment that Jello allegedly replied to is so nasty that we don't even know if it should be read out, but this is the tweet we are talking about. A lot of people also point out He-Girl's name, and Jello replied with the name. We mean
they commented on a fart vid on Jello's account by accident. Had a pretty girl slim sit on my face in the outfit, and she farted on my face. Loved the bulging gas. Oh my god. Throw her black horse. No, her black hose and panties filling my mouth. She's orgasm too? The fuck? Her name was Simone. That's her name. What the fuck? What is wrong with people? Yeah, you do that. The fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck?
The comment that Jello allegedly replied to is so nasty that we don't even know if it should be read out, but this is the tweet we are talking about. A lot of people also point out that the art style is also heavily similar to Jello. And oh well, he also drew art for Pizza Game, which, if you don't know, is a mind-numbing dating game. But this is the tweet we are talking about. A lot of people also point out that the art style is also heavily similar to Jello. And oh well, he also drew art for Pizza Game, which...
Oh, it's rain. Okay, it's about the rain. Okay, I was like, what's that noise?
So nasty that we don't even know if it should be read out, but this is the tweet we are talking about. A lot of people also point out that the art style is also heavily similar to Jello. And oh well, he also drew art for Pizza Game, which, if you don't know, is a mind-numbing dating game. Now, all of that being said, we're not even at the biggest disaster of Jello's entire career. Oh
my god, we're still not there yet? What the fuck? We're not there yet. Somehow we're not there yet. What the hell? We're not there yet. What the fuck?
Surrounding the lovely complex stuff. So, for those who don't know, this wasn't just a case of people didn't like a video or some tweets got taken out of context. This was a full-blown industry-level controversy that started with a small localization project and eventually spiraled into public backlash, professional distancing.
Wait, go back. What did he say?
Also point out that the art style is also heavily similar to Jello. And oh well, he also drew art for Pizza Game, which, if you don't know, is a mind-numbing dating game. Now, all of that being said, we're not even at the biggest disaster of Jello's entire career. The controversy surrounding the lovely complex stuff. So, for those who don't know, this wasn't just a case of people didn't like a video or some tweets got taken out of context. This was a full-blown industry-level controversy that started with a small localization project and eventually spiraled into public backlash, professional distancing, and a wider debate about how far adaptation work should go before it stops being adaptation at all. To understand it properly, we first have to understand the context. Lovely Complex is a well-known shoujo romantic comedy manga from the early 2000s, later adapted into an anime in 2007 and followed by several other adaptations. Yes, it is that popular. Now, a decade
Is
later, in October 2023, the company announced an English dub to be in the works at Sound Cadence Studios, set to be released in a 2024 Blu-ray box set. This was a largely collaborative setup involving favors, low-budget scheduling, and a lot of informal creative work rather than a traditional studio pipeline. Jello Apocalypse was brought into this project in a freelance capacity, contributing to script adaptation work alongside other collaborators. From the outside, the production already had unusual conditions, limited funding, tight scheduling, and a heavy reliance on goodwill between contributors. Now, that being said, at the beginning, most people didn't even know Jello was involved in the project at all. His role wasn't widely publicized, and for a while, there was no direct link between him and the dub in the public eye. That changed when the two companies involved in the production, Discotech Media and Sound Cadence Studios, released a statement denouncing a collaborator for unprofessional conduct. The post didn't name anyone directly, which initially left the situation vague and open to speculation. However, it didn't stay ambiguous for long. Discotech had actually publicly shared production credits listing the staff involved in the dub. Among those credits, Brendan Blaber, Jello Apocalypse appeared under roles of ADR scriptwriter and lyric adaptation. Once that information was out in the open, it didn't take long for viewers to piece together who the statement was referring to, and the situation escalated from vague industry news into a full public controversy almost overnight. However, the controversy began only after comments made by Jello regarding the original material became public. In his later Patreon write-up, he openly shared his frustrations with aspects of the source material and discussed the creative decisions made during localization. So yeah, the situation probably wouldn't have escalated into something this large, or left him with the level of backlash he has now, if Jello hadn't chosen to go on his Patreon and openly break down, justify, and in some cases boast about his involvement in the entire project. On top of that, he made the decision to set this one particularly long Patreon post to public, meaning anyone could read it without needing a subscription. That post quickly spread beyond his usual audience and became the central piece people pointed to when discussing the controversy. That is, before it was deleted. The post was titled, "Marissa and I write an anime dub," and in the description, he wrote, "This post is free because I wanted to talk about our work on the show, but I obviously don't want to paywall it as I don't own it." In it, he laid out the full scope of the project, his creative contributions, and his personal opinions about both the process and the original material. What stood out wasn't just the content itself, but the tone. It mixed behind-the-scenes insight with blunt criticism and strong personal framing of what he thought worked and what didn't. Once that was made public, it essentially reframed the entire situation. What had started as an internal industry dispute or vague statement about unprofessional conduct suddenly became a widely circulated first-hand account, one that people could dissect, quote, and interpret in multiple ways. And the way people interpreted it the most was, wait for it, artistic vandalism. Now, before we talk about the impact of this post, it's worth looking at some of the things Jello actually said about the project itself. For context, Lovely Complex is a story about a tall girl and a short boy who fall in love but struggle to act on their feelings because of their height difference. In his write-up, however, he downplayed that central premise, suggesting it didn't reflect real insecurity in a meaningful way and drawing comparisons to modern takes like Netflix's Tall Girl. In other parts of the post, he was far more blunt about his overall opinion of the series. He described Lovely Complex in strongly negative terms, arguing that he felt the writing and character dynamics were flawed and that the story didn't hold up well in his view. He also went into detail about his frustrations with certain narrative choices, pacing issues, and character behaviors, framing much of the series as something he actively disliked working with. He said, and quote, "I hated Lovely Complex." He further discussed production circumstances, including how the localization team operated under tight constraints and how parts of the project were handled in a very informal, favor-based way due to limited resources and staffing changes during production. And to make things even worse in the eyes of many readers, he also openly pointed out the difference in professional standing between him and his collaborators. In the post, he emphasized that since Marissa Lindsay was directly associated with the production companies, she was effectively limited in what she could publicly say about the situation.
I guess his biggest problem is his ego. His biggest problem is himself. He's his worst enemy. He doesn't know when to stop talking. He does not know when to stop talking. That's his problem. Hello. A lot of people from Brazil like to let me know they're from Brazil for some odd reason. I'm not sure what's up with that. But anyway, hello.
In contrast, he framed himself as a freelancer brought in on a contract basis, arguing that this gave him more freedom to speak openly and express his personal opinions about the project. We mean just wow. However, after the post circulated, the reaction from audiences was far from neutral. Instead of seeing it as a behind-the-scenes reflection on adaptation work, many people interpreted it as unprofessional criticism of a property he had helped localize. Critics argued that his tone came across as dismissive and overly harsh, especially toward the original creator's work, while others went further and labeled his opinions as disrespectful and unbalanced for someone directly involved in the adaptation process. We mean, he called Risa a psychopath and Otani and BU's victim.
You know, well, you have to stop and think about it. This is in 2015, 2017, 26, between 2015 to 2018, or even probably 2019. But you have to take in consideration, a lot of companies are still hiring people who hate the source material. I don't know what's up with that nonsense, why they keep doing this. Remember, they was hiring actors, actresses, directors that hate the original shit anyway. There really isn't. Sometimes you gotta just let some hills just go. But like, it's wild because at this time, and still even up to this day, there are still directors who are being hired who don't know anything about the source material of anything, of said property. It just happens to be popular. And then have people who hate it or don't like it or don't care for it, direct it and then hope for the best and put their own interpretation. Not even take it from what it came from or the source material. It just literally just does whatever they want, and then when things don't go wrong, they turn and say, "Oh, the audience is just not modern enough, or the audience is too phobic enough, or it's some shit like that, some stupid coping mechanism that they." That's the same thing they did with with the Last of Us. We call it Accolade, or I think it's Alkaline Accolade, whatever the fuck, the Star Wars show, and then they did the same thing with Captain Marvel. It's not made for you. I'm not going to be listening to some 30, 40 something year old man telling me what to do or what my movie should be. It's not made for you. And then found out that that movie flopped hard because, well, you told most of the audience to go fuck off. And majority of that audience was men, not women, even though some women went to go see this movie. Majority of this men, 98 to 85% of your audience was men. You told them to go fuck off. They don't go watch it. Probably 15% of those was women who went to go watch your fuck ass movie, and then it flopped. And then you got replaced by your own movie in your sequel of your movie with three other characters that are a lot more likable than you, and then still didn't do well because you still told men to go fuck off. They did do that. They did do that, which is irony because you guys got real specific on who you hated. You said white men specifically, and the irony in that is that statistically, they show that white men went to go see that movie. And oh yeah, and High Guard as well. So like it's insane. They keep hiring people who either hate the source material or the case may be. So like I don't know why companies don't vet these people in the slightest. You know what I'm saying? This is not even his issue. It's his issue, but this is not even his fault. Who hired them is the problem. You know what I'm saying? You should vet these people before you put them on these projects. So you ask them several questions, give them like a whole assessment, like 50 to 60 or 70 questions of a particular property. See how much they get right. If they get less than 3 wrong, get them the fuck up out of there. If they get more than 3 wrong, get them the fuck up out of there. They can't get the job. You can't get more than 3 wrong, and you can only get less than 2 right. I mean, 2 wrong. You can only get 2 wrong or 3 wrong at max, but all the rest has to be right. I think that makes sense. And you have to ask history, story, why you're here, why you like it. I think that makes sense. All right, later, B. Yeah, I don't think that makes a lot of sense. Laters.
However, from that point onward, discussion around the dub stopped being just about translation choices and started focusing heavily on professionalism, tone, and whether public commentary like that crosses a line when you're part of the creative team. The backlash wasn't just about opinion, it was about tone and timing. In localization work, even critical interpretation is usually expected to remain internal or carefully framed because Joel publicly expressed strong creative dissatisfaction alongside his involvement in rewriting elements of the script. It blurred the line between adaptation and critique, and we are honestly putting it lightly, because Jello, in the end, was a complete unprofessional asshole. Supporters of the project also pointed out that many changes were standard localization choices, adjusting humor, smoothing dialogue, and modernizing references. The situation
modernizing references.
Online discussion dissected specific dialogue
changes
like that. And added jokes. Some viewers felt these choices improved clarity or comedic timing, while others believed they altered the original tone of the series too aggressively.
Sure did
Once
that.
Debate started, it quickly moved beyond beyond the dub itself and into broader arguments about localization philosophy. By the time official statements were released by the companies involved, the discussion had already grown into something larger than a single project. But Jello maintained that he made the dub better and that there was no vandalism. But even after all of this, it still wasn't enough for Jello. It seemed like he continued to stir controversy, fully aware of how people already perceived him. Because of that, he decided to push things even further, and this time the reaction was noticeably stronger. This brings us to his video on One Piece, a series with an extremely large...
You know what's the problem with this dude? He likes to contest with the internet. I've learned one thing about the internet. You can never win against the internet. Either it's with you or it's against you. If it's against you, don't engage. If it's for you, engage. That's what I'm saying. I'm never going to respond to someone who's saying something disparaging or evil about me, about my work, because it's just about the work and nothing more. It has nothing really to do with me. They're just projecting whatever issues that's going on with them. So I'm not going to argue with you unless it's something so minute I can actually answer it and it's not going to lead into an argument. But if it seems like it's going to, I just don't respond. I just stop talking. Because it makes no sense. Yeah, if I was him, I would not even bother to argue or make any statements. I don't know why he's saying anything. His problem is that his ego gets the best of him, and he thinks because people think he's undeserving what he's doing, he needs to prove himself or prove to others that he is of deserving. If you know that you're of deserving, you don't need to explain anything to anyone. That's the irony in that self. If you know you're good at what you do and you think you're deserving of that thing, you don't have to say anything. Silence can sometimes be better than saying absolutely anything. A wise man holdeth his tongue and lives another day. A fool rages on and keeps speaking. It says that in the Bible. He keeps his tongue and don't stop speaking. He stops speaking and speak when spoken to, or needs to speak when needed. A fool just keeps talking. He is the fool. He keeps talking. He doesn't know when to shut the fuck up. So sometimes knowing when to shut up is better. My father told me that. Sometimes it's best. Getting the last laugh is not always best. Sometimes just saying absolutely nothing can be better than saying absolutely anything. It can say a lot more than saying nothing. But you don't listen. They don't listen.
Protective fanbase, which he was clearly aware of. When he uploaded his breakdown of the series, it quickly became clear to many viewers that he either didn't fully understand the material or was deliberately exaggerating his criticisms.
Oh, please is the story of Loosey Goosey. He plays things fast and loose, but he got too loose, and now he's all wiggly. He's made of rubber. How did that happen?
Yo, the government has been lying to you. Our true history is written on magic Legos. The gum fruit isn't real. There are weasels on the moon. Cast away your shackles, my brothers, and rise! Rise!
Now, compared to his earlier STIB videos, this one stood out. Instead of feeling like light comedic commentary, many viewers felt the tone was significantly harsher. A number of commenters pointed out that the video didn't feel like playful ribbing anymore. We mean, it was even worse than Adventure Time or Gravity Falls. This one was just mean-spirited. Jello crossed many characters, saying that the show would be better off without them.
All of these guys are absolutely essential. How many of them could you possibly cut while telling the same story?
Wait, that's not actually true. Oh, okay, never mind.
Whoa. Oh, that's at least 5 of them. I'm glad we wasted pages on these dudes instead of seeing the Straw Hats actually have any kind of dynamic with each other.
He made fun of the anime for having too many chapters and oversimplifying every arc.
Come aboard and bring a long chapter count. For the biggest serialized adventure manga in history, only to find that the adventure stories aren't as good as the thriller and espionage ones, and the author should probably just be writing that. Tremble in excitement and watch as Lucy has to punch the bad man in order to stop the natural disaster from crashing down and destroying an island that's shaped like a circle.
One viewer summed it up by saying, "This video felt like it crossed the line from joking criticism into something more mean-spirited. It's well animated and well produced, but the tone just feels unnecessarily harsh compared to the usual STIB style." Another commented, "It almost feels like there's some kind of grudge against One Piece. I'm not sure if that was intentional, but it definitely changes the vibe from the earlier videos." In the end, whether you view it as harsh criticism, misunderstood intent, or just another case of internet discourse spiraling out of control, the situation around Jello and his work shows how quickly things can escalate once audience perception shifts. What started off as commentary, creative writing, and satirical breakdowns slowly turned into a long chain of controversies, misunderstandings, and community backlash. With every new project or post, the conversation seemed to grow bigger, and the focus gradually moved away from the content itself and more toward the person behind it. At a certain point, it becomes less about individual videos or specific takes and more about how everything connects together in the public eye. And in Jello's case, it was just bad, the isolated incidents and the bigger picture. On this note, we would like to end today's video. We tried our best to cover the major aspects of Jello's careers and controversies. Feel free to comment down below and let us know, what do you think about this?
Interesting. That was interesting nonetheless. That was interesting. Not even gonna lie.
AI is apparent.
Why AI criticism is growing stronger? This is from the news. This is from ABC News.
Really losing public support.
This is 4 minutes.
Watch as UCF grads boo this real estate executive's speech about the daunting changes they face.
The rise of artificial intelligence is the next industrial revolution.
Now, that's just part of a growing wave of backlash over AI stealing jobs, hiking electricity rates, hurting the environment, and a number of other concerns. Axios senior AI reporter Madison Mills is here for more. Hi, Madison. You've been following this closely, but people have been raising concerns about AI since it was first introduced to the general public. So how is this new wave of backlash different?
Well, in part, it's different because the public sentiment around AI is really nosediving.
Pretty much. The only thing you have to do when not being popular is take things so personally, because no matter what you do, you're going to get criticized anyway. Even if you do something super positive or even super negative, you're going to get some form of backlash or some form of critique or something to that degree. It might sound a little harsh. It might sound a little normal. It might sound whatever. But one thing you can't escape from is some form of criticism one way or another. Now, it's how you deal with said criticism that leads to whatever you think is best. I mean, whatever that leads to that point. It's how you respond that makes all the difference. And I think that's his what's telling is that he doesn't know when to stop responding. I don't think that's been so far in that entire video we watched. It showed him not responding. It's always him responding, and that's where his problem comes in. He doesn't know when to stop responding and just let things settle down or let laying dogs lie. He has to make a spectacle of everything because he needs to prove that he is worthy, or his ego gets the best because he thinks he's a lot more than he is. And he's creative. I'm not gonna not take that from him, but like, you have to realize once you start putting things publicly out there in the public space, no matter how much of a talented individual you are, you're always subjected to someone saying, I don't like your work. I don't think you're as talented as I think you say you are, or I think you people make out you to be. That's just life. Like what you think, like some people love One Piece, other people hate it to an nth degree. Maybe it's the story, maybe it's just how it is, maybe it's just hearing about One Piece in general bothers them in general. This may has nothing to do with the show, the story, the art style, or even the artist. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just, you just have to learn when to take the punch and run, and take the one to fold them type shit. So you just gotta let things be. Just gotta let things be. That's all you have to do. That's all you can do. You gotta you gotta shoot your cortisol levels because someone says I don't like your work. That shit's dumb. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wouldn't do that. How many times people say I don't like your work, or your work looks like shit, X, Y, and Z. Hello, Sienna, how are you doing? It's like, I hope you're having an awesome day. It's like if I had to argue with, or had a penny for every time someone said my work looked like ass, I'd be fucking rich right now. But like, I'm not gonna bother. I'm not gonna argue with them, because even when I tell them like, well, I am learning still, or case may be, people say you fall off, X, Y, and Z. I didn't know I was even on. When people say I fall off, I'm like, I don't think I think you only consider yourself fall off when people actually remember you and recognize you in a way that just seems so unrecognizable. So I'm saying not doing so well. Well, how come? What's wrong? Yeah, it's if yeah, like if it's like there's a difference between criticism and just being an ass. I understand. I get you. I understand. Stress can get to you. I hope you feel better though. But yeah, like that's how like okay, so like I think a perfect example of this is like when someone says, "Oh, the work looked like ass," and then they just leave it like that. Yeah, I hope your day gets better. And they just say, "Yeah, I just uh your work looks like ass," and then they just say that. I'm like, okay. And then he says, "What makes it look like ass?" And they're like, "I don't know, it just looks like ass." I'm like, okay. Well, that's not really much of a criticism. It's like, how? No, that is criticism. You just can't take it. They want to argue because they're not making it about the work. They're just saying if they don't like it, and they can't explain why. If you can't explain something that you don't like, then something's wrong. You can't just say you don't like something. That's insane. There's something about it that's bothering you, or something that's off. Because I never liked when people did that in high school. They say, I don't like that person. Like, why you don't like that person? I don't know. I just don't like them. That shit's stupid. That is the most childish thing, mostly mentally ill thing you can probably say to someone without realizing how stupid that sounds.
Axios said if AI was a political candidate, it would be losing.
Now, I'm not saying you have to like them, but to say you hate them or you don't like them is like just as much as you should tell them why you do like them. If you don't like them for no reason, then that's a mental problem with you.
And slide, and people would be asking whether it's already time to drop out of the race. And this is kind of colliding at these commencement speeches. We had a former Google executive, Eric Schmidt, talking on stage at a commencement speech, and students going so far as walking out. Gen Z in particular is an outspoken group on this topic because
Clips to you paint. You're fine.
Their economic prospects really taking a hit off the back of the inclusion of AI in workplaces. We've seen entry-level work taking a strong hit because of the implementation of AI tools in workplaces, taking over jobs like assistant and intern that typically would be right for those young folks. So it's not surprising to AI reporters that you would hear these commencement speeches getting booed, but unfortunately for the speakers, it seems like it was a little bit of a surprise for them.
Now, you say AI executives aren't doing much to quell this backlash. Why not?
Because it's an inevitability.
There's such a huge disconnect between the messaging from the AI CEOs and the public. For one thing, the CEOs are messaging to investors who they want to give them money so that they can continue to build out their AI labs and produce more supply of AI, which we call compute capacity, to be able to reach demand and continue to grow their revenue. The pitch to investors is very different than the pitch to consumers.
Yes, because the investor is a guaranteed thing compared to a consumer. Because a consumer can say, I don't like you anymore because you did something I didn't like. Yes. No problem. So yeah, that's where that problem comes in. The reason why the investor is overvalued than that of the customer is because the customer can always change their mind, but with an investor, they're kind of, they can pull out, but like there's a lot more to it. But like they can get away. They can't get away with it half the time. So they're like, when they put their investment in, they want to make sure that that is guaranteed money, and they're most likely to pay. It's like those whales in those gotcha games. You want to keep the whales happy, not the casuals. The casuals are not what makes us money. It's those whales that makes us money. We need the whales to always, buy that next gotcha outfit for that next Zenless Zone Zero character, or that Genshin Impact character, or whatever the case may be. They're our bread and butter, what keeps us afloat. So that's what that is. Hey, PT.
When you're talking to investors, you want to say, this could take over jobs. It could save companies money, so much so that they're willing to pay the AI labs more because they can cut back on staff. That might sound like a good investment opportunity, but it sort of lands like a thud among the consumer base. Also some of these AI
I've been streaming. You said streaming. I've been streaming since what? Late 2017? Yeah, I think I started streaming late 2017. No. 28. No, lie. 2019. Art. If I'm talking about art, 2019. Yeah, 2019. I started Artextric in 2017.
Labs, especially OpenAI through ChatGPT, they want consumers to be paying them as well. So as these companies plan to go public later this year or early 2027, we could see a little bit of a shift in their communications messaging.
But you say global opinion is more positive. Any sense of why sentiment is different overseas compared to in the US?
This is some.
Let me see. How long have you been drawing? Oh, you're talking about now? You mean like right now? I thought you were talking about my overall since then to now. I've just been streaming. I started around like what? What's today? I started around like 1. It's 5. I was streaming for like what? 4 hours now. It might have been 4 hours.
Something that's happened historically with tech revolutions, we see especially in developing countries that in the survey data, there's sometimes a more positive view towards the technology. I would also add though that it's sometimes difficult to.
That's an average. That's the average streaming time.
For example, in some other Southeast Asian countries, a lot of positive sentiment around AI. It's difficult to suss out how much of that is the true public sentiment around the technology versus a broader national push to get people to adopt to the tech. So I think that's important to note. But more broadly, we see in countries where there's less white collar work, you're also seeing a less negative public sentiment around AI, which again is not super surprising because the messaging around the technology.
Hey PT, how's your life? How's day going?
Replace people's jobs. So you are starting to see a little bit more of that positive sentiment around the globe compared to the US.
Senior AI reporter at Axios, Madison Mills. Madison, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's see. I wasn't too surprised by that response that she gave. Shocking moment, roommate twist rocks. What? I don't know about that. Let me see here. What is going on here? It says here, hollow snap should have been permanent. What? Oh, these are bikini mods. Okay, that's what this is. God damn. Okay, this is bikini mods. I got it.
How was it go?
That was kind of big grand food plans. Nah, I don't care for that. Raves.
Open.
Rave Star. What is this? Actually, no. I'll save that for a video. I'll save that for a video. It looked like that looks like interesting. It looks like something for a video. Okay, Red Riding Hood move list. So this is a character from a video game called Swords and Slippers. Swords and Slippers. I guess it's a new indie game, and it's making its rounds. It says Swords and Slippers keep asking for one more hit. Red Riding Hood move list. Interesting. Huh? Horrible. Oh, wait. Why is your day horrible? I didn't see that. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Why is your day horrible? Oh, yeah. Do your thing. Have a good night. Yeah, laters. Have fun at your trip. Huh, interesting. So this one is a trailer, a game trailer from Square Enix. Square Enix. It says, The Adventures of Elliot, the Millennium Tales. Launch date announcement trailer.
Run, Elliot!
Dad.
Oh, come on! Keep wishing! You want to live, right?
There are still things I must do. Please, bring me back to life.
Elliot and the Fairy Fae adventure across Philadelphia. Traveling through 4 ages, spanning 1,000 years, to lift a curse on Princess Huria. Elliot's home time, the age of safekeeping.
But the kingdom is utterly dependent on the princess and her spell of safekeeping now.
It is true, she bears a heavy burden. The age of reconstruction, when humans cower in the shadows of ruin.
People didn't just lose magic, but their will too. I want the world to prosper again.
Humanity's
School, huh? This college or high school?
Nation of magic. Magical research is the backbone of the society.
Which is all the more reason it must
I'm pretty sure it's college, isn't it?
age of budding, the birth of human civilization.
I want only peaceful coexistence. I have never sought power.
Philadelphia's history is woven by the emotions of its inhabitants. Those emotions, at times hope for the future, at times the world's downfall, envelop all those in it.
Have I lost everything again?
You still have a chance to save us all.
Please, you have to look.
Let's go, Faye. We have to save Huria and the kingdom.
Well, okay, so that's normal. Like that's normal. What you're experiencing is something extremely normal. I don't think that's something you should worry about. Like what is it that you're into? Like what is the major that you're going for? Are you saying that because of AI, or like are you saying it because of just your efforts?
Here, and you cover it with
Podcasts are cooked.
Well, that's it. Game over. Clownfish TV is cooked. It's been fun. Thanks for listening, guys. We're done. We're done.
Not really.
No, we're not. We're going to talk about Amazon's Alexa is going to produce AI-generated podcasts featuring chats between 2 robot co-hosts.
What?
Yeah, so
Bro, what is this? It's getting mad dystopian. What the fuck?
It's not really based on real opinions. It's going to be based on, what algorithm thinks you want to hear.
Pretty much. It's going to support your opinion. So it'd be kind of funny if you actually had like 2 different people spin up 2 different podcasts that are basically about the same topic, but you've got the red version and the blue version. It depends on who you ask.
It's my truth bullshit. And
My
the
truth.
truth is the truth. I mean, you
When everyone says my truth, then when they say it's my truth, they're talking about the lie. Never trust anyone who says my truth. There's only the truth, not your truth. The fuck? That's crazy.
You can have like your version of truth, but also the truth's the truth. And the problem with this
Computer
is it's
animation.
going to create more insufferable dickheads who are just
Computer animation. Yes, I remember you said you was doing animation. So wait, is it okay? So, okay. I can see why she. Okay, So, okay, hold on. Let me. Okay. So you're doing like 3D. Are you doing digital art or are you doing 3D art? And if you're doing either one of the two, is it because of AI? Is that what that is? I don't think that's something you should worry about, honestly, especially in the digital space. The reason I say this is because most people in the digital space will be open to the idea of more tools being easier to use. If you're in the digital, if that's what that is, it's about AI. Is that what that is? I'm assuming.
Be given what they want to hear.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
In your opinion, in your robotic opinion,
In my opinion, because that's why you listen to us, because we tell you what you want to hear. Not always. Oh, I get in trouble all the time for not telling people what they want to hear. I guess you could just go replace me with a robot.
Oh my god.
It won't be as spicy.
No, it won't be as spicy because they're gonna have.
They won't be a real ginger.
What do you mean, like an
Yeah, I try to sell you stuff.
what, an AI or just like animation?
Is it Amazon? So
oh yeah, it's probably gives you like, oh, if you want to buy this,
you want to buy it. Speaking of which, guys, go out to more.clownfishtv.com and you can help support actual people, even though we've got cartoon avatars. We are actual people with actual opinions. more.clownfishtv.com. So this is Neon. I am here with Geeky Sparkles.
Hello.
And it's the end of the road for us, Geeky. This is it, man. Amazon's Alexa Plus now produces AI-generated podcasts featuring chats between two robot co-hosts.
Well, I'm so glad there's all these data centers going in, ruining the environment just so people can listen to AI-generated podcasts.
Well, I know that they had podcasts that were like story podcasts because I see these ads on YouTube and they're awful. It's for like YA slop.
Oh, I can see them too.
Yeah, they're so bad.
They are so bad.
It's like Susan was beaten and abused, and now she goes to a magic school where she's beaten and abused by a Minotaur boy. And
well, there was one that
she's got secret powers.
Pregnant at the airport, there's like a wolf man following her. It's like, oh my god.
It's like the worst possible. There's one where like the girl, like whoever she touches turns to gold. She killed her mother when she was a baby, and now she's like put into servitude or something. I'm like, what is this shit?
Story about that before.
I know, but it's like, what is this shit? But yeah, that's the kind of stuff that I keep seeing on YouTube, and that's actually like I forget what the podcast company is, but that's actually like a thing that they're doing. They said the podcast sector suddenly may have a big new player. Amazon's Alexa AI-powered voice assistant. Well, it's gonna F over Hollywood too, then, because they're all coming for podcasts too. Alexa's been answering billions of users' queries since it was introduced in 2014. I do not use it. Now Amazon is positioning Alexa Plus's extended answers on any number of different topics as podcasts, completely compiled using AI. The company announced Monday. This is kind of what we talked about with YouTube, where we think YouTube is going to go where they're going to look for search terms and then they're going to spin up a video complete with like really fake looking actors and sets, whatever, but they're going to spin up a video looking to answer that search query. This is where YouTube is going to go to.
Yeah, but basically, it's going to be based on something that may or may not even be accurate. I mean, a lot of people spout off stuff that's not accurate, to be honest. But at least you're listening to or talking to a personality that actually exists.
Okay, this is where it gets scary though, because all the mainstream media outlets are all freaking out about AI taking their jobs, and they're all trying to pivot into podcasts because people aren't reading articles anymore. Get this. Seemingly to dispel the notion that these podcasts will be AI audio slop, Amazon emphasized that it has deals with major news organizations to ensure accurate real-time news and information. That includes the Associated Press, Reuters, The Washington Post, Time Magazine, Forbes, Business Insider, Politico, and USA Today, publications from Condé Nast, Hearst, and Vox Media, and more than 200 local newspapers.
Well, then wouldn't it be cheaper?
I tell you something, bro. The fucking coronavirus really ass-handed these people. They really scared of another coronavirus happens. They can just turn on a switch just in case that the humans say they don't want to work or don't want to do a shit anymore. They can just turn on a switch. You know what? Yeah, you don't have to work here. Get the fuck up out of here. Turn on a switch. Everything's gonna be the same or more. I think that's what this all is. This is literally showing how scared they truly was when the coronavirus was really fucking everything up, and they was like, my God, we can't get nut work. We're not gonna make no money. You know what? Maybe the robot thing ain't that bad. And I don't have to deal with their fucking political hot takes. Yeah.
To hire actual people.
Probably, but they're not seeing that. They're just like, well, it's just AI. We're going to AI everything, and then it's going to wind up being more expensive and inaccurate, and people are going to be like, I listen to the news for the opinions, and the opinions are garbage, and also tried to sell me vitamins or something. Well, not Alex Jones, but you know what I'm saying? It's like it's trying to sell me shit on Amazon. And that's what it's going to be all about. It's going to be like, oh yeah, go to our Amazon guys. Hey, did you hear about this new product on Amazon? Yeah, it's great. Go to.
Let me see.
They said in an example clip shared by Amazon of the new Alexa podcast feature, the two AI-generated hosts discuss the latest music releases. A male Alexa narrator says more than 50% of music listening now comes from unsigned artists. The monoculture is just gone. A female-voiced Alexa narrator chimes in. The male Alexa host says there's been stoner metal, indie pop, and experimental hip hop music all dropping on the same Friday, and adds, "That's not chaos. That's the healthiest the music ecosystem has ever been." You can listen
this
to it
sounds
on
so
Amazon.
riveting. I'm just listening to you describe what they say. It just sounds so boring.
So, what's your favorite music there, Amazon Alexa? That was like, oh my God, what was it? Was it Amazon? No, it was Spotify. It was Spotify's AI. And the guy asked about The Godfather, and it got hung up on Godfather 3. And it's like, the original Godfather came out in the 1970s. No, it didn't. It came out in 1990s. It's like, no, that was The Godfather Part 3. Nobody talks about that one because it was awful. And it just kept like looping and looping and looping and looping.
Yeah, it has that problem. It will be wrong, and it will be condescendingly like stuck on being right. It's the weirdest thing. It is the weirdest fucking thing. That has actually happened. Like a dude was doing that. He was something about spelling a word, and for some odd reason it was strawberry. It was the word strawberry, and the dude asked the robot, how many R's are in strawberry? Bro said 2 when it was actually 3, and he spelled it. He even had the robot spell it, and the robot still said it was 2 when it was actually 3. It was kind of weird. It's fucking weird.
You ask it like, hey, what's your favorite music, and it's just going to go through. Since you're all connected to it, it's just going to go through your private data and then read back what you like.
Yeah. Oh, Google's doing it too. I forgot all about this. Yeah, nobody talks about it. Is it weird? Nobody talks about it. Nobody talks about it. It says it's not the first AI-generated podcast system out there. Google's Notebook LM AI tool last year added the ability to auto-generate a podcast of sorts based on a collection of notes and information using synthetic voices. That prompted a lawsuit from former NPR Morning Edition host David Green, who alleged Google copied his voice without permission. Holy shit, maybe everybody's going to be, maybe we are going to be the most famous podcasters in history, but we're not going to make a penny off of it.
No, I doubt that highly. I mean, about the first part. The second part's pretty accurate. But the first part, I doubt.
So yeah, they said just tell Alexa what topic they're curious about, and it's going to do the rest of it. So it sounds like Google AI overviews, but just an audio version of it.
But I don't see why people would want that. Like, usually you would listen to a podcast because you want opinion. You want opinions from a real person. You want opinions or descriptions of how things were from a real person, not from an AI that didn't experience it, wasn't there. It's just really lacks personality. You know what I mean? It's not the same thing.
Yeah, it's at Full Sail's in Florida, I believe. It's a university that focuses on animation.
Malls. Just this was like I think I told this
story. One of the famous it's like the Harvard of like animation entertainment and stuff.
A lot of people didn't own camcorders back then.
You didn't usually take it to the mall, just walk.
No, it was like birthday parties, big events. There's very precious few videos of like Disney ride throughs and stuff like that too, because you didn't want to lug a camcorder through the whole ride and videotape the whole ride. So we don't have a whole lot of archives of like videos of attraction stuff. But I was trying to find like mall walkthroughs, and yeah, there's a bunch out there, but they're all AI generated, and none of them are authentic. And they had like one that was like, here's a history of malls, and like all the stores are wrong. Everything is like just a mishmash of probably different photos and stuff. I'm like, none of this is accurate. But it's AI, and it was probably spun up because people were like me were looking for videos of malls and what they were actually like back then. And but they're gonna spin this shit up, and they threw it on YouTube. And the stupid video had like hundreds of thousands of views on it.
Well, it was for people that didn't get to go to them and want to know what it was like. It was like,
but that's not what it was like.
It's not really what it was. And the thing is, like, I know I was looking up trying to find a video of the Philadelphia Mall, like they talked about Ed Abbott with the Ben Franklin.
Yeah, Abbott Elementary. They had for those of you who don't know, Abbott Elementary, they had a couple episodes where was it the boiler broke or whatever, and they had to go to the mall. And they had this giant Ben Franklin head, which
apparently existed.
Yeah,
I can find it in pictures. Like I can't find an actual video of it. Of people, taking a video, because I mean, I think that's what people would have done. But that's why I was looking. But yeah, it is a lot of AI bullshit.
Yep.
And I mean, even now, like there's all these videos on the
we are doing
Facebook
Isabel.
and people are sharing, and it's not clearly
She's the last one I'm drawing because I ain't drawing any more of them. I can't fit them all in here.
Every element. And again, if you're listening to AI podcasts, like you said, that were done by these quote unquote actors that are AI or whatever, they're going to promote stuff to make you buy it.
Yep.
They're going to try to be like, it's going to be like keywords in there, and they'll probably be like, oh, in the back end, like, well, make sure you try to push people towards this business.
Drink your Ovaltine.
Or towards, make sure your talking points. It's going to be more beneficial for our company if people agree with these political points,
just like
these
the
environmental
news.
Points. Yeah, whatever. It is, except there's less personality.
Yeah.
It's not even a real person.
You know what's funny? I don't draw furry shit, but it's the most easiest thing to draw. I don't draw furry shit, but it's funny because when people watch you draw furry shit or anything that seems anthropomorphic type shit, it comes extremely easy to me. And sometimes there's no way you're not a furry drawer. Like I don't draw that shit. I only get commissioned by that shit once in every like blue moon. Think of the money every time. Like this, I don't draw furry shit for a reason. It just doesn't appeal to me at all. But like when someone wants me to draw their furry character, and they pay me, I'm like, okay, if I have no problem drawing it. But like, it's funny. It's like every time I draw a furry character or like a Sonic adjacent type character or anthro type of character. It's like Jesus Christ, they come so easy.
It's going to be easier to control. It's going to be easier to target.
I don't even think
these things than it would be a real person because it's going to be all manipulation.
Well, just like mainstream media, but no, this is.
I mean, it's going to be worse than mainstream media.
This is kind of scary though, because here's the thing. And I talked about it briefly in another video, but they're dropping AI music on Spotify. And they're mixing it in with the actual music, and some of the top tracks on Spotify now are AI generated.
Are they marked AI?
I think they are, but I don't think people really care because they had one band. I guess it was so popular. I think it was like a K-pop group or something. They were so popular, they were produced by AI that they actually had to go out and cast people to go on tour.
What? 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 Are you what? Are we serious right now? Are we serious right now? Wow, how did you ever get that job? I'm so like, what was the credentials? You just gotta be Asian, from Korea, look kind of attractive, or just enough to feel like you fit the voice? Oh my God, that's horrendous. Are you serious? That's crazy. The sign is too hard to ignore. The sign? What sign? You the birthday? Let me see. Animation, entertainment, and technology, and child psychology. Ooh. I'll take the psychology one. Let me see here. I think of the body art. Jesus Christ.
And there's like, I guess all these tracks on Spotify are making all kinds of money or whatever.
But
and
they
it's
have
like
to
it's not
cast people
real.
go on tour, then why not just replace them with real people?
I don't
like just make the AI stop using have the AI write the music or whatever, but have these people sing the song, or have the AI generate the song and they just sing their parts or whatever. At that point, it's just real people.
Well,
if you need them to go on tour, then why bother?
Well, that's how you modernize Gem, right there. There you go. Yeah. That's how you modernize Gem and the holograms. Like, oh my God, it was Jerica Benton wrote some songs and used AI to put those songs on Spotify. She got big, and then she had to create a band.
And then she had just a hologram, yeah.
She had to use a hologram to make herself look like the character she used AI to generate.
Is that really how that show is?
Recorded in these filters. You know?
But this is this is what they said. This is what Amazon said. Thinking about how you'll be able to create different types of custom audio on demand, from personalized news briefings to content based on the information and documents you want to share. This is just the beginning of a whole new way to learn, stay informed.
I feel so dumb if I was the one on their fans on tour. I would feel dumb too.
Just find people that do podcasts that you like that do the same things, and you don't have to sit there and generate it.
Right.
Like generate your own confirmation bias.
I think what's going to happen is people are going to be like, yeah, it's like nothing's real. And you're going to have to prove on some level you're real people just to get people to listen, because they're going to be like, how do I know this isn't just a drink your Ovaltine message from Amazon?
Well, that's it. Because I mean, they're basing it on those news outlets, which you're already saying is mainstream media. So you already have mainstream media getting skewed. And then
but remember,
AI because people,
money speaks more than integrity. So it's going to get to a point where this AI thing will be it's going to be in everything, virtually every little thing you in, that they'll have to change the laws to accommodate it so people can't sue them. That's what's going to happen next. Like right now, we have the court said that you can't copyright AI shit, but that might change in a couple of years. I can see that happening, especially if all these companies and politicians can benefit from it. That's all they do. Once they realize they can benefit from it, they don't go against it. Once these people realize they can make a profit off this, both politicians and companies and stuff, they're all going to work together, band together, and change the laws, and there's nothing we can do about it. So they can get away with whatever the bullshit. So like right now, it's going to be considered stolen stuff, yes, but then again, it's going to get to a point where it's going to be so stolen to the point it's going to be so normalized where they're going to let you just get away with it. Yep.
Or maybe as good targeting as an AI would be, they're trained to target you. It says it's going to be targeted bullshit, and that's all it is. And that's what they're saying: consume content. You're going to consume content, consume our content, so we keep on the money.
Yep.
That's what this is about.
Yep.
And it's like it's easier, faster, and more real to go find a person doing a podcast than to have an AI spin up a podcast is what you want to hear. At that point, is it even like really a podcast? Is it even really other viewpoints?
No, it's not. It's never was a podcast begin.
Synthetic voice reading, AI generated text at that point, which they already do. Like you go out to a lot of news sites and stuff now, they have, which I think is good for people that are hearing impaired.
They're visually impaired.
Or visually impaired. Sorry, yeah, they're hearing impaired. Sorry about that. But if they're visually impaired, you can actually have the text read to you with an AI voice, which I do think is helpful. But that's all this is. It's basically just reading articles. It's generating its own bullshit text and then just reading that text. And then it's a podcast.
I mean, the only time I could think it'd be valuable besides the fact that someone can't read, or if it's another language and you want to translate in English or what your language, whatever it be, and then have it read it to you, and it probably won't be.
If I'm not far, it's bad.
Otherwise, why would you bother? Because the time it takes you to program all this stuff in, pick all this stuff, you could have just found somebody covering it already, or a podcaster you trust. I mean, this is even funny because it even circumvents celebrities who are trying to take over everything.
That is true.
It circumvents them too.
Oh, go fuck! They can go fuck themselves.
They're gonna have a freaking meltdown. They're gonna be like, wait a second. We just decided that we wanted to take over the podcast and YouTube space, and you're telling me?
Yes, good.
You're just gonna replace us too?
Yeah. That's how it feels to be a regular citizen, you bitches. Yeah, I don't feel bad for any of you Hollywood motherfuckers. You can go up a creek, eat some ass. I don't give a fuck. Yeah. If Hollywood gets fucked, I'm so glad. I'm so for it. Hollywood can get fucked all they want.
Money.
The union's angry.
You know,
We're going on strike.
Unionize this shit. But it's like, yeah,
Fuck
like,
them. Fuck the using people too. Fuck them too.
But now you're acting about us have the warm seat either. It's like, what the hell? We're a celebrity. We deserve it. We just sit here and don't do shit, but get to read lines and get paid a bunch of money. Kiss our ass.
This is not gonna last long. I don't think it's gonna last long.
Yep.
I think a lot of
I've
people
been waiting for that too.
Tune out because you're like, wait a second. It's just all you're doing is just reading some AI generated text with a robo voice, and it's whatever. We'll see. You know what? I say that, and then what's gonna happen in like 6 months from now is the top podcast is gonna be Joe Rogan. Is gonna be some AI generated bullshit.
That sucks.
So it's just like, but then you have two flavors of it. You have the angry
Yes, it
right-wing,
does.
the angry left-wing version. Same podcaster.
Don't spoil it for us.
Depending on whatever. It feels to everybody. Yes, everybody loves this fake podcaster because he tells you exactly what you want to hear every time.
How does something get leaked? Oh, I never understood that.
All right, please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants. We'll talk later.
Yeah. All right, let's see. What's next on the agenda? Thank you, bud. Let me see.
Hello.
Not this. Okay. Banned from the UK? Oh shit! What? Anytime when anyone says something was leaked or a case may be, I don't go look at it because it could be true, it could not be true, it could get something wrong, something off. It could be totally true, but that's why you don't look.
Welcome back.
So I don't really care for Hassan, but he said he was banned from the UK. That sounds funny.
Even shoulder pad biker subscribed in today's video. Hassan is now panicking after people are trying to get him banned from the UK. He claims they are only banning racist people and therefore should not ban him. Crazy self-report. He then says the UK is cocked and is thinking of suing people in response. He claims the UK ban will create a chain reaction and he will get banned in Canada, Australia, and Germany too.
Nice.
Sneeko has been completely exposed for being a degenerate grifter. He's facing allegations of having threesomes with conservative influencers and being a total degen. Hassan has responded.
Are you serious?
Calling him a fake Muslim takes one to know one. He calls him a hypocrite grifter who doesn't practice what he preaches. Prediction biker. Hassan has been successfully rage baited once again and is crashing out at Asmongold. He's coping hard, saying he's actually more popular if you combine his YouTube clip channels. Asmon has responded explaining why he doesn't care and why he avoids mainstream media and politicians, unlike Hassan. Legendary YouTuber finally answers one of the most asked
is being a degenerate.
questions. How do you have an American accent without living in America? Subscribe to ban Hassan from your country. Holy cinema.
Let's up those numbers!
Now let's begin. Right, welcome back everybody. Another lovely day on the Legendary series. So it seems Hassan might actually get banned from the UK and he wants to sue in response. Seems like an average Hassan problem, getting banned from entire countries. Now we already know that Australia has permanently banned Sneeko from entering their country ever because of his anti-Semitism and insane rhetoric. And Hassan is pretty similar, let's be honest. He just sort of adds on calls to murder as well. Right, Hassan talks about potentially being banned from England and ponders if he can sue, considering...
That's crazy. That's crazy. You guys... you got banned from a whole country because of your opinion? That's crazy. What are you doing? Are we really? Wow, we fucking everything up, man. We Americans fuck everything up. We can't keep our mouths shut. We can't stop arguing. We can't stop letting people know our opinions. We can't just keep our mouths shut and just live our lives. We can't do that, huh?
Laws are different. says that if it happens, it will backfire on them due to his legitimacy in the Democratic Party in positive New York Times coverage. Of course, after reading the articles of the sweat beating off his chest hairs, they're going to revoke the ban. They're going to reverse the ban.
For what?
Of course. Right, so quick context, this is what Hassan is responding to. UK Jewish groups call on government to prevent Hassan Piker entering the country. Far left streamer described as having a record of promoting rhetoric.
Hey, if you support the T people, you should expect Earl will hate you. Wait, what do you mean support? Wait, are you talking about Transformers? Wait, when you say T people, you mean Transformers? I can't say the word because like obviously reasons.
That includes anti-Semitic themes,
Transformers,
denial of well-documented
robots,
atrocities, and
disguises.
apparent support for extremist groups. This is entirely
No, I think he's talking
unacceptable
about
because of his large
Transformers,
following. At a
if
time
you get
of
what I'm
record
saying.
levels of anti-Semitism in the UK, it is vital that all institutions act
Terror
responsibly.
people.
UK should not be a platform for
Terror
individuals
people.
to spread hatred or legitimize extremism.
Transformers, robots in disguise.
Denialism and apparent support for terrorist organizations.
The American Jewish Congress has compared what it is described as Piker's extreme far-left anti-Semitism with the far-right anti-Semitism of white supremacist influencer Nick Fuentes. The Home Office has been contacted for comment. I wonder if this will work, because UK is more cocked than Canada. Yeah, if it's up to Shabana Mahmood...
Twitter people. Hey, it's not that far. Terror, Twitter, Terror. If you say it long enough.
I might be actually good. They might actually legitimately ban me from entering the country of UK, which is pretty crazy to think about. That's never happened to me. I could see this working. It would suck because I was really excited to I was going to do South by Southwest. And then I was going to do this meetup with Giannis Varoufakis. I was going to actually meet up with a bunch of different people in the UK as well. It was like looking forward to it. Some guests that I won't reveal who have wanted to. Current Labour government is crazy. I wonder if this allows me to actually sue because like England has like very different. I wouldn't be surprised.
Why would you sue a country so they don't let you in their house? Like I mean, in their country. Like, why would you sue them? Like, think of that. Think to yourself about that. Why would you sue someone? Like, that's like me saying to someone, I don't want you in my house because of my rules. It's my house. Why the fuck are you trying to demand me to have you in my house? You know what I'm saying? Like, think that to yourself. Why would you sue someone to come into someone's house? Like, you don't even live there. Squatters' right in California. How you know you're gonna have... How you gonna have to pay me to get in my house? Right? Like, think that to yourself. Like, okay, sure, whatever the UK government is doing may not be, like, favorable to you, but that's their rules. Why would you sue them because you want to come in their house? Country, but I'm saying house as, like, if you put it in that sense. Like, it's someone trying to sue you to come into your house. You have to pay them. They're expecting you to pay them to come inside your house. That doesn't really make a lot of sense. That just sounds insane a little bit if you think about it. Right? That doesn't... I don't like that. I don't think that's worth suing. That just sounds weird. Like, why? Okay, they don't want you there for whatever reason. That's their particular reason. Should you not honor their reason? It's just like if a girl said if she doesn't want you to, I don't know, come near her, you sue her because you want to be near her, but she don't want to be near you. You know what I'm saying? That you suing her for discrimination or some shit. That's her preference. I don't think that's nothing wrong. I don't give a shit if she was racist. Even if she had racist reasons why she don't want to be near you, she don't want to be fucking near you. She don't need to explain herself to you. The fuck? Like, what the? That's a very weird thing to do, Hassan. Like, if right now I got sued by, like, say, getting kicked out by Japan, and Japan said to say they don't want me there because, I don't know, for some odd reason, I'm not gonna argue with them, just won't go. I'm not gonna go somewhere I'm not welcome or wanted. You guess the country. Yeah.
They banned a bunch of races coming in for tomorrow's Tommy Robinson March. Yeah, except I'm not a fucking racist.
What? You're not. Come on, bullshit. Bullshit. You are as racist as Chud the Builder. Fuck you. No, bro. Fuck out of here with that one. I thought you could play that game with you. Like, come on. Come on. I'm not even fucking, like, what? You are racist as shit. What are you talking about, dude? Listen. This is how I look at it. If you're racist and you own up to the racism, I still respect you to a degree. At least you're not playing bullshit games. At least I know where I stand with you. But like, if you're trying to play this stupid game that you're not racist when you know you are, you're worse than being racist. I find you worse than being racist. I don't think being racist is a big horrible thing, especially if you're not like changing lives in the sense you're killing people. Because you can have an opinion and that's not gonna kill no one, right? Whether you don't like a certain race of people, I don't give a fuck. I don't care. You don't like a group of people or stuff, or you call them a bunch of names. But like straight up, as soon as you said that, I eventually responded like, "Right, bro, come on, dude. We have video of you saying the most insane, unhinged things towards people. What? You are full of shit. What are you talking about?" My God, the lack of self-awareness on that. He better be kidding. Like, fuck. I'd rather you be racist and I know where I stand with you than you pretend to be not a racist and you're even worse than being a racist. I think you're worse. I think a person who don't know they're racist is more worse than a person who knows they're racist. If you know you're racist and you say racist things, I can't be too mad at you. At least I know where I stand with you. But if you try to pretend not to be racist and you do racist shit, you're more worse than the racist. At least the racist is self-aware. Like, it's best to be around someone self-aware. You know what you're getting. Then try to play with mystery meat. I don't like mystery meat.
Of course, next one, pal. That's a good one. He's a funny guy. You gotta give it to him. That one was peak comedy. I'm not a racist, says Hassan Piker. Okay, buddy. Weren't you just being racist to Indians, Bangladeshis, and Indonesians just the other day?
Buried between like 18 different algorithmic hustlers from Bangladesh whose names are like "Save the White Race in the West" 1488. You know? Yeah, I'm gonna be the most famous guy in India. There's all the white supremacists that got. I'm imagining like an Indonesian content farm.
Oh my
Not
God.
to mention Vietnamese people, Black people, Polish people, Jewish people. Need I go on?
Fuck this South Vietnamese. You are fucking cancer, okay? You don't understand Black people. Shut the fuck up, you fucking bloodthirsty, violent dog. I mean,
Oh my God. Oh yeah, he has such a hatred towards the Polish people. I don't know what's up with that. Like, other than probably Jews, he has a hard-on hatred towards Polish people. I don't know what it is. I really don't know what the like. Okay, I had a viewer way back in my old days when I used to stream on my other account way back when. Whenever I played Five Nights, he'll come around and watch me play it. And whenever the idea of like gypsies came up or Jewish people came up, he was quick to give his opinion about them real fast. And he will try to sneak some disses against Jewish or like gypsies real fast. Or nomads. I think they're actually like nomads. He was quick because I think he was Russian or no, he's from Bulgaria. Bulgaria. It's pretty much like I think it's pretty much Russian to a degree, or at least Ukrainian to a degree. But for some weird reason, bro had a hard-on hatred towards him. What? When you lack self-awareness.
Do math.
Buddy, I mean, come on, let's not kid ourselves here, all right? You know, a more honest argument would be something like, yes, I, as a biker, am actually racist, but they should allow me in anyways, right? Because I operate under that free speech bullshit you got in the U.S., right? Where you're allowed to somehow, do terrorist propaganda, support a bunch of terrorist orgs, call your fans to murder capitalists in the streets. Apparently, that's just all allowed, right? Anyway, so he says that the UK is more cucked than Canada. Now, he would know a lot about cuckery.
Yes, he's one. Yes.
My partner, who is a superstar.
Okay, I want to know something. When did we all? I think I said this before. When did we all just unanimously agree to use the word partner to describe our significant other? When did we start doing that? Because I don't like saying the word partner at all. I think that sounds weird. It feels kind of forced. I noticed like for the last few years we've been using this word quote unquote partner to describe our, I guess, romantic interests. Let me see. Yeah. They're not. No. If you're using the UK, then I can see where this free speech problem comes in, because you can get in trouble for posting a meme. You can literally get you can go to jail in the UK for like posting a meme, but in America you can't. That's not happening now anytime soon. Right now, I can see that happening in the future, but like it's not happening right now. So I don't know where his free speech is being taken away. I don't know where that's not being taken away. Yeah, I like it just I just don't understand, where did this whole usage of this word partner came from. I don't know. I've you don't ever hear me say the word partner. I feel like that feels fucking weird to say. It feels like I'm in a business or something, right? And I refer to my girlfriend as girlfriend, or refer to my significant other, my girlfriend as significant other or some shit. I don't know why we're saying fucking partner for. Nah, I ain't saying that. Yeah, I ain't doing that. I'm gonna say straight up, like my wife. I'm gonna say straight up wife, or my girlfriend, or because I'm not even gonna fucking play that game. Like that shit's weird to me. I think that's really weird. We all unanimously just going that. Nah, I don't even care if that sounds like not inclusive. I'm not fucking the people who I'm being inclusive by, so I don't give a fuck. Yep, my girl, my girlfriend, my wife, my woman, shoddy, whatever the fuck, or significant other. Significant other is more older to say. That's something much older that we used to say back in the day. Significant other. That's much older to say, much longer to say that, honestly. But saying partner feels weird. Yeah, it's too long, but like saying partner feels so like it feels forced. I even feel corporate. I don't even feel like, even if you consider it professional, it just feels forced. It feels like everyone's saying it because they have to say it, not because they want to say it. It feels weird.
Open relationship.
You'll never hear me say that shit.
I don't know what exactly he means by that. Maybe that they sort of crack down on extremists more, or sort of anti-Semites, but I feel like they have their own problems there too. And some would actually argue that
average day in London, a big giant knife. Or other half. That's more for married people.
Or sort of anti-Semites, but I feel like they have their own problems there.
Look at that knife.
I would actually argue that they're not cracking down on people like Hassan enough. But I can't tell you how much joy it brings me that the entire world is just united in hating on Hassan. I feel like at this point you could probably pull a random person on Earth, and chances are, well, they probably wouldn't know who Hassan is, but if they did, right, the 5 people that know him, they would probably hate him. And of course, they'd be watching the legendary series. Also hilarious that he actually wants to sue now. Who the fuck are you gonna sue? The entire
yeah, you gotta do that? There's no way.
Jewish groups that want to get him banned. I don't know, bro. I think they just rather avoid the headache of Hassan in their country, right? Kind of like Australia kicked out Sneeko. So then he tries to figure out why he got banned, and he thinks it's because he's anti-racist. So for some
it's
reason,
because he's anti-racist.
Anti-racist like Hassan. That makes
Wait, what? They want to ban you because you're anti-racist? The UK wants to ban you for being anti-racist when they're the most like open-minded cucks ever when it comes to racism? What? I'm sorry, people in the UK, you guys are cucks when it comes to like, the idea of like not being racist. Like you guys get stomped on and pressed by people who want you dead. Like it's insane. Like they'll fuck up your entire they're fucking up your entire country. And you allow this to happen. That's why a bunch of them was like, oh my god, what the fuck? And I don't know why women in the UK is even open to the idea of like open borders to a degree, because when you think of it, like most of them are being sexually assaulted on a constant. It's like it's not even like a thing. It went up almost instantly after the whole mass migration thing happened. Like constant rapings, high amounts of rape. It's crazy. I don't know, man. I don't know. I think it's that nihilistic take. I think that's what that is. It's this nihilist imagination. Yeah, it's kind of weird.
So there's no like a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B shit here. You can't just be like, hey, we banned a bunch of like white nationalist like racists from entering the country.
It's all right.
Anti-racist, okay? It doesn't swing that way. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer, right? But also on the other hand, I'm a Twitch streamer that is, you know, working within one of the two major parties. So I think that gives a lot of that gives a tremendous protection over, you know, this kind of ridiculousness. Like you're talking about a guy who's like getting fucking favorable coverage in the New York Times. I've written an op-ed in the New York Times. You know what I mean? It's like
good for you, motherfucker. You're still an asshole. Like you think that's a qualification for you not to get fucking banned? Like, bro, it was up to me. Your ass would have been grass. Bro, it was up to me. I would have fucking banned you like the day you even sniffed wrong. Like Jesus Christ, dude. Like it was up to me. I would destroy this man on just for the fun of it. Holy shit. God damn.
There's a degree of legitimacy that is afforded in that situation that causes people to not be so aggressive in making initiatives like this, because this will backfire on them, right?
Why does this man speak like he's trying to? He always tries to speak like he's some high intellectual. I don't know why he does.
So, like the UK banning Kanye West. Sure, Kanye West is unbelievably famous, but it's also, I mean, he's an unambiguous neo-Nazi, right? Like he has said openly neo-Nazi things.
He's just an idiot. Let's just put it that way.
It takes a lot for a country to decide to ban someone like this. I do think it will backfire.
I'm just an itty witty Twitch streamer. Don't ban me, guys, please. I'm just an itty witty Twitch streamer. Bro, this fucking guy, like one day, he's a political revolutionary, changing the world, inspiring a revolution. He solely has gotten the New York City mayor elected, ushered in a new socialist, Hassan Vico.
Yeah, because of this fucking idiot. He brought that crazy dude who's fucking up New York. That dude is fucking up New York something wild. Yeah, he stopped taking pills after his mom died.
Will bring about communism to the USA, and then the next day faces any bit of criticism. I'm just a Twitch streamer. Like, why are you going after me? I just stream on Twitch, bro. I mean, another case of Schrodinger's influence. It just fluctuates depending on whatever is more beneficial at the moment. Anyways, if it wasn't obvious, it probably takes a lot to be banned from an entire country.
Yes.
You probably got to do some pretty heinous shit. Maybe like 10 years of broadcasting yourself being an unhinged lunatic online, threatening to murder political opposition, being explicitly racist to several groups of people. I feel like that would qualify you to get banned from a country. And like, I don't know why he's so salty, because like, what you're gonna do is go there to spread your propaganda.
Yeah, I know about him. Honestly, I know they say he's racist, and I know he uses racist terms, but like, I don't think he's technically racist in the way that we think he is. Yes, he's racist for saying things to like black people and shit. I get that, but like, when I really think of it now, I get what he's trying to do to a degree. I kind of get it. Because like, it's like, because there was one particular video, there was a video and this is how I know he's just a dude who's looking for trouble. I don't think he's actually racist. Because there was a scene I saw of him on Twitter where he was arguing with a black guy on the street, right? I think the black guy was in the car. And he's walking on the street and he's saying, "Stop chimping out," you know, the typical thing he says. And the black guy is threatening him, blah, 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 and he like drives away. Then Chud turns around, walks towards the opposite end of the street, and then he runs into another black guy, and the black guy recognizes him, or knows him, or I think recognizes him. And as he recognizes him, he walks up to the dude and daps him up. Like, I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think that's what it is. I think he's more of a reactionary individual. I don't think he's racist. I think he uses it to get the reaction he needs. Because he walked up to a black guy, the other black guy who's in another car with another black guy in the car who's driving. And he recognizes him and he daps him up and say, "Hey, what's up, man? I see your videos. Your shit's funny." And he's like, "Yeah, the guy out here chipping out X, Y, and Z." And, you know, you think to yourself, like, he can't be racist because, like, a lot of people don't look up what the term what racism truly is. A racist is a person who believes they're better than another person or another race, right? Like, you know how they said, like, because they say a person who's racist is usually a person who thinks they're better, they think their race is better than another race. So much so because a true racists do not take the positives or the negatives of another race to heart, or even it doesn't take they don't take their opinions or their wins and losses as any of significance towards them. So for him to walk up to a black guy and not only touch his hand and then give him like daps up and say, "What up, man?" and talk to him like a normal dude. You know what I'm saying? Because the true racists do not engages with people who are different from them. Even if they hate them, they don't engage. A true racist don't engage. A one who actually just engages with you who wants to hurt you is not someone's race. They just want to hurt. Ooh. Hold on. Let me see. So you can stay friendly towards a ethnic group that thinks one of the most people pushing segregation laws had a black daughter and would donate her money. Well, you know. Okay, so that does exist. Like I said, I don't. That's part of why I don't think they're racist. He's racist to a degree. I think it's a what do you call it? A compartmentalizing to a degree. They tend to. Yeah, I'd rather be around a racist because a racist will tell you off. Honestly, a racist is more honest to you than a person who's trying to be your friend. Believe it or not, they'll be more honest with you because they don't really like you, so they already know where you stand with them. Than you actually being with someone who you think is your friend and then you find out they're not your friend. I'm not saying being friends with a racist is a good idea. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying you're more likely to get the honest truth from them than you would from someone who you think is your friend, and then you find out they're not your friend. So you'll get a considerable sense of feedback from a racist compared to someone who doesn't like you. Yes, I'd rather too. Like, at least you know where you stand with them. And I don't like when those racists try to play bullshit games where they try to say, "I'm not racist," and then try to be racist at the same time. It's either you are or you aren't. It's like, hey, come on. I come from Call of Duty lobby eras. I know how that goes. But, like, come on. I'd rather you say the most horrible racist thing to me than you thinking it and wanting my downfall.
Can do through the internet anyways, right? I guess he wanted to collab with some like UK figures and basically like grow his influence more. But How would you ever contribute to the UK, bro? I don't think anybody wants you there. My best friend is from the UK as well. He also hates Hassan, obviously. It's like a given at this point. But yeah, I think he would also support this resolution to ban this piece of shit. So then he starts catastrophizing. He talks about the chain effect of being banned in the UK. And
Chain effect.
if he gets banned in the UK, these same groups are going to get him banned in other countries as well.
I feel like the Australian
I
government.
think
will now
majority
let
of
him
hit. Let me see. I'd rather be with a full racist than with anything. I think majority of is the hidden races for you. You gotta have guts to be open. Yeah, I'm telling you, you have to have guts to be racist. I'm dead serious these days. That let me say it this way: racism back in like 1970 to like 1990, or at least early 2000s, or at least before 20, like a little bit between 2010 to like 1970 or 1960, people were more honest with you back then because they didn't have no fear of being racist towards you, right? So when someone's being like kind of chill with you, that's like, this is why I would say, let me use examples. So like, okay, so you know how we have activists now who stands outside and protests all damn day, right? True. But like, you know how like, okay, you see like how you have activists that are outside and they're just doing whatever they're doing now these days, and half of them are not even there for the cause. They're just there for the what is the flavor of the month / trending thing. Trending thing of the month or the time being, right? Back then, like say in the 90s or the 80s or 70s, when someone was out protesting, they was legitimately protesting. There was no internet, there was no social media, there was none of that shit. It's either you was out there or you was not, right? So if you made a stank and you was at like doing a protest or doing some type of strike, those people genuinely was there because they was concerned for their jobs or the cause that was happening at that time. Yep, they had to get beat by the police. Like that's why Martin Luther King is taken so seriously, because there was no incentive, there was no internet right then. The only thing close to the internet was probably a TV in color. You know what I'm saying? Or non-color. Let's put that. I think it was in black and white at the time. So you know what I'm saying? Like, you gotta put in that sense. That too. So like when people back then, or a chick that you knew back in the 90s, was like literally protesting for like animal rights and all that stuff and women rights and stuff, they genuinely was out there because they actually believe in that cause. Now, when people say they're into any rights, you have to look at them sideways and be like, are you really here for that? Right? And then like, you gotta turn to someone and say, if they was here now today and they said they're for the cause of this thing, 9 times out of 10, you have to kind of look at them closely and be like, are you really here because you for the cause? You here for other reasons? Is it to oppress a girl? Is it because you're here because you can gain some clout, or you was told that this was the coolest thing right now, so you want to be a part of something bullshit? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is. That a lot of people are, I believe most people are not genuine with the so-called causes that they're into. I think they're only into it because it's right now popular. Remember, I think it was 3 years ago. I think it was about 3 years now. 3 years ago, remember when everyone was like, "I stand with Ukraine"? Remember that? Now you don't hear anyone saying that shit, even though that shit's still going on to this day. They're still fighting to this day. Ukraine and Russia's still fighting to this day. We're still supplying them and shit. But you don't hear anyone talk about Ukraine or anything like that. Actually, quite frank, that girl who got killed by that black guy in the train, I forgot her name. She was a oh hell yeah, they will definitely do that. You'd be surprised. Oh, that's like a basic American thing to do. But yeah, back then, like I mean, when people used to do that thing where they would stand with Ukraine and all that stuff. Now that's long dead. That's not even a thing anymore. Now that girl who died in the car in the train by that black guy, a lot of people are celebrating her death because something about racism, something with racism or some shit like that. But he was just a mentally unstable man who killed a white girl who happened to be Ukrainian from that same place. Yep. Yep, that got brought up. You see what I'm saying? And that is actually when it got brought up, it was not even the idea of even bringing back the idea of the whole Ukrainian. Yeah, they were celebrating that she got killed because they saw it as like a racist thing. Some people were celebrating that she got killed because like, oh, it's like it's time for a revolution type shit. That was saying like black people getting their comeuppance back against white people or some shit. Yeah. Yep. 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 Because they knew that man was crazy. That dude was crazy. He was literally insane. He was mentally ill. That dude was mentally ill. Mm-hmm. Some black people was making statements saying this was a get back at white people or some shit like that, celebrating that her death was necessary or some shit like that. Kind of like the Charlie Kirk thing, but less political, given that he was more a political figure. Oh, she was a less political figure. They just used the Ukrainian thing as like part of that to bring that up, but they said her death was like needed because something about black people getting their comeuppance back against white people because it happens a lot against them and this, that, and third, justifying killing people like that makes sense. Yeah, I thought that was insane. I thought that was an insane take to make. I'm like, bro, someone died. Unwillingly died. They didn't have nothing against the dude who even killed them. They didn't know the dude existed till after the fact. And it was all on camera. She didn't know who the dude was. She didn't say anything to the dude. She didn't know he was there until he started stabbing her up. So I don't know where it was okay to justify that death at all. I'm like, no. I like that's not okay. That's not okay. You politicize this lady's death for no reason. That's the insane part. That's just fucking crazy. And then like that's the part I don't understand. I don't know. No, they saw his skin color. They didn't see his history. That's all they saw. Those are the ones who are more focused on the race problem than they focus on the overall story of the problem. They didn't see a dude who was like mentally ill, who had a history of mental illness and battery and a criminal history, who's been arrested several times, and all they saw is a black guy being unjustly arrested in their head, which is weird because it's not like this lady walked up to him or said anything to him. Or something to that degree that you said. Yeah, it was like a hard projection. It was like it's hard to even like defend that. Like, how can you defend that? Like, bro, like how would you feel if a bunch of like if it was in reverse of some crazy white dude who has mental illness and has a bunch of criminal records kills a random black woman from a different country who just came here because of her country being fucked with, and then she died for no reason at all, stabbed up for no reason, died the way she did. I don't think you guys will really like it very much. You will say that white guy needs to die, X, Y, and Z. He needs to be thrown in jail, X, Y, and Z. You know what I'm saying? You all said the same exact thing. But when the roles were reversed, it was like it was a justification of her death. I'm like, what? Yeah, that's insane. Never endorse evil.
There's more legitimacy for Canada to try to do the same, like the same groups in Canada to try and do the same. There's more legitimacy for Germany, currently Australia, which I also plan to visit at some point. It would be a precedent-setting moment. Inviting any kind of controversy, it's a totally ridiculous thing if they were to do that. So who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Who knows? Maybe it'll work. I mean, but I don't know. I'm not so certain that this will work. I think this is just like low motion for them at this point, but it will become a big problem for them if they actually entertain it. So.
Oh no! Somebody is a
See, the
little
thing
afraid.
about comparing things is that wrong is just wrong, you know? You should never justify a wrong any which way. You know what I'm saying? Wrong is just wrong.
Somebody's a little concerned here. Dude, imagine the cinema where Hassan just gets banned from half the fucking world. No. Imagine he gets banned from all these countries, and before he gets banned on Twitch. That's actually diabolical.
Yeah, that's be crazy.
That's just crazy. Getting banned from several countries and ultimate gooning load. Dan Clancy.
Yeah, that's crazy. How do you get banned by several countries, but you never get banned off the platform that made you this way? Yeah, we live in an insane clown world. Yeah, it's being valued by nihilism to a degree. Not nihilism. Saying it wrong. Nihilism, like people just don't care anymore, and the idea of life is being like value of life is being like totally like extinguished as time goes by. I keep bringing this up. I keep saying that it's like for those who right, but it's like how I look at how the world is going is like when you watch, if you guys ever seen the anime Devilman Crybaby, you know what I'm talking about. If you watch it, it goes on biblical proportions on where all the humans, when the apocalypse started, all the humans started turning into like they progressively keep getting worse. All the humans in the human race are just getting worse and worse, and they end up turning into demons. All of them. When the apocalypse happened, they're all killing each other as humans and then eating each other and doing a bunch of insane things, heinous, horrible things to each other. And then as time goes by, as it gets worse, as the apocalypse just slowly, happens, all the humans start turning into demons and just doing horrific things to each other. So that's how it feels like as time goes by.
Still refuses to ban you on Twitch. No, he didn't violate any TOS, guys. He just happened to violate the TOS of several fucking countries. I mean, you cannot make this shit up, dog. So anyways, I was just wondering why these specific countries, and completely unrelated, guys. But
if you watch it, you'll know what I'm talking about.
For the Legendary series, the biggest audience is America, right? The second biggest audience is conveniently the UK, and then Canada.
Yeah, she's very weird. Yeah, something about what's her name, Kirk, is a very weird one. It feels like some people saying she had some part of the death of that. I don't know if that's true or not, but yeah. I don't subscribe to celebrating people's deaths. I don't like that. I don't care how much you may. I don't care. He was a big raging racist, which I don't think he was, because based on the videos I saw, it never came off to me as such. Yep. Because, like, based on what I've seen from Charlie Kirk, I knew him before he died. I knew about him. And I never had an issue with his takes, because his takes was pretty, I think was fair. I have no problem with any of the takes he took. Because I don't remember him saying anything that was actually racist against anyone. At all. I think that was all made up by people who don't like him. Yeah.
And then Australia and Germany. So interesting. Maybe
what's going on,
it's some Legendary Series viewers who are trying to ban us out from the country. If so, power to you. After that, we got Philippines, India, and basically every other country, just like a little bit. So basically, Hassan is going to get banned from every country in the world, ideally. So I'm afraid to break it to you guys, but I guess he's just America's problem right now. I mean, you guys really just need to put him in prison or something, dude. Like, I don't know. Like, other countries just don't want him. Like, everyone's like, deport him. But, like, Bro, the other countries don't want him either, so you kind of gotta
Other
walk
countries
around
don't
like,
want him.
I've gotten favorable coverage in the New York Times is a pretty funny line. What kind of New York Times glazed terrorist? What is this real? Oh my lord! It will backfire on them due to
I'm
his
doing well.
legitimacy
Just
in
trying
the
to get
Democratic
stuff done.
Party and New York
We're on
Times
the
coverage.
last
But we
character,
all know it's a paid puff piece, and people in Democrats
so
hate
I'm
you.
kind of
What
happy
was his
about that.
favorite flag
And
again?
then
How long
after
has that
this,
particular group
I
been
think
on the
we're
terrorist
gonna
watch list? Hey, good
I'm
luck with
gonna
that. Assange should
work
be
on
banned from
the
every
commission I'm
country.
supposed to
Maybe
go
we
do
just
on.
make like a special island for him, you know? Him and his cultists. Australia booted Sneeko out and told him to kick rocks and never come back. I could easily see them doing the same with Hassan. I mean, Hassan is arguably the same or worse, right? So, I mean, this is completely in the realm of possibilities, and oh my god, bro. Like, imagine, like, it would be such good content, bro. Think of the content. You know, there's a law of the universe that I've been saying, right? Whatever is best for the legendary series.
Yeah, I got a VTubing commission I gotta do.
Somebody needs to do a clip compilation of the hundreds of times Hassan has smeared the UK.
So I'm trying to get
and
this
send
done
it to
so
the
I can do that
appropriate
all
authorities.
either
When
today or
this
tomorrow.
able, keep
Might do
trying
it
to
tomorrow,
stand
but
countries he hates. Freaking
it's time to
parasite.
move on from this.
Compilation of
I think this
100
has gone too
times
long.
Hassan doing something interesting. Oh, don't worry. No, don't worry. No, Hassan never gets clipped, all right? There's surely in the next few days, there won't be a compilation of Hassan talking shit about the UK, right? Surely that will not happen. Also,
Yeah.
didn't you just say the UK is cut for right here in this fucking...
She wanted to start streaming, so she wanted a character, so I have to work on her character. She already sent me all the references, so I'll do it tomorrow.
South Vietnamese. Now, speaking of people banned from entire countries, moving on to Sneeko. Apparently, he's been exposed for being a degenerate, and then Hassan has also called him out as being a fake Muslim. You know, this reminds me of that one episode from SpongeBob, where SpongeBob and Patrick actually fight each other, and then they find out that they're wearing underwear of each other's color. So, like, Hassan goes, "I hate you, Sneeko. You're a far-right radical." Sneeko goes, "I hate you, Hassan. You're a far-left radical."
All right.
You're racist. No, you're racist. Wait, what? We're both racist. Oh, we can really, like, unite, fucking hug and cry and shit. Like, oh my god, we actually do get along. Let's go. And it was basically Sneeko got exposed for being a degenerate freak. We already knew this. He was supposedly sleeping around with conservative influencers, having like threesomes while parading around as a devout Muslim.
Ah, that is gotcha, Sneeko. Like, there's moments where Sneeko has some good takes, and there's moments when he says some insane stuff. It's about time. They always do this. They say some stuff, seem like they're making some sense, and then you catch them with some bullshit. You guys always do some bullshit. Why are you always doing this? Oh my god. I always say, no, he's sleeping around. He's sleeping around, but I don't know about the cuck part. Oh, I know about the cuck part, but I don't know he's doing it again. He did mention that one time, but like, yeah, he said, he's sleeping around with some influencer girls.
We actually do get along. Let's go. And it was basically Sneeko got exposed for being a degenerate freak. We already knew this. He was supposedly sleeping around with conservative influencers, having like threesomes while parading around as a devout Muslim.
You can't be a conservative doing these things. You can't be conservative and having threesomes. That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. That's like being a nun but having threesomes. What? That's not how that works. You can't be conservative and having threesomes. That's not very conservative of you. That shit's crazy.
Xena the Witch drops a text with Amy Dangerfield, alleges that her and Sneeko did do what the rumors are saying. Me and Sneeko effed her raw, but Sneeko keeps getting outed for lying, and the most conservative women are secretly hoes. At least I'm upfront about what I do. Hate me because I keep it real. We got some DMs from this Amy person. Yeah, thanks. Don't tell him you effed Sneeko or this other person. I'm never going to tell anyone in my entire life. Okay, good. He said not to let you drink too much because you fricked me. He thinks you're bi because of that.
What? Go back. Stream worthy. Ha, sounds good. I'll text him back now. Haha, thanks. Don't tell him I fucked Sneeko. Don't tell him you fucked Sneeko or... Oh shit. I am not going to tell anyone in my entire life. Oh my god. These people. What the fuck? Oh. Okay, so stream worthy, haha. Sounds good. I'll text him back right now. Yeah, thanks. Don't tell him you fuck Sneeko or something. I am never going to tell anyone in my life. Okay, good.
Or this other person. I'm never going to tell anyone in my entire life. Okay, good. You said not to let you.
On the stream, well, that's not smart to say. How would he know? He said not to let you drink too much. Because you fucked me? Haha, he thinks you're bi because of that. He admitted I fucked you on stream?
You drink too much because you freaked me. He thinks you're bi because of that. He admitted I effed you on stream. Now people are alleging the other person is Myron from Fresh and Fit. I don't know if that's true, but this is so degenerate. Xena the Witch says she dropped the allegations against Amy because she snaked Destiny. Reveals there's other red pill conservative women who she and Sneeko had relations with. Okay, there's a lot of
what?
The other person is Myron from Fresh and Fit. I don't know if that's true, but this is so degenerate. Xena the Witch says she dropped the allegations against Amy because she snaked Destiny. Reveals there's other red pill conservative women who she and Sneeko had relations with. Okay, there's a lot of lore here. Apparently this is like a Destiny defender. So just like enjoy the chaos, I guess.
So yeah, I like to get, me and Sneeko had probably like 4 or 5 threesomes. And there's other women that are now married and in
Oh
relationships.
my god. Oh my god. We're at the pinnacle of like what was it? What was that Bible term? What was that Bible story? Sodom and Gomorrah. There we go. Sodom and Gomorrah. Because people are just too open. Like I said, we are way too open to tell our fucking bullshit to the internet. Yeah, they're hypocrites. Holy shit. Yeah, we're in Sodom and Gomorrah era. I'm not saying that Jesus is coming anytime soon, but I'm just saying we are just in that point where people are way too open telling their sex lives, their sexcapades. I think that's for sexcapades. Because these people are quick to tell their whole life story towards the whole internet, and they don't have no sense of shame. Yeah, I don't even think men do that like that. They always say that. They were saying that since 17 something. They said that they always said that. I think sometimes it's a little arrogant to say that sometimes. Not saying that we aren't. I'm just saying that I think it's arrogant to just assume that we are just because bad things are happening. Or something horrendous has happened. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but when a dude's doing it, you think they're lying. See, the thing is, the thing is about that, like, yeah, dudes do it too, but most cases, when we think a dude's doing it, we think he's just bullshitting till the chick says it. When the chick says it, then you're like, okay, it must be true. Because we know dudes who said they got bodies and they're lying. So it is what it is. A lot of dudes do this. They'll be like, I got bodies, I fucked her, I fucked this chick, and he found out he didn't fuck none of them. Till the chick says it. This is why when women say it, people take it more serious than the dude saying it. Just like that dude from Fresh and Fit, I forgot his name. The other guy, the black guy, I forgot his name. And he was telling a whole story that he went one night having sex with. Oh no, he was hanging out with an NBA player, and he got a bunch of girls because he was hanging out with an NBA player. He won't say who it is or anything like that. And the way he was explaining the story sounded like a bullshit story. It sounded like bullshit. And even the way he was explaining, it sounded like he was just fast talking his way through it. It was just, I was like, this was not a good look, bro. Like, I wouldn't, even if that was true, I wouldn't even repeat this. Like, nah.
Relationships that, we were trashing out in the bedroom that are red pill conservatives that are lying to their husbands as if they're these Chad wives. They're grifting this whole, like, okay, what happened is why I first ever said anything about the threesome with Amy was because she snaked Destiny when Destiny was putting her on, helping her even get out in the industry in the first place.
Uh-oh.
The whole Groiper red pill scene she wanted to get in. Destiny was putting her on, and she just randomly started snaking him when, number one, over Pixie, when she didn't even like Pixie. Because Destiny never snakes me. Destiny's always been a real ass motherfucker. Destiny is my friend, so this made a
I hear that out loud is funny. Destiny's a real ass motherfucker. Okay, bitch. Okay, that seems very convenient for you, I guess. But like, I don't know about that one. I heard the craziest shit that he's been up to. I don't know what you're talking about. I get what you're talking about. You guys know each other. That's fine. Whatever the fuck. But like, let's be honest. Destiny is one of the most worst people you can trust. That man's a horrible individual. Yep. Yep, she is. She's crazy.
Talking shit about Destiny, trying to do a smear campaign on Destiny when everybody was jumping on Destiny's.
Oh my god, I forgot. Fucking sad. You should have been here last time I was streaming. Oh my god. You should have watched the goth girl dating thing we did 2 days ago. Oh my god, dude! If you saw that.
So lots to go over here. So just a couple of bullet points here. Sneeko is a degenerate and a cuck, right? We knew this. I mean, some other influencers are also apparently degenerates who are pretending to be these trad conservatives. Wow, influencers are grifting? Shocker. Nobody is surprised. Now, the reason this girl is mad is that they snaked Destiny, and Destiny is her friend. I mean, that's another whole fucking, like, wow. I mean, it is a great choice there, I guess. There's so many cycles of degeneracy going on here, you can't really keep up. But anyways, the reason we're talking about this is because
you missed it, but I was going on
now
them.
calling Sneeko a fake Muslim. Hilarious coming from Hassan,
Yeah.
the guy who pays for sex at a brothel. Hassan comments on this Sneeko, Amy Dangerfield, and Xena drama.
Also, this is a crazy story. Sneeko apparently was having a shit ton of threesomes with a bunch of like Republican conservative content creators, like just they're I mean, it's nothing that you didn't expect, but yeah, a lot of these guys apparently they just fuck a lot, like all these like conservative like trad cats and shit. Yeah, Sneeko was having threesomes with this lady Amy something. Yeah, they're having like grifter orgies out there.
Okay, that's legitimately the funniest thing this man has said. Grifter orgies. That's kind of funny. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't like this man, but that was actually genuinely funny. Grifter orgies. We're just grifting and fucking. I can't say that. We have grifter orgies, guys. Oh my god, that's so fucking funny. Right?
Honestly, talking about living traditional lives. It's so funny. These guys think it's oxymoronic for me to be successful financially, but also be a socialist.
It is too stupid. Don't play that stupid game, Hassan. Now you look stupid now. You just made yourself look dumb. Just because they're hypocrites doesn't mean you're not a hypocrite too. You cannot be an anti-socialist and make millions of dollars. It doesn't work. Just like you can't be a crazy conservative person and be having orgies. Don't play this game, you moron. Don't play this game with me. You've been funny. Stick to the funny. Jesus Christ. He's really trying to justify this still. You're a fucking asshole. You're an asshole. Went back being stupid again. Oh my god. You cannot be a socialist and be this rich and then say, eat the rich, you crazy. You look like fucking as crazy as, what's her name? Pokimane. Yeah, Pokimane. She's like, we need to eat the rich. Bro's like, aren't you the rich? No! Well, yes, but I mean the ultimate, the Jeff Bezos. You're such a cunt. You are such a cunt. Like, God, most people will wish they made 10,000 a month, much less, or make 100,000 a year. But you make 100 times that, and you're like, oh no, I'm not rich. Fuck you. Go fuck yourself, you fucking bimbo head.
Meanwhile, they quite literally do not practice what they preach. Okay?
You don't either.
Like, that is diametrically the opposite of the way that they present themselves, bro.
The irony. The irony. The irony in this entire talk. He doesn't realize he's the problem too.
There's no way.
Right? Than him. Right? Yes, that's me. Bro, that's me. That's me.
I just know you guys are straight.
Right now, that's me.
Oh, they are diametrically opposed to what they're preaching.
Holy shit.
Says you, champagne socialist ass in your Hollywood mansion, saying that these people are hypocrites. Yeah, and so are you.
You're still a hypocrite.
He always makes it like a black and white thing.
Yes.
He's expecting us to go and defend these people when, well, oh my God, you call out Hassan for being a hypocrite, but not these guys. But what you don't understand is we're apolitical. We don't give a fuck. Fuck these guys. Fuck you too.
Fuck these guys.
We hate both sides, alright? We hate extremists and we hate grifters, and they fall in that category, so F them. But we gotta be honest here. Let's not pretend that Hassan is above any of these people. You are literally just as much a degenerate
as them.
A fake grifter. I mean, you literally slept with a prawn star while she was sleeping with other men. You're literally a cuck, bro. I mean, just from the stories you have told, this shit wasn't even leaked. This is just him organically telling these stories because he wants to be seen as this alpha Chad, Andrew Tate type
Almost
of guy,
critical pressure,
because
yeah.
He's still stuck in this bro tips era. As a 35-year-old man, instead of starting a family, he's still bragging about girls he slept with. I mean, fact of the matter is, you would totally join in with Sneeko if you could. I mean, you're both cucks, and you're both degenerates.
I saw her, I've seen her other men, and it's just like, that was...
seen it?
Yeah, I saw her, like literally right...
If Sneeko booking a flight, pal, we know the kinds of people who pay for sex. It's literally the bottom of the barrel. And that's you. You're a disgusting freak. You admitted it. Anyways, so then Hassan calls Sneeko a fake Muslim. This is particularly ironic.
Wow.
Okay, I'm a goddamn Muslim American who gets fucking called a terrorist every fucking day.
You are though, but you are a terrorist. You are a domestic terrorist, my dude. Know that you're a fucking hypocrite too, and you are a fake Muslim too. You are one of the most fakest Muslims ever. The fuck was all that? I still don't fuck with that religion, but at least I could at least tell you're a fake fucking Muslim.
Nor am I from the Muslim world. This motherfucker's running around being like, I'm actually a pious Muslim revert. I believe fully, I subscribe fully to Islam, and then he's having fucking three-ways and shit, watching his girlfriend get fucked by other dudes, like
dude.
Except for one instance, she did one shoot, and I didn't really care about it. I don't even understand how that stuff works at all. What the fuck?
What?
His ass did.
Are you, bro? Guys, listen to this. Listen to this.
Nor am I from the Muslim world. This motherfucker's running around being like, I'm actually.
Bro said he's a fake Muslim, but he said he's not from the Muslim. What?
We know the kinds of people who pay for sex.
This guy is a hypocrite. He don't even give a shit.
You're a disgusting freak. You admitted it. Anyway, so then Hassan calls Sneeko a fake Muslim. This is particularly ironic.
Suck my fucking cock, okay? I'm a goddamn Muslim American who gets fucking called a terrorist every fucking day. I, after all, am not Muslim. Nor am I from the Muslim world.
Oh shit!
Like, I'm actually a pious Muslim revert. I believe fully, I subscribe fully to Islam, and then he's having fucking three-ways and shit, watching his girlfriend get fucked by other dudes, like,
bro.
Except for one instance, she did one shit. I didn't really care about it. I don't even understand how that stuff works at all. What the fuck? I bet you his ass did not ask one of these sheets.
Yeah, I would be mad as fuck too.
On one of the call-in shows, it'd be like, Imam, great Imam, please tell me, is it haram if I have a threesome, and then in the threesome there's another guy and he's fucking my girlfriend?
Bro,
Please, for the love of Allah, look at Amy Something's Instagram bio. Another Instagram link. Christ is King. Mrs. the Bryn Cat on Rumble and YouTube. America First. Yeah, this is the lady.
Is she
loves James Fishback. And I think that's her husband, who is a groiper. Is that a Swagapino W or L? Honestly, I think if Sneeko didn't become this like weird right-wing grifter, he could have had an incredible media career ahead of him.
Oh yeah, of course you get that
Right.
like condescending spiel after of like, I really believed in you, Sneeko. You know, I really
can go
thought
fuck
that
yourself.
you could do great things. He was probably thinking something like, you know, Sneeko, despite being a right-wing grifter, a piece of shit, you complete degenerate, all this fake person, he still ended up being an anti-Semite just like Hassan. So he's like, you know,
Well, that's what that's usually what happens when you're far right or far left. You end up hating the same people. You start hating the same exact people, maybe for different reasons, but it all comes back in you become what you hate. That's as true as it goes. You become what you hate. The irony in that is insane. You become what you hate, and that's more true than you think. Oh my god. Holy shit. Oh my. Actually, it's perfect because remember we watched that video with those furry guys? Those furries? And the one dude who was a furry said he had a problem with another dude. So he said a bunch of racial slurs. And he brought up the idea of like saying, "Oh, I can say racial slurs to him because he's being racist to other people." Using racism against racism doesn't work. It's dumb. That's like violence and violence. That's not going to solve the problem. It's an option, but it ain't going to solve the problem. Man's an idiot.
Screwed on in the right place, apparently, right? According to Hassan. So in Hassan's mind, it's like, he really had a promising career. He could have been there beside me, you know, standing here beside me, being a racist piece of shit, getting banned from a bunch of countries. I mean, you both are getting banned from countries now, so, you know, you're really competing on who's the bigger degenerate. I remember, like, a couple episodes ago, I was talking about
do what?
It's very hard to tell who is the bigger regard between Sneeko and Hassan. And they are neck and neck.
They're pretty much the same.
A players at their best, you know, performing at their peak. Also, this is obviously the pot calling the kettle black because you literally admitted that you are not Muslim, and then you use it as a shield every single time you're criticized. It's disgusting. It's disrespectful. You're a grifter. You're a liar. You manipulate your audience, and then you play victim. Stop it. Stop it. Okay, get some help. So then he talks about the various Sneeko arcs and tries to be like the father figure, the dad, going like, "Oh my God, you had all this potential, and then you squandered it."
Because he used to, when he was like a little kid, he would do like all these thoughtful videos.
It doesn't really solve the problem.
And then his brain just got completely fucking reoriented by Andrew Tate. He got hit with the Andrew Tate beam, and he was like, "Oh, I love Red Pill. Oh, I love fighting against the Matrix." I mean, he went through like every version of being blasted by internet invented ideologies.
Says the crazy socialist.
This might be like one of the most hypocritical clips of all time.
Right?
Did you do quite
the same thing? Right? Your bro moment? Are you kidding me? Oh my God. This shit it writes itself.
Cosplaying Diet Andrew Tate. You were literally part of the overly red pill misogynistic squad, talking down to women, talking about how you want to F them and all that. Just being crazy, disgusting, and disrespectful. Old enough to mouth? Question mark? It's crazy seeing him projecting this hard because
it's him.
He's criticizing Sneeko.
He was.
Are things that he's done himself. And I mean every single one of them. It's insanely hypocritical. Sharon English Tech cannot decide if he's Muslim or not. I'm a propagandist. Yes, you are. Hassan doesn't practice what he preaches.
Then he could jump into the. But what he should do is jump in, and it's all equality from that point. If everyone says racial slurs, no one's racist in the room.
Hassan be like, Toro, oh my god. Moving on to the 1,000-year blood war, Hassan versus Asmongold. Back at it again, the never-ending war. So it all started when Hassan got rage-baited by his chat, as it always does. And then he tried to compare stats
No
with
scope
Asmongold,
racist.
which just never ends well.
Lol, what isn't? He gets more views than you on every platform. I love the lone Asmongold warrior in the chat. I'm not entirely certain if that's the case. If we look at the overall YouTube views that I garner from the Hasanabi Clips Industrial Complex, certainly between my actual YouTube channel and his, I mean, he's got millions of views. His latest vid on his channel is a video about you? Of course. So why would he need relevance? I don't know. You should ask him why he constantly fucking talks about me. Asmongold turns politics into bubblegum. I think you both talk about each other. This is the final level of cope from Zombies Eat Duck. If you key search Asmongold in my YouTube channel and then key search Hassan on his, you will see that both on his clip channel and his main channel, he talks about me quite a bit. I actually have leveled up on my ops a little bit more than random unwashed, sweaty loser gamers to entire institutions like Fox News going through the cope ladder in a speed run. Yeah, look, see, this is the.
You saying you beef at Fox News is not. That's not a flex. That is not flex. That is not flex. That is not flex. I'm dead serious. You say you beef with Fox News is nothing new for most people. That is nothing new for most people.
The final. This is the final point of cope ladder. We go, oh, you guys both talk about each other. This is the first time I brought up Asmongold in weeks, if not months. Notice how
He's
we
lying.
haven't talked in this chat for quite a while because the Discord server that you're in did not alert you that I was talking about Asmongold, so you came in here, and maybe because he's not live today, you were looking for some political commentary and you saw that I started talking about him, so immediately you started chirping. But that's the reason why you haven't chirped. For the record, these are not clips of me reacting to Asmongold. These are clips of Asmongold reacting to me just this past week alone. Okay? There is no parity between the amount of times I react to Asmongold versus the amount of times he reacts to me. This is a very classic thing that my haters do, right? Same thing with Sex Pestiny, for example, and a million other haters that I don't know and will never find out about. The intellectual juggernaut of the right now is this unwashed creature.
Right.
Right.
Hassan wants you to think that Asmongold is the only one talking about Hassan. Hassan never talks about Asmon, actually. He's probably just never mentioned it, maybe like once a year, right? I mean, how many times do we need to teach you this lesson, old man? Do we need to play the Hassan compilation of you bringing him up literally a million times?
Asmongold has talked more times about me on his broadcast every single fucking day.
Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, let's roll the tapes. This is only for the last 2 weeks. Let's go.
Are you fucking kidding me? God damn. Wait, when was this?
We need to play the Hassan compilation of you bringing him up literally a million times.
Asmongold has talked more times about me on his broadcast every single fucking day.
Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, let's roll the tapes. This is only for the last 2 weeks. Let's go.
It was last 2 weeks? Oh my god. It is not. He said, are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. This is 3 times speed, dude.
Yeah, I don't know why he tries to lie about stuff that is quite literally documented on the internet. And again, my theory is coming true again. My theory is that Hassan wipes his memory every single day. He does not remember what happened yesterday or the day before because he needs to operate his cult, right? He needs to be confident in everything he says. And the only way he can do that is to do a mind wipe every night before going to bed. And that would kind of explain all his behavior, actually. Right. And then I guess his brain just fills the blank memories with whatever suits his narrative. Okay, Israel shocked my dog, of course. And the terminal copium of, I get more views. Just look at my fan channels, guys. Okay, Hassan. Okay, you win. You're more popular. You have more motion. You were definitely not number 47 on the list of the popular political channels. You were not 47. You're more like 46 or 45, you know? And the fact that he's so sad about it as well, he just cannot accept reality. Dude, the first step to overcoming your problems in life is to accept that you have one. He is stuck on the first step for like a year. Anyways, Asmongold responded, says he doesn't seek mainstream validation after Hassan called him politically irrelevant and motionless. Basically, a Hassan chatter lied to him and said that Asmon was calling him a terrorist when he was obviously saying terrorist supporter. And Hassan just runs with it. The last 3 days he has been calling you a terrorist and nothing is happening. Subscribe for 7 months. Lying is OP.
The last 3 days he's been calling you a Muslim terrorist and nothing is happening? Yeah.
And also, by the way, I've never called Hassan a terrorist. This is the constant reframing that people like this do. I say that he is a terrorist supporter, and he is a terrorist supporter. He says that he supports groups that are labeled as terrorist groups like the Houthis. It's not even a debatable fact. I don't even... Why are we even having this conversation? He says it.
He's trying to grab onto as much relevance as possible, and he's failing to...
By the way, Hassan is flying all around the world to collab with any political person that will happen to allow him to infect their campaign. Talking about, I'm desperately clawing on for relevance. Like, I'm streaming. Obviously, I'm looking for relevance. I do it for fun. I like streaming. What can I say?
Lol, what isn't? He gets more views than you on every platform. I love the lone Asmongold warrior in the chat. I'm not entirely certain if that's the case. If we look at the overall YouTube views that I garner from the...
Great. I'm glad you're happy with how well you're doing on YouTube. Okay, what is it? Is it literally just coping and molding about popularity?
Yeah, I mean, that kind
Yes,
of
you should
defines
just.
half of his interactions with Asmongold. Bro, the copium. If you actually consider my clip channels, I've done the math and I'm more popular. This complete fantasy that I made up in my head, dude. And how many times has Hassan done this conflation where he says people are calling him a terrorist when the main argument people are making is that he supports terrorists, which is 100% factual and indisputable. He's done it multiple times, reiterating his support, which is part of the reason why there are multiple countries trying to get you banned. And he always addresses the criticism by removing the supporter part and just saying, oh, people are calling me a terrorist. And then he adds on that, oh, I'm brown, oh, I'm Muslim, or something like that, trying to make it seem like people are racist to him when he admits that he's white passing and everybody considers him white as well. And then he admits that he's not Muslim. He admits that he's not brown and he's always white. Like, none of this makes sense. He's obviously grifting. So then Asmon talks about why he avoids mainstream media and politicians, unlike Hassan, who is desperate to collab with any politician to get any mainstream attention, except when they're disavowing him, obviously.
Clip channel and his main channel, he talks about me quite a bit. Yeah, I actually have leveled up on my ops a little bit more than random unwashed, sweaty loser gamers. To entire institutions like Fox News.
Yes.
He's still stuck chirping about me.
I have no interest in any form of mainstream validation. That's why I've been invited to a lot of mainstream, like channels and stuff like that to come on and discuss things, even as just like a personal thing. I just have no interest in it. I like doing what I'm doing and I'm comfortable doing it. So if he wants to go and get involved with some new political candidate that wants to, make excuses for Hamas, then yeah, I'll criticize it or whatever, but he's totally free to do that.
Yeah, I do find it interesting that one of Hassan's main criticism is that Asmongold is grasping for relevancy. I mean, dude, you're the one who's flying everywhere, trying to get collabs with politicians, trying to fly to these other countries who don't want you. Asmon is just sitting in his room, rejecting every offer his way, and still 10 times more popular embodying you. I mean, it must be so sad to be a perpetual loser. So then Asmon admits that he's controversial, and he understands that, which is why he doesn't associate himself with all these political people
I'm sorry about
and
that,
basically ruin their careers.
The reason why I don't involve myself directly with a lot of mainstream politics is because I know that I'm extremely controversial. I know that, and I don't want to pollute or complicate
any sort of thing that I agree with by adding in my own personal issues. I have no interest in doing that. Like I know this is the complicated thing, but the main time that any of these people bring you up politically, it's to disavow you. Whenever Fox is bringing you up, it's to disavow you.
Yes.
When Zoran is bringing you up, it's to disavow you. When anybody else, any of these other CNN is bringing you up, it's to disavow you. It's not like these people are like giving you motion in like a good way. They do the same thing for Nick Fuentes.
Yeah, so that's the thing. Hassan always tries to say that he has so much motion. All these people are talking about him. And half of the time, it's people shitting on him, right? It's people trying to get him banned from entire countries. And, say what you want about Asman's views. At least he's self-aware. He acknowledges he's controversial, that he has some, particularly insane viewpoints that a lot of people may not agree with. He knows that, and he acts accordingly. Meanwhile, Hassan is just baffled. He doesn't understand. He's like, why am I getting banned from these places? I'm anti-racist. Why is anyone trying to cancel me? I'm not controversial at all. Oh, I know. It must be because I don't like Israel. Surely not because I'm a non-Muslim. How is Hassan's social awareness so bad? People call him a terrorist supporter because he supports terrorists. Similar to people calling him a dog shocker. He shucks his dog. Alrighty, outro. Explain to us Americans, like me who aren't 100% familiar with their work prior to the legendary series, how you aren't American but sound like us. Much love, continue the Lord's work. Will do. Okay, this is a very frequent question. It's a long story, but TLDR, right? At age like 18 to 20-ish maybe, I had like an existential crisis after finding out that college is miserable, right? After I spent my whole life trying to get into my dream college, I found out it was miserable. So I got super depressed and I isolated from literally everyone. I basically didn't talk to anyone for years, or at least like minimal. And I went through a lot, right? Basically, I did nothing but watch YouTube and TV shows for several years because that was the only thing that made me happy. And also, at this time, I happened to start making YouTube videos, which was unintentionally really good practice for speaking. And I basically picked it up after several years. Now, people usually respond saying, that's impossible. This was literally a day ago. I don't believe you. You sound like an American. There's no way you are in Singapore. If you're not an American, you wouldn't have an American accent. And I understand why you have this opinion. You're completely right. It's impossible, I'd say, for a normal person. But if you're a colossal loser such as myself, who was that isolated, you can seemingly do these impossible things, right? And I feel like my entire life is an outlier, dude. I somehow became a fucking YouTuber.
Oh, at the end.
I don't know how any of this happened, but here we are.
10 seconds
and,
left.
Now I get to make videos for other lonely people. So I'll keep dropping some more Pegasus lore at the end of videos, all right? That's your treat for sticking around. So yeah, hopefully that answers it. I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
I try to avoid these videos about Hassan, but it was just too damn funny not to hear him being a hypocrite. That was just too damn funny. Alright, let me see. Did we do this one? We did that one already. This is one. Nah. Nah. Full episode new regular show Lost Tapes. I would watch this, but I don't know. I don't care about this either. Okay, here's a video I found. By, I don't know his name. His name is Infinite GT, if I'm saying it right. Infinite GT. I don't know who this is. This is my first time seeing his content. I just saw the thumbnail. I thought it was interesting. I clicked it. It says, this is why people are lonely these days. He has 140,000 subscribers. This has 14,000 views from this video. So we're going to see, and this was posted 21 hours ago. So this is pretty recent. So this dude here, his name is Infinite GT, the guy on the side. He said, the video is labeled, this is why people are lonely these days. Let's see what it's about.
Bunch of streamers in a room, just recording each other, talking to each other, socializing and things like that. And my first thought was like, what is going on, bro? Just a bunch of people with cameras and lights in their face having private conversations with each other that's really not private because you got a big camera with a big old light that's like shining.
I got you, bro.
It's like 2 or 3 or 4 people having conversations with each other as if it's private. but it's not because it's being streamed. And I don't know if it's some type of kickback or party or I don't know what they was doing. But it's just not normal. That's why loneliness has become what it has become. And somebody might be like, well, how is that? How is loneliness? What's that got to do with loneliness?
Well, let's put it this way. I said this too, because we don't know when to make things private. We have to make everything public for everyone. And then we get fucking stranged out when everything goes left for us when we give our opinions. Just like Jello-opolis, his name Jello-opolis or Apocalypse, or the fuck the dude's name that we did just a few videos ago. He was causing so much trouble because he didn't know when to shut the fuck up.
It's because if you think about it, communication has been consistent since the beginning of time. There's been a lot of changes in this world. Technology has changed, different interests, different sports, different things to do. Yes, there has been a lot of different things, but one of the things that have been consistent with humans since the beginning of time has been communication, pretty much. You know, when you get around a group of people and you just a community of people and you get along and you laugh and you joke and you talk to each other and you know people confide in one another, just things like that. But now, because of social media and streaming, it's all fake. It's like, do these people talk to each other when the cameras aren't on or when?
No, they usually don't, or they.
How does that contribute to loneliness? Well, it's okay. Just imagine if you're talking to somebody, but you're not really talking to them. You're really talking to them because you're thinking about how many views or how many likes or how many comments you're going to get. So the conversations aren't genuine because you know people are watching you. And the more people watch you for having this type of conversation with you, you get more money, you get more clout, you get more fame, you get all these type of things. People, right? So then there's an ulterior motive. The ulterior motive is extrinsic rewards, right? So that means that if you are having these conversations with these people and those extrinsic rewards aren't there, what type of conversations would you have?
None.
Now people are doing things to provoke each other because they think about money or they thinking about how many clicks, how many views, how many likes, how many shares, how many comments. So they'll say things in a conversation that they otherwise would not even say to provoke. And you see what I'm saying? And what's happening slowly over time, this new generation, I'll say Gen Z, what's happening slowly over time.
Gen Z, you mean Gen Alpha?
Themselves to not have genuine relationships. And when you don't have genuine relationships, people are lonely. You know how many people in that room probably feel alone? They probably feel lonely. Because now you're talking to somebody. You ever talk to somebody, right? This actually happens in every day too, but not as often because it's not social media, right? You ever talk to somebody, but when you're talking to them, but they are really not interested in talking to you. They're really not interested in talking to you. They're having a conversation with you.
They're not there.
Conscious of other people around them listening to them.
They're not there.
They're talking to you, but you see, as they're talking to you, they're looking around. You know, they're saying jokes, but they're looking at who's laughing at the jokes that they're saying, who's around. They're saying things, they're looking at people's reactions about they're saying intelligent things or whatever, and they're looking at, and it's like they're using you just for other people to hear them and impress other people. They're talking to you, but they really don't care about talking to you. They care about the people around you that's listening to that person talk to you. Does that make any sense? I know people know what I'm talking about. If anybody ever perceives themselves to be in that situation, it's like, why am I even talking to this person? You quickly lose interest. Well, imagine a world with just social media and streaming and all this type of stuff, and everybody's doing stuff for likes and comments and views and things like that.
I don't see the point of surveilling anyone when we do it for ourselves. We do it on purpose. The fuck?
Every time you get around somebody, you're talking to them, they pull out their phone or their meta glasses, they're trying to record for a moment to post on social media. There's nothing that's just genuine anymore. People, and it's not even just the young generation of Gen Z. This is millennials, this is Gen X, this is the baby boomers, this is almost every generation is scrolling on their phones. The difference was, I'll say, like the older generation, like Gen X, really, the boomers, they're not quick to pull their phone out and record every moment.
No, they're only quick to follow their phone when they're trying to get a legal dub on you. That's the only time a phone comes out in a baby boomer's hand, or even a millennial, or a Gen X. Oh, I'll say more Gen X or a baby boomer. They'll be quick to pull out their phone just because they want to get that legal L on you. That's it.
They're not. They'll scroll on social media, so they have that same issue like everybody else. But they are still, because they grew up, they're still in the moment. They grew up like that, so it's more normal for them to be in a moment with somebody than for them to pull their phone out and try to record every moment and stuff like that. So you think about concerts. You go to a concert, who's really in the moment? Everybody pulling their phones out as if you're not there. But what about the memories? 1,000 people behind you and in front of you will record the same thing. Just research the concert you at.
All right, night, my dude.
And all those moments will pop up on social media. You act like I can see if you was the only one there, or everybody there was there and nobody else was recording. Okay, I see you recording. Everybody recording. What's the point of you recording? Just be in the moment. People don't know how to do that. That's what is leading to loneliness. It is. You try to have a conversation with somebody, and this is something I've been saying for years, and people be like, "You got a point," but then they still don't care. Why should somebody who is 200 miles away, 30 miles away, 1,000 miles away, 1 mile away, 500 feet away, who texts you on the phone or call you, have priority over somebody that you're having a conversation with that's right in front of you? Why? That don't make any sense. How many times have you had a conversation with somebody, right? A one-on-one conversation is good conversation. It's a rich conversation. It's great. And they get a phone call. And they take the phone call. Hold on real quick. Let me get the phone. And they take the phone call. And they're talking on the phone. 30 seconds, 5 minutes, 20 minutes. Technology has become so normal to people that they literally prioritize somebody that's somewhere else over a technological device than somebody that's right in front of them. How has that become normal? Even a text message. They'll be talking to you, and then they'll, in the middle of you talking to them, they'll scroll and check their text message. This is leading to loneliness. Okay, so what's the solution? I don't have all the solutions, but I do know one of the solutions is when you're with people, be in a moment. Try not to prioritize technology. Try not to prioritize who's calling you, the other human who's calling you or texting you. Why don't you just try to prioritize your relationship and the person that's right in front of you? I guarantee you, I can almost guarantee you, in most situations, I can almost guarantee you, the conversation will be more rich. The relationship will be more rich. Oh, guess what? You'll feel less lonely. Imagine just knowing that, like, I don't really want to get into this topic too much, but humans all throughout society have always had people around them.
Take away the internet.
In villages and
That's also a
tribes
problem.
and things like that. You was always around family and friends. You rarely was really ever alone. And then, guess what? There was no technology that was interrupting. So if you had conversation with people, interactions, it was a real interaction. Whether if you was frustrated with each other, or you was happy with each other, laughing with each other, joking with each other, crying with each other, just chilling and talking to each other, just having a good conversation. It was right there. It was in the moment. It was rich. It was great. It was great. But now social media is, I guess, what, 20, 30 years old now? Not 20 years old. And
no, more like 40.
A lot of people
it's
lonely.
just
And
now
you don't
more
have to be
like...
lonely, because guess what? You can always be like, you know what? I'm just going to take a break from social media. Instead of it always 7 hours, 8 hours a day, I'm only going to dedicate an hour to technology. And other than that, it's going to be just rich conversations with people I have friendships and relationships with.
See, the problem with this is this takes So the problem with this takes the idea of willpower, because when you do that too long, your brain is you gotta rewire yourself.
I'm not saying we live in a time where, of course, technology is very relevant and you need it to function really in this modern day society. But to the extent that people have excess, it's not necessary. It's necessary for a lot of things, but it's not necessary in the excess that people have been addicted to it. It's not. You can put your phone down. You can put your phone down for a few more hours a day, or just 1 hour a day, more than you usually do. It's not going to. It's actually going to improve the quality of life if you have more of a balance. I'm not saying like you shouldn't have technology. I'm not saying that, but it's like, but too much of anything is if anything, it's not going to be good. So with technology and loneliness and stuff like that, I think that's one of the starting solutions to being less lonely. You know, having a relationship with God, having a relationship with Jesus is number one.
Don't tell them that. Don't tell them that. That's fighting words right there.
Calling friends.
You sound old as fuck. That's like I said. You sound like an unk. Want me to get good with God? Man, you old as shit. That's what they'll say. You old as shit. You're an unk. You're talking old time. Don't talk to me about that shit. I don't want to hear that shit. They don't hear that shit. Sadly.
Family. They say, hey, can we take a walk at the park? Can we sit down on the bench and just talk to each other? We put our phones down. We put the technology down for a minute. Just for a minute and just have a conversation.
No, bro, that's a lot you're asking a lot of people to do. I'm not saying it's not possible. It's just like, in reality, a lot of people are so mentally stuck to their phones that they just can't do it, sadly.
It will just make your life so much less lonely.
They don't believe that.
Especially when you know that person is right there, they focus on you, there's no distractions. And then on the other side, the person is right there, focused, there's no distractions.
No, that's gonna make them feel uncomfortable. Because the distraction is what keeps them, I wouldn't say focused, but it keeps them, I wouldn't even say engaged. It just keeps them at bay from being, like, that's why there's a study that shows, like, people, okay, that's why they did that thing where a bunch of kids was put in a room for, like, what, 4 hours without their phone? They was having a mental breakdown. They was having a mental breakdown saying they can't talk to their friends, they can't talk to anyone, blah, blah, blah. You know what I'm saying? Like, they were saying all the typical things, like they can't handle the idea that they can't have their phone because that's where their whole everything is. It's like, you know, it's just...
each other is great. That's my thoughts. Have a good day.
Shit. What the fuck?
Essentially, cyber.
The fuck? Hold on. What is this? So here's a video by Atozi. He says TikTok AI stalking content must be stopped.
So this TikTok is essentially cyber stalking using AI to harass celebrities, and this straight up just has to stop because this is beyond creepy. Because she has been using AI to make disturbing pictures of herself and her celebrity crushes, including fake relationships, fake hospital photos, and fake babies across TikTok and Instagram. And I feel like I keep saying, as the future comes, it's going to get weirder and weirder. And this is absolutely an example
of the future, or I guess the now, being extremely weird, because we would have never thought to have a problem like this back in, like, what, 2015? I think the closest to that was, there was this, like, viral Instagram guy. I think his name was Tajit. It was, like, this guy who, like, used to Photoshop himself into celebrity photos. Completely forgot his name, but I did actually find the picture that I was referencing. That used to be the norm. Now, things are looking a little bit more realistic with the help of AI. And obviously, Photoshop stuff like that is obvious jokes, and now you have people essentially LARPing that they're really the significant others of legitimate celebrities. Guys, I mean, AI has been getting more and more dystopian by the day, and now we're hitting new lows, where people are being posted online in relationships with people they've never met. And no, I'm not talking about like the Jake Paul edits that have been going around for a bit. And as I mentioned earlier, these are way more realistic. It seems like the people who are posting these are fully addicted to posting this kind of content. And the main account that we're covering today is named Kaylee Curie. Obviously, Curie is the last name of Joe Curie, who is a legitimate celebrity. So she's claiming she's his wife or, you know, something like that. But obviously, fandom spaces have always played with fantasy, and I think the internet is kind of used to seeing fictional relationships, self-shipping, and so on and so on. But this is really something else entirely. Like, this content stopped being clearly fictional and started pretending to be real life. And this account started posting AI-generated images that showed Joe Curie, not as a character, but as himself, standing in hospital rooms, holding a newborn baby. And these were not stylized edits or, you know, cartoonish AI art. No, they are meant to look real. Real enough that casual viewers genuinely started asking if Joe Curie is now a father. So, clearly, this is insane. And what made all of this so much worse is how quickly confusion spread, because there were comments asking if the baby was real, if Joe Curie had announced anything, or if this was some sort of like hidden relationship reveal. So even chronically online people looked through these hospital photos and thought, oh crap, Joe Curie just had a baby. And to be fair, this started happening when AI was fairly new, so I don't think a lot of people were quite, you know, expecting it to look this real. And obviously, it's the older fans that seem to be getting spoofed by this. The younger hardcore fans, they're trying to correct the record. Many of those comments were deleted, and some users say they were blocked. And others report the post to TikTok for AI misuse, impersonation, and deepfakes, only to be told nothing violated the platform rules. So that's interesting. Basically, this account made real-looking photos with a real person and then removed any comments that pointed out it was fake. Excuse me, what? Like, what kind of group fantasy are they trying to create here? Like, the more people who think this is real, the better, I guess? Is their goal just to trick as many people as possible? Yes. Oh, to make it all worse, she also made a fake Steve Harrington TikTok that I guess is pretending to be ran by Steve. So this account was even commenting on her other account stuff, like, you've just made me the happiest man on the planet. Thank you for being in my life, and I thank God for bringing us together. Excuse me, what? What kind of mental illness is this? Because this is not okay. This doesn't make sense. Why are you creating attention this bad? But I guess she's logging out of one of her fake Steve Harrington TikTok accounts to log into another one, pretend to be her fake boyfriend, and then comment on her own TikToks. Yeah, this is hell. This is awful. Like, what's going on here? But of course, instead of stopping when she started getting a bunch of backlash,
the idea of AI and the internet should not have been given to the normal people. It should have been given to the military, and that's it. I do not think it makes a lot of sense to give this to normal people. See what normal people do with this shit?
The main account was suddenly just privated, which might have looked like the end of the story, but no, it wasn't. Almost immediately, new accounts started popping up with the same user, and one continued the Joe Curie content under a different username, K Harrington AI. So at least they're putting AI in the username, but the first TikTok on the account had the caption, I had to make a new account because people can't tell what's real and what's fake. This sounds like they're trying to cover their tracks, but what do I know? You would think the confusion would be from purposefully creating content designed to look like the real person. What do I know, though? But I found another account from the same user, too. But this one shifted the focus entirely to a different actor. This one is K Scott AI. Those are really the only two accounts that are left right now, and I've been looking into this for months. I think I found this when the Joe Curie baby photos first started going viral. Disclaimer, it's all AI. We're talking about AI accounts here. Don't sue me. But since then, she scrubbed a whole lot of her digital footprint. footprint, but not before I managed to scrape a good bit of that. And I guess she doesn't feel too bad about it because she still at least has 2 accounts up. And this account includes the same behavior, the same creepy AI relationship framing, just with a new target. There's just something so messed up about this entire thing. Taking a celebrity and making your own fake AI baby is just beyond creepy. It seems like she's not just addicted to the content, but also to the reactions that she's getting, because she could just private all these accounts because, you know, obviously a lot of people realize this is AI is not very happy with this. They left comments asking the creator to stop, pointing out that Joe Curie is a real person, not a fictional character, and obviously pretending that he welcomed a baby is crossing a few lines here. And according to multiple users, those comments did not stay up for long. People say they were deleted or they were just blocked entirely. And apparently, all she has to do to keep her accounts up is this like small warning in her bio that it's all AI. Past that, I guess she can just keep posting whatever weird stuff she wants to. And multiple commenters also started claiming that the creator runs a Discord server.
I can just imagine if this was in the hands of Justin Bieber fans back in 2013, 2012. Oh my God. Imagine how that would have went back in those days. Or 2011. Imagine a bunch of Bieber fans having the power of AI to make as much AI Justin Bieber content. Oh my fucking God.
Where people who call her out are made fun of. So according to the people who say they were targeted, AI-generated images were made of them. So they comment to say this is messed up, and suddenly there's deepfake images of them doing degrading things just for calling out someone AIing a celebrity they like. Excuse me, what is going on here? So they're using AI against Joe Curie and the other actors and their fans. What a great use of bandwidth. I'm so happy that my power bill is jacked through the roof because of this. Well, what's crazy about all this is she's kind of created this weird community where people are commenting support on these weird posts because each of these pages follow other.
The thing that you gotta learn of something about the human mind, if it's whether it's offensive or not, there is going to be someone on this fuck ass planet who's going to justify some insane line of unhinged type shit all the time. It doesn't matter what it is. You can literally make an Instagram about being a rock. Someone's gonna follow it. Even if they're kidding, someone's gonna follow it. You can literally make a video, make videos, pictures, and a profile about being a rock. Someone's going to follow you. Not a lot, but someone's going to follow you. That's just the shit of this. This is why we have 8 billion people on this planet. One person out of the billion will like your shit. They're going to look at your shit or they're going to follow your shit. That's the sad part about this. Horrendous.
Accounts that post AI Steve Harrington content. And this is just a few from this one particular actor. So I'm sure there's other actors that has, I guess, fans, I guess they're fans in a way, doing or making this weird content about them. So when I first started looking into this, I was not expecting to find all of these AI girlfriends and wives of celebrities. But welcome to the new world that's quite dystopian. But this particular account is also using AI to edit the way she looks. So she'll post a video like this, and then post a picture like this. So I guess she's just using AI for everything. And then you have this account, which literally says in the bio that all hate will just be thrown back at the people interacting. So I guess that's referring to maybe the Discord thing. So they're openly threatening people with making deepfakes of them just because they're pointing out how messed up it is making deepfakes of popular celebrities. But hey, I guess watch out, because if you think that's weird, you're going to get a picture made of you doing something weird on some Discord server. So awesome. Hopefully they don't do that in South Korea though, because Johnny's currently finding out about doing that. But hopefully I'm not cooked here, but I guess she's friends with Kaylee too, since they've made deepfakes together. The deepfake collabs, dude. We are in a very fascinating time. And obviously, Joe Curie is not co-signing this whatsoever. I don't think he has a say here, because again, this is kind of like we're stepping into new territory here. And I guess people are defending this behavior by saying, "Oh, it's all just fan fiction." But fan fiction
always
does not trick people
someone
into believing a real human being is secretly having a child. So this is a little interesting. How will this affect the legal environment in the future? I don't know, because I'm sure laws about deepfakes are probably only going to become more and more strict. As I mentioned earlier, South Korea has already made their own laws about deepfakes, and I'm sure the US is probably going to do something about it in the future. Who knows though? There was a case earlier last year involving Taylor Swift and an AI firm, and that ruling made it so that creating deepfake endorsements using her image without permission wasn't allowed. So they basically made it so you can't digitally recreate a real person and put words, actions, or situations on them without consent. And platforms often hide behind the technical excuse here that they argue that these AI images are not advertisements or political misinformation. But to me, I mean, this seems like a pretty big hit to defamation and privacy. I mean, you even have entire law firms that are advertising help for these kind of civil suits. So I guess we're seeing law firms catching up to this kind of stuff, but the platforms are definitely not keeping up. And I should also mention that it's not only girls doing these trends as well, because I guess, unfortunately, this is just an entire genre of content now, and this keeps getting easier to make. Like, dude, we're just heading into a new version of the internet where you genuinely can't tell whether someone's life actually happened or was generated by some crazy person with a Discord server. So hey, I guess we're all just cooked, but at least we're here to witness it. I don't know what to say. But I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Oh God, bro. You're so fucked. You're so fucked.
Content now, and this keeps getting easier to make. Like, dude, we're just heading into a new version of the internet where you genuinely can't tell whether someone's life actually happened or was generated by some crazy person with a Discord server. So hey, I guess we're all just cooked, but at least we're here to witness it. I don't know what to say. Two brothers allegedly built an entire fake royal billionaire lifestyle with private jets, crypto deals, luxury mansions, and corrupt officials by pretending to be a pair of princes? What? So apparently, if you buy enough designer clothes, turn enough private jets, and say the word Dubai confident enough, people will just hand you millions of dollars because federal prosecutors say that's basically what happened here. Two brothers from Ohio, not Dubai, not Ohio,
What?
not some royal compound together. No. They are from Ohio, and they allegedly built an entire fake billionaire empire that prosecutors say brought in around $21 million through fraud schemes, bribery, crypto scams, fake business deals, and just straight up luxury-fueled delusion. And for a while, the whole thing actually worked. So you have Zubair and Muzamil al-Zubair. They spent years presenting themselves as ultra-connected Middle Eastern elites with endless money and royal connections. And Zubair allegedly claimed that he was married to a princess from the United Arab Emirates, while his younger brother, Muzamil, reportedly portrayed himself as some kind of hedge fund genius. And I'm sorry, but the fact that these guys are just some random dudes from Ohio playing dress up for these pictures makes it 10 times funnier. These guys are literally LARPing as Middle Eastern elite. And I guess because the internet is just, completely cursed, they allegedly learned investing from YouTube videos and the TV show called Billions. I'm not kidding. Imagine losing millions of dollars to someone whose financial education was basically autoplay recommendations in Showtime. And sure, while you can argue there's a lot of valuable advice out there on YouTube, there's also way more grifters than legitimate people. Unfortunately, that's just the reality of the financial space on YouTube. And I'm thinking they were kind of attracted to the grifters here because they had the whole fake wealthy thing going, because they had the luxury cars, the private jets, the designer clothes, huge dinners, the VIP sports suites, expensive watches, and of course, a whole bunch of social media flexing. So federal investigators, they say the brothers carried out multiple fraud schemes between 2020 and 2023, eventually pulling in around $21 million total. During the sentencing, the judge absolutely unloaded on them, saying you stole a lot of money, defrauded people, and put East Cleveland in a terrible light. And while, hey, as bad as this sounds for Cleveland, at least Cleveland has Sir Yacht. So he'll always fix their reputation. But the more you dig into this case, the crazier things get, because prosecutors say that these guys just didn't pretend to be rich. They allegedly managed to convince actual public officials to help legitimize them. One of the biggest reasons this operation apparently looked real was because an actual East Cleveland official started to help them sell this image.
Oh my God.
This is making Ohio look less and less like a real place, unfortunately. But that official was apparently Michael Smeadley, the city's former chief of staff. And prosecutors say the relationship between Smeadley and the brothers basically became kind of a trade deal. So you help us look official, and we'll make it worth your while. So federal investigators say the brothers showered Smeadley with gifts and perks like cash payments, luxury dinners, cigars, brown sweet tickets.
Are you fucking serious?
Wagyu beef. And of course, promises of a high-paying future job. So I guess if you want to be a prince, give your local city officials some Wagyu beef. Not even a cartoon mob movie do you hear hey, give him the Wagyu beef and it'll legitimize you as a prince. Like, what? I
What?
love the fact that some dude in Ohio helped them legitimize themselves as princes from Dubai. Like, one would think that it would be a person from Dubai that would help them do that, not from Ohio. What does Ohio have anything to do with it other than the fact that these guys are from Ohio? I don't know. But investigators say that Smedley allegedly started using his city position to help transform these guys from random luxury influencers into people who actually look connected and credible. And apparently the city gave the brothers the title of International Economic Advisors for East Cleveland. Excuse me, what?
I feel like I'm just doing something extremely wrong. What the fuck? How is these people how is these losers doing this? How do people just get to in these situations? It's just it feels like I'm not opening a cheat code in the GTA life of life. Like what the fuck? Like what the hell, dude? What the hell?
Yeah, it's a completely made up position that didn't even exist before, but I guess it sounds official enough that most people probably wouldn't really question it for too much. So the brothers allegedly used a City Hall official letterhead, police credentials, and public appearances to create this image that they were legitimate. They were just international investors bringing huge business opportunities into East Cleveland. But the brothers allegedly told investors that they were launching a massive cryptocurrency mining operation in Nela Park, which is apparently this huge industrial complex in Ohio that used to house General Electric's lighting headquarters. There was just one small problem. Prosecutors say they didn't actually own it. So, with the luxury image, the city connections, and the official-looking titles, and all the billionaire role-playing possible, investors still somehow believe their story, even though they didn't own the building, which really shows you that a lot of investors really just don't do their due diligence. And this is where the scam report became insanely expensive.
This is a perfect example of just because you are college educated does not actually include intelligence. A lot of people are doing that. They said, I'm college educated. That don't mean intelligence. I hope you do know. That does not equate to intelligence at all. All that equates to that you know how you just passed the thing, but that doesn't mean you actually use your brains to get there. You probably crammed your ass or cheated your way up through that shit. And there's a lot of people who cheated. I remember there was one with that one black guy. I forgot his name. He has 16 degrees. 16 degrees, and found out that more than 10 of them was not real. But he had them for years. I forgot his name. He was on YouTube. I forgot his name. He has 16 degrees, and all of them were from different countries too. There's no way he was able to jump to one place to the next the way he did, and from Africa to America to France and stuff. He just had all these degrees. I don't know where those came from. Impossible.
A Chinese investor poured nearly $18 million into the operation.
Found out he bought all those.
The brothers owned the site and were building a major crypto mining business there. I'm also kind of wondering, like, what were they expecting to happen here? Did they really think that they were going to get away with this? If they're raising money on the pretense that they own a building site and nothing ever happens with a building site, what do you think is going to happen? Like, this is just a straight up stupid crime. I'm assuming they were trying to start some sort of like Bitcoin mining facilities, which would essentially just be a whole bunch of supercomputers solving complex problems to, I guess, generate the next block or mine the next block of Bitcoin. And obviously, these setups are expensive, power hungry, and usually require warehouses full of specialized equipment. So, according to prosecutors, the investors, I guess, like shipped over 1,000 crypto mining machines to Nela Park at a cost of about $8.8 million. So imagine the visual for a second. Truck after truck showing up loaded with millions of dollars of crypto mining equipment, allegedly for a business that prosecutors say was basically fake. So once the mining equipment arrived in East Cleveland, the brothers intercepted the shipments outside of the property and sold the machines off to buyers themselves. Excuse me.
What?
So they allegedly sold the equipment for a combined $5.5 million. Excuse me. These guys are morons. How do you...
So you took... So let me get this straight. So you took the equipment that the people invested to buy to give to you. You take the equipment and resold the equipment to other people? How are those people gonna get their money back if you sold the shit that they... Are you stupid? How are you gonna resell that? Are you stupid? That is a dumbass move. Why would you do that? Those people gonna want their money back. The whole point of what they give you that is for you them to to start the machines to do the Bitcoin mining, so they can get their money back. What the fuck?
Sure, $8.8 million of crypto mining hardware in what, 2020? And you somehow lose money? That was like the boom time for this stuff. All they had to do was do it the legitimate way, and they could have actually exited the company or gone public like so many others did. What's kind of blowing my mind about this is like they did a lot of the hard stuff here. Like,
right?
They actually lobbied the government.
Yep.
They got a whole bunch of money raised.
Yep.
And they also somehow got $8 million of mining equipment.
Yep.
But because they're scammers and just didn't do it in a building they owned,
When you're stupid,
everything fell apart. And obviously they're scammers and they sold the equipment. Like, dude, this could have actually been a legitimate mining business. But I guess what they were lacking was the competency to actually run a legitimate business, which is why they're scammers and are now not doing too well. Because at the end of this, authorities ended up seizing, you know, the typical cars, watches, and so on, and more than 80 firearms connected to the operation, including a custom gold-plated AK-47. This could have been a legitimate business.
Fuck. Oh my god.
The bag. And why did they fumble the bag? To flex on Instagram, to charter a jet, and to flex a gold-plated AK. Really?
Oh my god.
I was going to say that luxury spending wasn't limited to Ohio either, because the brothers obviously chartered a whole bunch of private jets for shopping trips in places like Aspen, Miami, London, Madrid, Bucharest, which genuinely sounds like someone asked AI to generate places rich people casually mention in podcasts and just go to all those places. But the fraud schemes didn't stop with just the crypto operation. Of course, because these guys are apparently serial schemers here. But the brothers allegedly kept running scams across multiple areas between 2020 and 2023, including targeting people who were personally close to them. One of those alleged victims was reportedly Zubair al-Zubair's former girlfriend from the UAE. And she apparently lost $737,000 in what was described as an investment scam. So these guys essentially LARPed as rich dudes to date wealthy women and then scam them as well. Bro, again.
Oh my god, you're dumb.
Imagine just like running actual businesses, using the money you raised to actually run a legitimate business, and then legitimately dating wealthy people without trying to scam them.
Well, you're a
Why
dumbass.
are you making your life so
Difficult.
And for what?
Thank
I
you.
guess it's just like blind greed and just stupidity. But really, none of the people around them were safe from becoming a part of their scam empire. Because apparently there's a mansion situation. And of course, there's a mansion situation when it comes to serial scammers. But Zubair allegedly used fake documents to lease a massive lakeside mansion. And this mansion was apparently owned by a Cleveland Clinic doctor. And investigators say the property was absolutely destroyed. The damage was about $560,000. How do you do that? And of course, the mansion later became the site of an FBI raid in 2023. So imagine being the neighbors in this ultra-wealthy lakeside area, and suddenly federal agents are raiding the fake Dubai Prince mansion down the street. And the itself caused another $7,000 in damages to the property. And they also stole around $27,000 in COVID relief benefits by...
Oh my god.
Because, you know, why not scam another 27 grand when you already scammed, what, tens of millions of dollars? It seems like that's what all the scammers did. During COVID, they all just looted as much COVID relief money as possible. But on top of that, prosecutors also say they owed around $2 million in back taxes. So, good job, guys. But I guess if your entire identity is built around looking rich, you can't really slow down. And eventually, the entire operation caught up with them. Because after a 2-week federal trial, prosecutors secured convictions against both brothers and former East Cleveland official Michael Smedley on multiple charges tied to bribery and fraud. So it's safe to say, they just fumbled the bag. And they were convicted on charges including conspiracy wire fraud, money laundering, theft of government funds, and bribery-related offenses. And Zubair al-Zubair was sentenced to 24 years in federal prison.
Good.
And his brother was sentenced to 23 years. Both were also ordered to pay more than $21 million in restitution. And while reading about this case, I also found out there's this entire scam ecosystem now built around fake Dubai royalty. Like, I cannot tell you how many fake Dubai princes I found, because investigators and anti-fraud organizations have literally documented what's known as the fake Dubai prince scam, where fraudsters pose online as wealthy Middle Eastern royals to manipulate victims into sending them money. I guess this is like a more modern version of the whole Nigerian prince scam, because once you start reading about these scams, you realize they all pretty much follow the same blueprint. It's basically like Instagram influencer culture mixed with organized fraud. Because one international investigation that came out earlier this year, it was centered around a Nigerian socialite accused of pretending to be Sheikh Hamdan, the actual crown prince of Dubai, also known as Faza. And the scam allegedly started off on LinkedIn, which already makes this feel way more modern than the Nigerian prince scams I mentioned earlier. But the victim in this case was a Romanian businesswoman named Laura, who investigators say was originally contacted on LinkedIn to work with humanitarian projects and charitable work in Romania. So it's kind of pathetic that they're using a charity to network and scam. But over time, the relationship allegedly became more personal until the fake prince eventually proposed marriage. And then Laura was eventually directed to London to meet the prince's supposed financial manager in person. And apparently the guy actually showed up, and the victim was even allegedly given access to what appeared to be a bank account showing something like $202 million sitting in her name, except the account was completely fake. And according to reports, every time she tried accessing the money, she was told she needed to pay some sort of processing fee. And that apparently added up to a few thousand here, another transfer there, and another international complication, until investigators say that she had lost around $2.5 million. And apparently all of it started falling apart because the dudes who were scamming started fighting with each other over money, which feels, kind of standard when it comes to scammers. Because you have that whole saying, there's no honor among thieves. And clearly that's the case here as well. But anyway, this was apparently the alleged crown prince of Dubai. That's what they were trying to claim. And if you put a side-by-side, come on, guy, how are we falling for this? So yeah, if someone messages you with the weirdest LinkedIn headshot ever, claiming to be the prince of Dubai, please don't send them any money. But other than that, if you're here, feel free to subscribe, drop a like on the video, and I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
All right. Damn. That's crazy. That's genuinely crazy. Fuck, what? Bro, what the fuck is this? Get in there. Okay. I think that's everything. Oh my god. Yeah, I think that's... And then when I get the chance, I'll have to call them all in their own perspective way, but I won't be doing that anytime soon. So I might just make this into a video alone. Yeah, that's good. No, it's not every Smash Brother character, but or Smash Ultimate character, but it's a good session. There we go. Alright guys, so with that said, I'm pretty much done at this point. There's not much for me to do, or have to do. Hold on. Oops. So tomorrow, we will okay, yeah, I think that's everything. Alright, yeah, we're done. So with that said, have a great night for those who came in and all of your stuff. Thank you for coming in. I appreciate it very much so. And I hope you guys see you in the next one. This is pretty much done. We did Smash Ultimate characters. Thought this was fun to make. So with that said, thank you guys for coming in. I appreciate it very much so. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye-bye.